Welcome to the PGL Major Copenhagen 2024. The story of CS2's first major begins with 4 region-based RMR events, which culminate with the major itself in Copenhagen. Let's dive deeper into all this. The first 2 regions are the European RMRs, 1 and 2. With a 16-team Swiss format each, they will decide the first teams that make it to Copenhagen. All matches are best of 1, with the exception of elimination and advancement matches, which are best of 3. The top 8 teams proceed to the major, while the next 3 teams have another chance to qualify through the LCQ, the remaining 5 teams being eliminated. The EU Last Chance Qualifier is a 6-team single elimination bracket, split into 2 stages, with all matchups being best of 3s. Stage 1 has 1 round with 3 best of 3s, the winners proceeding directly to Stage 2. Stage 2 is 3-team single elimination gauntlet, where the last team standing qualifies to the major. Within Stage 2, out of the remaining 3, the team with the best Buchholz score, which is based on their opponent's performance, advances to the second stage directly to Round 2, while the other 2 teams face each other in Round 1 of the second stage. In the Asia RMR, 8 teams will battle through a double elimination bracket. All matches are best of 1, while the advancement and elimination matches are best of 3. The best 2 teams from the bracket qualify to the major. North and South American teams will battle their way through a 16-team Swiss format. Elimination and advancement matches are best of 3s. All other matches are best of 1. The top 5 teams proceed to the major, while all the other teams are eliminated. The first Danish major will gather the top 24 teams across the globe. The event is split into 3 new different stages this year. The first 2, opening and elimination stages, are played in a 16-team Swiss format, while the last one, the playoff stage, is an 8-team single elimination bracket. Final RMR standings will determine the major seeding for all participating teams. 16 will play in the opening stage, while 8 will qualify directly to the elimination stage. The opening stage will see 16 teams which will battle each other throughout 4 days to decide who will be in the top 8 and make it to the next phase. Elimination stage will gather 16 teams once again to try to grab one of the first 8 spots, which will take them to the Royal Arena, the battleground for the playoffs. There we will witness the greatness of the best 8 teams in the tournament, which will fight to decide which one of them will leave its mark in this chapter of Counter-Strike's long history, becoming the winners of the first CS2 major.
Teams, let's start digging. Let's start digging. Let's start digging.
Made in hell.
On a deserted island.
Hold on to your bitch.
Great, just headshotting, boys.
Not required, though. They get aggressive instead. It's actually Crimson takes the initiative. 3 kills and a 4th as well. Winding back the years and destroying BetBoom in the process. He gets the ace. He gets Fnatic the win.
Where's the kid? No such thing. Living, hitting. Shots from Agi. That's ridiculous.
What was that?
Oh, it's chaos on the bomb site. He needs the first strong kill, and he's going to get it, but now they're on top. He's sweeping up another headshot. Triple, he's absolutely wrecked them.
Hujoke taking matters into his own hands. It's a face full of lead.
They want a round, they're not getting it.
Nice little hunt here. He probably gets the last kill as well. He'll buy some time, knowing they can pincer it together. Nico, will he show us what he's made of? Has he got a chance to find multiple kills here? Certainly does.
Oh, no way! What have you done?
What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to the PGL CS2 EU RMR. Fantastic to see some of the highlights there from day one, and now it's time to progress things into day 2. According to Henry G, my name is Lil P, and right now I'm joined on the desk by the... Wait for it. We're going to get him in shot. The Romaniac. And on the very end, Salt and Vinegar. Thank you, camera people, for working with me.
Better. You have to workshop mine, but I like
the Romaniac. Come on, man.
You've been working all morning on that. That was it. I saw he was
not all morning, but
Christ, trying
guys,
to figure that out.
How are you doing? How did you enjoy day 1?
Better than you, obviously. Yeah. I'm doing good. I had a good night's sleep. That's already luxury. I feel great. What happened to your hair, Jacob?
I got an electric...
What's going on? Why are we firing the shots right off the bat?
You just
Jacob's coming for me, the Romaniac's coming for Jacob. What's happening here?
What happened to my hair, huh?
I think his hair looks
What's
great.
the issue with my hair? What's the issue,
I'm just jealous because you have so much.
Okay,
That's what's happening.
Well, there you go, huh? Paula, please.
Yes, all right, let me bring this one back in. Yeah, we had a fantastic day 1. Why don't we do a quick recap for everybody at home? Were there any specific moments that stood out for you guys?
I mean, listen, we had a couple of really nice highlights coming out. Some games were very much banging. The Falcons versus FaZe game delivered on all cylinders. My heart got broken a couple times for 3D Max. I think in terms of, oh, it's the RMR, there's going to be plenty of upsets. It hasn't exactly delivered in that sense. I think the favorites have done what they needed to. They're sitting very strong in that 2-0 matchups already. And this is where, you know, it gets real interesting.
Yeah, I would agree with that. You know, another one to highlight for me was the G2 Eternal Fire game. That was a fantastic
Probably
one.
the best match of the day.
I would say so. Very close, you know, heading into to an overtime. And as you said, you know, the big favorites have been delivering. There has been a couple of the bigger teams that has not been delivering. You see NIP at the bottom right here. That's, honestly speaking, a bit surprised. I know NIP is in a turmoil period, but for them to go 0-2, that's still disappointing.
Should we quickly, Maniac, quickly remind people at home what happened at NIP AMKAL?
Well,
Triple overtime?
I was going to try to take people on a little bit of a journey, because not only is there this 7 billion bazillion overtime versus AMKAL, which in terms of quality, the game was a little bit lackluster, let's be real, but also there is a loss to our friend of Eternal Fire in the last round. Thank you, Paula. That's round 24, where they lose 13-11 against Eternal Fire. So it's a bit of a complicated ground to stand on, because on one hand, you want to say, sure, the NIP project has shown weaknesses over times, but also a few rounds could have put them in such a different position. So it was heartbreaking for them. They had a couple of tweets out there, and you can feel the pain on the NIP camp.
Top teams right now, by the way, if you missed that, FaZe, Na'Vi, VP, and G2. As I think we already addressed, not really any big surprise there, but nonetheless, it's great to see the expected strongest teams following through and doing well.
I would say so. I think we've been at RMRs many times before, and we've seen some of the big favorites, you know, either not making it or struggling through the group stage. So again, none of them have qualified yet. You know, 2 of them will go into to the qualification process today and do qualify for the major in Copenhagen. However, it has been a lot of years and a lot of RMRs where some of the big dogs have been struggling massively. So for once, we actually have a group that, on paper at the very least, makes sense. We have the good guys playing well, and I think the level of Counter-Strike we saw yesterday from the likes of FaZe, G2, etc. was great.
We've got the good guys and we've got the bad guys, us, on the desk. Let's take a look at our schedule for today, starting with our secondary stream. Yeah, we're starting off with best of ones, then we're going to move into best of three. So yeah, secondary stream, everybody. We'll kick off with 9 Pandas versus Movistar Koi. I love that Koi at the end. I need to find out why that is. Is it a sponsor or what? But it sounds great. Movistar Riders was already one of the best tags in esports. Nonetheless, we move on. Enterprise versus BetBoom will follow. And then later in the day at around 3 p.m. EET, Saw versus NIP. And then at 6 p.m. EET, ITB versus 3D.
And these are elimination games.
Yes,
I think
these are elimination games.
Are as high as they can possibly be. The road to Copenhagen is going to end today for 2 of these teams that we are looking at rather, Sol versus NIP, ITB versus 3D Max. And I know on paper NIP is supposed to be favorite, but I gotta say, like mentally, I don't really know where they're at. I think Sol really has something to try here. There's an opportunity. You strike when your opponent is in fear, when your opponent is bleeding, and this could just be a very dark day for the Ninjas.
I would agree with that. I'm very curious to see how NIP is going to fare in that one. The ITB versus 3D Max to me is interesting because I think we all shared the same sentiment yesterday that out of all the teams that we saw play, ITB was probably the worst playing team, whereas I think 3D Max showed occasionally good Counter-Strike. Obviously, it was a little bit disjointed. You weren't too happy with some of the stuff they were doing on the server, but I think they showed a potential that should be enough to take down ITB, at least considering how bad and how poorly they played yesterday.
Moving on, let's take a look at our schedule here on the main stream. We'll be playing matches at the same time. We'll kick things off at 1 p.m. EET, so very shortly with Eternal Fire versus Falcons, then move into Fnatic versus AMKAL. All 4 of those teams are 1-1 in our Swiss format, and then later in the day at 3 p.m. EET, we've got FaZe Clan versus G2, which will be followed by Virtus.pro versus Na'Vi. And all those teams, as we said before, are 2-0, so whoever wins there, they guarantee their spot. The CS2 Copenhagen Major, the first Counter-Strike 2 Major.
Yeah, and these are excellent teams. I don't think anybody would complain about having whether FaZe or G2, VP or Na'Vi. You would think at the end of this RMR, all of these 4 teams are going to be at the Major. I do think that Fnatic AMKAL for either side is a relatively good draw. It's a good draw to be in 1-1. You have to imagine you win this, you're 2-1, suddenly you're 1 series away from winning. Fnatic have shown 2 different faces here very drastically. The first game looked okay, and then they got absolutely obliterated by VP, but also who doesn't at times. Whereas AMKAL, I'm not going to try to find silver lining to that game. If anything, resilience, right? I think there were moments where they could have given up. They came back a couple times against NIP. We'll see if that plays a role here.
I would agree with that. I think the Eternal Fire 1 Falcons in particular is going to be interesting.
That bangs.
That bangs. It's a 1-1 game, as you said. One of them will go 1-2, which will mean a lot of pressure, potentially not making the Major. I think the quality we saw from Eternal Fire yesterday against G2 was up there. As said, they only lost to Na'Vi and FaZe Clan at Katowice. They lost in a very close game against G2 yesterday, and now they're refacing Falcons one more time today. It's not easy for Eternal Fire. They've been a little bit hard with the draw so far, but I think the level of Counter-Strike the Turkish players are showing up with is nothing but great.
We've set the scene for the overall day, but now it's time to focus in on our first match of the day, Eternal Fire versus Falcons. Guys, what happened yesterday for both teams? Run everybody at home through that.
Well, so Jacob was working the game, and I was watching as a viewer in my hotel room, and of course, the main story at the end of that game was, oh my god, the m0NESY show is back.
Sure.
Like 30+ kills in an MR12 game, completely bonkers. But I thought you guys were pretty lenient with Eternal Fire. Like, the truth is, they botched a couple of opportunities. Like, you're looking at the last one in regulation, it's a 5v4, it's a 5v3 for half a second, they still lose the game. So they must have been extremely frustrated about it. I think there was a way immediately for Eternal Fire to close in regulation. They allowed G2 back in, and obviously a whole lot of regrets down the line.
I think that's fair, but to defend myself and my analysts, it was
it's not
hard.
an attack. There's no defense to be had.
It was hard fought. Eternal Fire did do a good job, but nonetheless, your criticism is warranted, I do think.
Yeah, I agree. You know, there's no beating around the bush that Eternal Fire had plenty of opportunities. They could have won that game. I think that's the feeling, that's the sentiment they're sitting back with as well, especially considering they did the same thing against FaZe at Katowice. Very close game in a best of 3 where they could have won, maybe should have won. So same feeling yesterday. I think that was my main critique as well. When you get into those games where you're up 12-9, you got to close them out. You don't get a lot of opportunities against teams of the caliber of G2 to close it out, and they weren't able to. However, the amount of times m0NESY screwed that plan, the amount of times that Eternal Fire was actually playing to win the game, they were being proactive on the server, weren't afraid to do the right thing at the right moment. m0NESY would just punish it time and time again. And to me, that was the big difference maker yesterday.
Here's a general question about Eternal Fire. So, of course, they beat NIP, right, 13-11. They lost to G2, 16-13. Would you say that they had a better performance in one of the games, regardless of win or loss, just overall from watching how they played?
Oh, it's really tough to say. I do think that there is a certain caliber of teams against which, once the scoreline becomes close, their level drops.
Yeah.
And if you really want to do like a fine-comb analysis of that game versus FaZe you're referring to in Katowice or versus G2, and you really pinpoint overtime rounds or late game rounds, and then you start to see mistakes. And that is my issue. And I think this is where sometimes we talk of mental barrier or mental obstacle, however you want to name it. If a team is starting to make mistakes, that's because there's a bit of a fear of winning, if you will give me the expression. What actually happened in this previous matchup where they faced is that Eternal Fire never really got pushed. They had a very comfortable, very easy going against the Falcons that was still trying to figure out, okay, what the hell are we doing here? How are we working out? And this is what you see for Eternal Fire. Just life was good. Life was great in this first series.
Yeah, they've already beat Falcons once, and they did that roughly a week ago in Katowice, where, as you said, they looked like by far the better team. It was the best of one as well. They were looking super, super solid. Same happened on Nuke right here, 13-6, easy going in that best of 3. So for Falcons to not put up a fight against Eternal Fire, that's going to play into there as well. They got some revenge as well to look at. However, there's always this argument that when you lose to a team within the short span of time, you learn a lot, especially now that we're heading into a best of 1 as well. You know the map pool, you can sort of like move the game towards a map that you already played, and you learned a lot on that loss the first time around. So I think Falcons is in a better position today than they were a week ago.
I agree with you, and also you have to imagine in the lore and the development of Falcons, they have much more to learn immediately than EF have. With a longer standing roster, they know a little bit the ins and outs of their playstyle, whereas Falcons, if they're doing their job well, and we know the quality of the staff, we know the quality of the lineup, they're supposed to drastically improve from game to game, event to event. So I am expecting something much harder, a much closer competition for Eternal Fire here.
What are the key battles to look out for here? I'm curious about how the two AWP stack up, Pius, of course, versus Woxic.
I think that's a curious one as well. Woxic is a player that's been around for a long, long time. Obviously, he had some great years in mouse sports where he really came alive. Then we haven't really seen him play at a high level the past couple of years, and he's slowly but surely getting back to it. I think Counter-Strike 2 has done good for Woxic. It's done good for Eternal Fire. He's at a point where I'd say he's a good AWP player, not at the same level as sunPayas, though. I still think that in that AWP duel, sunPayas versus Woxic, we have a clear favorite. We have a player who's consistently showing up time and time again. And I would also say that sunPayas is a massive win condition, not only for Falcons in this best of 1, but in general, if we want to see Falcons be a team making it to the major and doing damage at the major, sunPayas is needed.
I like that you use the word consistently, because that's the way I look at it. I think sunPayas is already more reliable than Woxic. Woxic is very hit or miss, very up and down.
Reliable since the Movistar Riders days.
He really is. It's very rarely to see him go through a game. I think the first few series of Falcons, he took a little bit of time to figure out his position and his comfort zone. But Woxic, if you think about it, the first game here is a banger of a game, and then the second one against G2, he goes kind of missing. You don't even mention his name once on a map where an AWP can have a lot of impact. So the rating at the end of the day is relatively similar, but let's be careful, there's not the same amount of reliability.
I would definitely agree with that. Woxic has the ability to blow up the server, so does sunPayas, but I would argue sunPayas is also relying a bit more on the system that Snappy is coming in with, the game plan that Falcons is running, whereas for Woxic, a lot of freedom, he can do whatever he wants to, but it also means that the consistency is not at the same level.
I think Snappy was such a good decision for the leadership of Falcons. This is one of the most storied IGLs. Arguably not necessarily always got the biggest trophies, but his consistency as an IGL and also veteranship, like how long he's been playing, is great for a big project like this, an expensive project, which is a big risk for an organization like Falcons. What does that Snappy need to do, not just in this best of 1, but throughout the RMRs?
I mean, listen, I don't really think it's a big risk. I think Snappy over the last 2 years, maybe 3, has already proven that out there, he will make the most out of whatever pieces he's got to work with. If you compare the budgets of some of the orgs he played with and the results he put together with the lineups he's had, he's already proven he can do that. So if I was in decision, if I was in command and I have to trust an IGL currently to put together a brand new roster the way this happened, I think Snappy's a go-to.
I would definitely agree with that. However, there's a difference between, you know, making the best out of what you got to work with and taking a step up where you got the best to work with and now you got to facilitate them to win trophies. Good thing for Snappy is that he still got the core events. He's still playing with players that he knows well.
That's a really good point.
It's very important for him now, but let's be completely honest. In 6 months, 12 months from now, this Falcons lineup that you're seeing right now, most likely not the same. So what happens when Snappy is getting one of the top 3, top 5 players in the world and he has to integrate him into the lineup? There's, of course, still the rumors around Nico potentially joining, or he was close close to joining at one point. What would happen for Snappy then? Certain football coaches have the same ability to always make the most out of a limited budget, out of a limited team. But what happens when you get the tools that you actually can win with? We haven't seen that from Snappy yet, and I think that's the next level for him. That's the next step for him. However, it's not going to happen with this version of Falcons because it reminds me a lot of Vince.
I mean, they still made like a semi-final in Katowice with a brand new project. I'd say for now, the box have been ticked.
Yeah, the veto's coming up on screen, everybody at home, but I do know that there was one more player head-to-head that our analysts wanted to bring up. So we spoke about Sunpias and Woxic. What about Wicadia versus Boros?
Well, I'm going to be real here. I just want to talk about Wicadia for half a second, right? Because whenever he came into Eternal Fire, he pushed the boundaries of what this team could accomplish further, higher. He was a very great surprise, a very positive surprise. But I have to admit that it's been a little rough for him. I think this might be the first period within this jersey, within this roster, where he's got no confidence. He's on a streak of 6 games, 6 maps, back-to-back-to-back with negative KD, negative rating. It's been complicated for him. So we're looking at, okay, what are you made of now? Like, we know you can fly high. We know you can take over. You've done it in Pro League. If we've all witnessed it, there is no doubt. But now, seemingly, whatever you're doing isn't working. And if you're Major, you have to find a way to activate this guy. Talk to him. He's a rookie. You got experience. You could argue maybe a similar conversation can be made about Boros, whereas the IGL has to prep his teammate. He's got to make sure that he delivers the best, even as a rookie.
I think there's a staggering difference between the two. Wicadia within Eternal Fire, he got the confidence from the team. He's being put in the positions that he likes to play, where he thrives. He's a fantastic player. Whereas for Boros, we talked about it many times. He's currently playing for his life within this lineup, and I think that Snappy is not fully buying into him as a player. Otherwise, he wouldn't be playing ramp on Nuke. He would be playing in a more centered position where he could fight a little bit more. So I think for Boros, Wicadia is the player you look towards, and he thinks, I would like to be treated that way. I think Boros has more in store. I think he's a fantastic mechanically skilled player, but it requires, for me at the very least, that Falcon believe in his abilities, that they put him in the positions that he thrives in. Otherwise, he's getting hard done by from the get-go. To me, him playing ramp on Nuke is a very essential part of what they look at in terms of Boros, how they anticipate him, and why I also don't think he's going to be part of this lineup for way too long.
Gentlemen, great points. Are there any other final thoughts you'd like to share before we get into this matchup? Because I think it's pretty much ready to go.
I just want to say I'm happy to be here. I'm ready to watch some Counter-Strike. You know, we started in the wrong waves. We started in the wrong waves. You know, let's all make up. I was going to say make out. That's a different stream.
My guy. At the end of the day, it's all love and respect. I'm weirdly excited for this best of one. I think Eternal Fire versus Falcons just is a really interesting matchup and potentially be very exciting.
It very much is. We saw it in Katowice. We saw EF make mince meat out of the Falcons. I would expect a much closer game today. We're into a best of one as well. Falcons should be looking better. Should have learned a lot, as you said, into the semifinals of Katowice. Should have given them a bit of confidence. However, I still have EF as the favorites. I think they played better Counter-Strike. I think they play better Counter-Strike right now.
Oh, that's interesting. EF as favorite. We're gonna have to see.
Maniac and Pimp, this one is ready to go. So it's time to hand over to two of the finest casters we've got in the building. We've got Jackie the Bronze Knight and Vince for Vendetta.
For what it's worth, by the way, I really rate the Romaniac. I thought that was sick. And now even we've got nicknames, Vince. This is dope. We're like a little club.
Yeah. I actually thought the Maniac probably got the better of him.
I know, right? Yeah. He's owned it.
Yeah. Sick. Falcons, though, on the T side are going to be kicking things off. And with some speed, Jackie, they're not holding around just yet. Just outside of the lobby as it stands. And they have no utility, which suggests to me it's going to be run, it's going to be gun, it's going to be explosives.
Oh, okay. And they're going into the crosshair of Major as well. A man that's always been sick on pistols, but this time around he feels a bit sick. Shut down by Boros. Oh, Boros good for 2. That's the sort of start you want for a player like Boros.
It most certainly is. And that puts Antares onto his back foot. Right now, Eternal Fire struggling. Just the one player remaining, which will be Wicadia. Sunpias in the meanwhile, though, will be going up against Boros. Actually, it's not. That's Wicadia. I was getting confused there. Sunpias, last player to fall down, and that will give a great start with Boros opening things up. He's a player that's come under a lot of scrutiny, I think it's safe to say, Jackie. Hasn't had the greatest of performances at the likes of Katowice in particular. So I think this is a tournament where he needs to come through and show the world what this guy is truly capable of.
Yeah, because he was a hot prospect when he popped up on the scene, went into endpoint, started causing some issues. His first RMR is obviously back at Antwerp, right here in Romania for PGL, Vince. Since then, having a few opportunities coming his way. We need to see him have that resurgence and deal some damage. Early 1-for-1 trades, but the Boros show continues as the Butcher Blade comes out and he carves a path into the A site with a Mac 10. Man's making some mean moves as well, just slicing his way through everyone, Vince.
Yeah, he's loving these early rounds. 6 kills already, padding those stats, but in very important rounds against Force Buys, against Pistols. These are legit rounds. And now Sunpius on the approach. Xantares gets slumped. He's had a bit of a rough day at the office. Well, yesterday that was. We were talking about this coming into the game, that it's kind of topsy-turvy in terms of where the frags are coming down and the stat distribution lies on this Eternal Fire squad.
It almost feels like it's kind of been flipped, right? You've got Woxic and Xantares down towards the bottom, which isn't what you'd expect. Woxic rather towards the top with just Xantares at the bottom. And it's why it's so bizarre, because obviously Xantares, normally one of those players where you expect him to be a big game player in these sort of environments. Guy thrives on land, man. Boros, though, he's living his movie right now, Vince. The cheesy grin, living it large. And feeding the hot hand of Boros is what sets him up for a great series. He's normally someone that comes alive if he can find his footing in the early rounds. So this is the dream scenario for Falcons.
Well, this isn't that exceptionally strong start as far as they're concerned. Just Woxic with the MP9, going to be looking to try and put some funds into that AWP purchase, come through into that 4th round. But 5 assault rifles remain on the side of Falcons. And so there will be no easy way forward for Eternal Fire. Maybe stacking with some of these pistols. They do have Deagles in play. A few upgraded pistols here and there. Of course, the Zeus, which I expect to see a lot more of in the RMRs and going forward. But it is Snappy that's pushing forward here into the site itself. Magisk takes point. The MP9 spray down, not there. And Snappy and Magisk both pick up 1.
Oh, cleaning house. Mop a bucket, take towards the A site with no casualties. So it's exactly what they want. The Falcons fly in, take a few bits of chip damage, but keep their cash high and start the game exactly how they would want to. This is where things may change, though. Eternal Fire finally have some funds. They busted open the wallet, whipped out the cheddar, and spent it on some very tasty guns. Vince Kalog's donning the AUG, and we finally got Woxic bringing out the scope.
Yeah, where do you come down with this debate? They were talking about it on the desk before, Woxic versus Sunpius. I know you've seen Woxic for a very, very long time. He's been around the block many a time throughout different tiers of Counter-Strike. Do you put him in a similar bracket to Sunpius? Do you think Sunpius is actually the better AWP out of the two?
Man, it's hard to call right now. I think current form does a lot, right? Because Woxic's one of those where if he's on Vince, I think he really could go toe-to-toe in the middle of a cell. Into this round, he's already found some impact as Madden gets blown away. And this is the best start we've seen from Eternal Fire, Vince. Minute and 20 on the clock. 3 players remain for Falcons. They're trying to make their move in through main, but Xantares picks up 2 towards outside.
The powerhouse player showing us why he is regarded as one of the most mechanically, I should say, gifted players on the planet, especially when he is feeling it. Obviously, previously at the likes of Big, I think it's safe to say he never really reached the heights of Big that a lot of people expected him to. You could say the same with the organization overall, to be fair. As flashes through into the garage, Magisk goes in for the peak, but Wakadia there to repel him swiftly. Not a single casualty on the side of Eternal Fire. Just what they were looking for. We were talking about yesterday the difficulty of CT sides on MR12 with the current situation in Counter-Strike. Losing the first proper rifle round almost feels like a death sentence for the rest of the half. So to get this done successfully is a huge boost to confidence, to economy, and also weaponry. Sunpius yet to die in this half. Maybe thinking about just saving the AK, pulling the plug here and making sure that he's able to come through into that next round, drop the AK across, and someone can trade him out for the AWP. And they go again, but this round is done. Eternal Fire, the Turkish team, get their first success.
Getting their first on the board at an opening round on the CT side. And it's nice to see Xantares already making a couple of moves. There's the man on your screens now, outside, playing it smart in terms of the control that he had. The opening frag was just a raw shot through the smoke as well. So laying down the law a little bit, Vince. And obviously, if he's someone that can come online in this series, that's kind of their win condition. It feels like he hasn't been anywhere near as on the ball as he usually is. And you want to see him activated, Vince. Like Eternal Fire, for me, they're honestly one of those teams that, even in recent form, in CS2 specifically, with this lineup, they're fun to watch, Vince, because they're brutal. They play really raw Counter-Strike, and they just shoot hard sometimes.
Yeah, they're a team that I think goes under a lot of people's radar for how individually, mechanically skilled they are as a roster as well. Even Major is the kind of player that when big games come around, he is there and he often will deliver with more kills than you expect him to. Wakadia to kick things off, those Majors just go walkies through the squeaky area by himself. Trying to catch that timing, but all he does is catch a bullet to the dome, and Sunpius on the cross has been plucked out by Woxic. And there will be no safe passage. Only 2 players make it down there, but they've been isolated from Madden, who was on a tear at Katowice. But they're going to need him to pick up the slack again if they want any chance of winning this round.
They bleed their way down through Secret, sure. But how do they piece this round together? Down by 2 in the battle of attrition. Noise giving away some of the information for free as well. An exchange of nades. Madden still lurks, waiting for his opportunity to be the linchpin in the round. Meanwhile, the Org of Kalux could find some huge frags, but his head gets popped. Boros back up to his old tricks. Slays the first and open up the site, Vince.
It's going to be a very important post-plant now. If nothing else, just to tick the economy forward for the T's, but they have lost Madden. Puts it down to Snappy and Boros. 7-1 currently. But with 38 HP by his name, he's going to need Snappy to at least draw away some of that fire. See if he can get a kill from the IGL. And instead, Boros goes down, so it's all upon the shoulders of Snappy. Experience and veterancy certainly going to be on his side, but 3 players, and they know roughly where he is. Molotov down, but it's too shallow, not going to affect him too much. A second kill comes through, but it could buy time for the defuse. It forces Snappy out into the open, and Woxic makes short work of him. A successful retake, but at great cost. 3 players go down.
Forcing out the rebuys and stopping the CT side from blooming and snowballing in terms of their cash. But around nonetheless, Vince. 3-2 split on the scoreline so far. And this bodes well. I feel like we're going to get some good Counter-Strike out of this. With the way it's already starting to be played, you can feel the cogs kind of turning, right?
Oh, yeah.
We're getting there.
I mean, this is a game, you know, obviously we've got a stacked amount of games on both the A and B streams, but this is one we thought, this is our first game of the day? Like, what a way to kick things off. It has the potential to be a real barn burner here. I think we have a bit of a pause coming in. Hopefully not for too long, but yeah, these early rounds have really shown us what this matchup is capable of being. And we both thought coming in it might be Anubis, might be the map. Nuke comes in, and already fireworks.
Yeah, we were looking at it thinking that would be a kind of good middle ground for both of the teams. They both pick it very often, so it could have been some room there for the fireworks. Eternal Fire, whenever they've had any of these iterations of the rosters, and Major's been at the helm on Anubis, they've had some fireworks, man. It kind of is cool to watch them play, but instead, we arrived here. Nuke was the battlefield, and already the clash has been quite close. Antares switching up his position as he pushes up and finds the initial frags, and Pius has been removed. Oh, the spam down as well, giving him some information, but Woxic shoots straight through the smoke and lays out Boros.
And that's the second consecutive round that Falcons have tried to get down Secret, and they've hemorrhaged players. They weren't able to recover. Last round, they did get a post plant, but that wasn't enough. And now again, Eternal Fire, turn up the heat, get aggressive. I love Xantares going purely off the basis of spawn, aggression, pick, pulls back, gets intel, and that allows Woxic to open it up again. And already, in the first 10 seconds of the round, Falcons on the back foot. They're like, well, what do we do now, guys? We've used a lot of our utility. We only have 2 flashes left. There's only 3 players still available for us. Like, we maybe get a pick or 2, and that's about it.
You can see with how they're posturing, they're kind of just gambling on, yeah, if someone rushes into an angle, they push in towards lobby or outside, maybe we get a pick, we can react off the back of it, but the game plan you're looking towards is keeping all 3 of these weapons alive and having them into fruition in the next round. And Eternal Fire, they're not going to give you that. They're not going to give it an inch to play with. They want to guarantee this round, Vince, and equalize the scoreline 3 apiece to give their own money some relief as well.
I think it's going to be a delayed, prolonged save, and you understand why. Nuke, at the best of times, can be a very tough nut to crack, but especially considering the lack of smokes and mollies and really anything at their disposal, and 2 players going down in the blink of an eye. This is the importance of Eternal Fire, getting that aggression outside. Now, the thing is, will Xantares be able to rinse and repeat that kind of aggression? Perhaps not, but it's at least going to be in the back of Falcon's mind now. When is he going to show up again? Or perhaps not Xantares. Maybe they send Wakadia or Kalix there to go and do the dirty work instead.
And it's that extra element, right? Keeping them guessing a little bit more, because you condition them to not only be worried of him playing passively towards the garage, but also, like you say, going for those far more aggressive plays. Keeps you guessing a little bit more, makes it harder to just take command of outside. With a free weapon save, they're able to piece together the buy going into the 7th. Mach 10 on Snappy. Boros with just the deagle. He's a bit of a mean man with this hand cannon. He's first in to give the boost so they can fight towards outside. Oh, peek towards Squeaky, though, doesn't work well. As Major falls, Magisk opens it up.
Complete flip of that previous round, and we'll have the repercussions show themselves as Eternal Fire already opting to get aggressive outside. Xantares peeks into Boros, and you mentioned he's quite the beast with the deagle, and he shows firsthand that those few pistol kills they got in the very first, they weren't flukes. This guy is the real deal with those pistols.
He's a demon on the deagle, Vince. 50 caliber bullets of pain. And the rest of the team there to support as well. Woxic, he was playing close, but backs off to get himself into a better position. He can break the smoke. Looks for the peak. No joy. Goes a little bit shallow. Meanwhile, they're going in for the fast play towards the A site. He scales up towards heaven. At the back of the bomb site, Wacardia tries to make the moves with the M4. Straight through the smoke, he's slain. As Boros has picked up another one, Vince. And the round goes down with it. Falcons should have this one in the bag now. A 4th off the back of the plant.
Yeah, best case really for Calyx is to hold on to the AUG. $1,600 to his name before the end of this round. Not much to play with, really. Everyone else should be okay. Up, down, as you can see there in heaven. May have been thinking of going and trying retrieving that weapon, but it would have made him very vulnerable in the process. So he's pulled the plug, he's gone back into garage instead. But this round is the way of Falcons, absolutely. And Boros there, 2 huge kills. That first deke onto Xantares outside, the difference maker. If Xantares shuts down outside, he can focus attention down Secret, or he can go back onto Squeaky again. Very, very important kill. And it's good to see as well, because, again, there's a lot of criticisms and speculation about Boros and his future in this team. I think him having performances like this is going to do the world of good to his confidence, but also to Falcons overall, because he is a very mechanically gifted player.
He is, man. That's why everyone sort of had him on the radar, you know? He sort of popped up, as most of the Endpoint alumni do. They get an opportunity to prove themselves. They have kind of a run towards the RMRs, a few events here and there. Always dropping big stats, always looking so confident on the server for, again, such a young player, right? Now he's in a position where you're playing with Falcons, Vince. It's a lot of pressure on your shoulders. He's been showing up in the 3rd map of series when we've seen him in best of 3s, but obviously you've got to have that more consistently. That's the key. Here, 9 frags to his name, top fragging on the server. It's not looking too bad for Boros. His opening duels for Falcons have helped them out a lot. Xantares, though, back towards outside. He's not going to want the same situation to happen again. This time, it gets awkward, Vince. Love tap from Sampaius on the Boros.
Yeah, one of the kind of situations where Boros will be like, no worries. He did kind of peek in front of the shot, and it wasn't an easy one to land either. But an unorthodox peek from the blue boxes. It does mean, though, that no real damage inflicted across to Eternal Fire. Not the same can be said for Boros. He's now in headshot range of those A1Ss and the AUGs at 63 HP. Now the smoke wall a bit delayed is coming in. Molotov tossed in as well. Gonna get extinguished instantly. Sampaius up on red. Oh, the flick is off. Those are the kind of shots he can't miss. And they're gonna get so punished off the back of this one as well. Xantares gets a second.
You let Xantares continuously take fights, things are going to fall to pieces. They got into the A site, but they've got to rotate off quickly. Drop down through the vent and attempt to recover the round. 34 seconds on the clock as Madden punches in the digits. It's going to be a 4-on-2 retake here, Vince. 2 of them stationed towards the ramp already. And Woxic's looking in. Meanwhile, Magisk's being toyed with towards the vents. So you've got info, at least on the location of one. Madden right on the cusp, the precipice of pushing his way up the ramp and hits the head of Xantares.
And Calyx, who was weakened by Magisk, has now been finished off, but Woxic does bounce back, putting all that pressure on the very capable shoulders of Magisk. You will need to make a couple of these players disappear as fast as possible. Smoke in his eyes, though. That's going to delay this. There's no chance.
Down towards the B bomb site, and it was Xantares that was really the spearhead, just commanding respect towards outside. 2 opportunities where we see him in a position where he should fall, Vince, to the AWP of Falcons, and somehow cheats death twice.
Back and forth rounds You're seeing the impact of missing that shot as Zantares outside. He got 2 kills off the back of it, a 2-on-4. And Sunpius, you know, you're talking about the whole Woxic versus Sunpius situation where Sunpius typically a more consistent AWPer. Woxic blows hot and cold. Maybe has some more extreme highs, but some definitely more extreme lows. So those are the kind of shots that you expect the Spanish AWPer to be connecting. However, he's going to have plenty more opportunities. Still early days in this best of one. Of course, a 1-on-1 matchup. Winner of this will be into the 2-1 series, the best of 3s. Smoke deployed down on Squeaky. Going to be stalling the T's just a little bit longer.
Everyone grouped up inside of lobby for now. Utility in the back pockets. Major waiting up on top. Can get the resmoke off as well, so timing on this is going to be pretty dangerous here. Molotov's lined up on the skylight, but they run in through the door. Can't quite clear their angles, and Zantares again decimates on contact with 2. Vince, the whole round has gone up in a puff of smoke.
Yeah, it really has just been burnt down and singed to the ground almost instantly. Falcons, when they're getting their success outside, it's pretty brisk in their favor, but Eternal Fire, when it comes to these A hits and these lobby crunches, they are shutting it down with authority. I'm quite surprised as well, Jackie, that we haven't really seen any proper ramp push as of yet. Maybe that's going to be coming in sooner rather than later. Perhaps telegraphed at this stage, but we've seen them toy with outside, we've seen them toy with A, ramp not so much.
Yeah, I think the one time we saw him really kind of investigate, right, was the opening round on the pistol.
Yeah.
And other than that, hasn't really been worth their time. We'll see what they switch up. Zantares, if the question mark was coming into this, Vince, saying at the minute, he's having a bit of an off event. He's towards the lower echelons of the scoreboard into this game already. He's showing that he can turn that around. And there isn't much of a better time to do it, right? A 1-1 series at an RMR, Vince, if you can splash the cold water on your face and remember who you are, it's the perfect time to do it.
I mean, interestingly enough, both of these teams played their opening game on Nuke in this very RMR. Sorry, the second game, I should say, where they ended up going against G2 and FaZe respectively. Eternal Fire lost 16-13 against G2 on Nuke, and Falcons lost 13-7 against FaZe on Nuke. Both, obviously, very respectable teams, of course, and we can actually see those two play each other later in the best of 3, which has all the makings of a complete banger. But it goes to show that they've had a couple of issues on this map. Looking more into the stats, it seemed more on the CT side that they actually struggled. So it kind of paints a picture as to saying that Eternal Fire, you expect maybe more power when they do switch back onto that T side. So Falcons may feel pressured to try and do as much as possible in terms of success here going through into the latter couple of rounds.
Is that going to be the case here then? Same old story towards outside. Smokes go up. Early Molotov to block off the timing in case it's a fast push towards Secret. Zantares up to his old tricks, calls in for the nade from his teammate, breaks the smoke, pre-fire spam going across. They're starting to get peppered. Woxic, he's been the barber in this situation. Vince giving out free haircuts, but no short back and sides this time. It'll instead be Zantares that gets the opening pick, and they bombard their way down into the crosshair of Bucharest, waiting for contact, but loses out after 1.
That's a really nicely placed Molotov, though. It's done a lot of damage to these oncoming Ts. Entry is good from Magus, but there is the man again, the turret of Zantares. Spitting bullets. And sealing the round up onto Snappy as well. Yeah, if you were thinking Zantares was having a bit of a downward trend in terms of his performances, this map is a quick slap to the face to remind you that the guy is revered for a reason.
Well, his nickname used to be Lantares, right? All the time, that was what you heard, because he could do absurd things with an AK in his hands. That T-side especially, it's kind of going back to the point you were mentioning, right? When he's got more room to feel like he can set the tempo of the game, Vince, he's a nightmare to play against. And right now, Falcons, they're feeling the brunt of that. Money's in the bin as well, so it's the Tech 9s that have been donned. Can they cause any turmoil with them? They blow off Squeaky, and Zantares, he's already in position, suspecting a potential fast A on this one.
Major holding out the Molotov, waiting for the push. Here come the flashes, and Molly's in as well. Everyone's blinded. No one can see a damn thing, but Zantares again is shifting through the frags. 3 quick fire kills for him, and Major secures the full house as Eternal Fire get a 7-4 lead. It wasn't a great buy from Falcons. We saw something different from them, but man, there were so many flashes being traded.
But they really just like white the whole time, Vince. It's like when you sat there kind of like 4 a.m., you open a Google page, just blind. But they fight through it. Sprays his way through anyone that came onto the bomb site. You can see the reactions as well, Vince. This is starting to get pretty tasty now, man, because you can see kind of how the emotions are kicking in, right? Falcons, for them especially, it's one of those where everyone's kind of touting how, for a roster that, of course, it had a lot of changes, a lot of things that you're kind of looking at and thinking it's not going to be as easy to translate that form that you had with the Ents core instantly into the new organization. Then you go into Katowice, have a huge run, people are starting to get their eyes back on you and saying, man, this team actually is the real deal. They're looking sick. This is a game that if it gets away from you, if it falls out and you go down into the 1-2 bracket, Vince, suddenly it's all very real. You kind of flash back to reality. Snappy there, the nail-biting indicating that human element of RMR Counter-Strike shining through. Round 12 goes live though, 7-4 currently.
Oh, Xantares in that early peek was anticipating that Silo could get peeked into as well. He had the right idea, but Boros had read the script. Dusts away Xantares before he can find main to retreat into. Arcadia in the meanwhile, in the smoke, hearing footsteps, and strikes like a coiled viper. Suddenly it's Eternal Fire that have the advantage in this round, and it's gone from better to even deadlier as far as Falcons are concerned. They get one back, but it's only Sunpius. He goes for the slow peek and gets punished down from the former Snappy. And Woxic doubles up to give an 8-4 lead to Eternal Fire come that second half.
Woxic with the scope attached for max precision. And a dominant half. Shrugs coming out from Snappy, Vince. The body language of the team, not looking fantastic. You think back to the first few rounds. We've got Boros with the cheesy grin. Everyone's kind of living their movie. The longer this has gone on, the more the names that were towards the bottom end of Eternal Fire over this event have quickly risen to fame. And they're looking strong. Can they keep it alive on a T side, though? And this second pistol, really worth its weight in gold.
Yeah, and the reason I mentioned about the T-sides being maybe a little bit more deadly when it comes to especially Eternal Fire is that against G2, they didn't win the pistol, they still got 5 rounds on their T-half, and the bulk of them were off the anti-eco into rifle rounds. So we know when they flip the script here, they get on the T-side, Eternal Fire, they're going to be a real problem to contend with. Even if they lose the pistol, they're still a problem in that second round. So I think that's maybe why Falcons showing a little bit of nerves coming into this one. Plus, you don't want to go down into the 1 and 2 bracket this early on. But let's see if Eternal Fire can get it done here in the pistol.
Ooh, instant Dink City. Population Madden. As Woxic slays with the Glock. Tara's inside of the hut as well, Vince. He's starting to get a bit antsy. He wants to go for the plays, but the CTs turn up with 2.
Snappy on the meanwhile, though, with those Julies, going to try and put them down range. Does a lot of damage to Calyx, but he's able to find some reprieve and sanctuary down on the vents. And Arcadia, in the meanwhile, going to be going in for that plant. So that's suddenly thrown a real wrench in the works here as far as Falcons are concerned. They felt pretty comfortable. Now they're going to be drawn out from Arcadia. There's a flank going around into ramp as well. That's going to be Calyx this time, but Boros, a very important kill. If Arcadia could have picked up one, that could have really put this one into a difficult round for Falcons. As it stands, though, Calyx at range, who was already low, gets finalized, and a comfortable defuse for Falcons. It does offer options for Eternal Fire, but so far so good for Falcons on their CT side.
It's one that alleviates some of the pressure that was on their shoulders. But you're not out of the woods, Vince. The bomb plant is going to give funds to Eternal Fire. And if they've got any sort of firepower, Mat 10, scouts, you best know they're going to use it to a very high skill level.
While Falcons coming through with the SMGs in the hands of Madden and Snappy. Lots of grenades being tossed outside. Not too much damage, though, onto anybody in particular. Woxic and Xantares get a bit chipped. But Arcadia has already made a move into hut. Madden's above him. The timing here, Jackie, could be so vitally important. Madden has no reason to move. He has other teammates able to watch Squeaky and also outside. As long as he holds that position, Arcadia should not be able to push through. However, when flashes and mollies are involved, that becomes a different story.
Just once those details get added in. Madden readjusted to smoke towards Squeaky. Meanwhile, the T's are postured round towards Ramp. Exchange of Molotovs. Fire on either side. Boros hoping they're going to push towards him. Begging them to push towards him, Vince. He loves playing on these angles with the M4, but they decide against it. Backing off and setting themselves up inside of lobby, gravitating towards the A play.
Major's just watching for this one. The smoke is cleared, but Santares once again. We mentioned on the T side he would be a real threat, a real nuisance, and so far, Calix is also having tons of impact. Santares may have keyed it up, but Calix comes through with the slam dunk on the Deke. St. Pius and Boris can do very little in this round. You can just say St. Pius now, as the Spaniard is watching, as all of his teammates around him have fell on the ground, dead and buried with this round and with their economy, and lightning has struck twice. Eternal Fire did this yesterday against G2, now they're breaking the economy in the hearts of Falcons.
Big detail as well. Calix had 2 frags over the course of the first half. He's finally got 2 more to add to that total, and both of them were round-winning deagle shots. It put them in this position, Vince, where they've got 9 on the board. It's a great time to get online. The impact there will matter an awful lot. Woxic, the only one to fall with the increased bomb radius, so he goes down. 3 players survive, keeping their weapons in fruition. And of course, for some Pyre, said 100 HP, so backs off towards CT and clutches onto the 1 gun. But that's all they get. A tiny prize, if you can even call it that.
Yeah, more of a consolation prize, a participation award, I suppose you could say.
Like Sports Day.
Exactly. Sending shockwaves down the collective spine of Falcons as they come into this round fully invested with Deagles, 5.7s, the aforementioned M4, no kits, and a distinct lack of grenades, Jackie. This is grim if you're on the CT side. You are hoping and praying that St. Pius can have some serious impact with this M4 outside.
Boris is walking up, going for the contact peek off his teammate's flashbang. That's sick. Hits the headshot instantly onto Major, completely white. No room to respond with the MAT 10. It's an opening frag. It's exactly what you want for Boros. But the response, Vince, the reaction is to start to creep their way forward outside. St. Pius, though, the hero M4 sings for only 1.
Spray from Woxic, but it's Wakadia that shuts down Snappy outside. It does give the advantage back into Eternal Fire's hands. It's a 3-on-3, which is going to spread the CTs out. But again, they don't maintain any possession of those rifles. It's just pistols. I say just pistols. They are outrageously powerful right now. But even with that being said, with 55 seconds left on the clock, Eternal Fire should be able to rummage themselves a path to success. However, Wakadia is low, and Falcons are on the prowl.
The round hangs in the balance. With time so tight, a single mistake can turn into a large landslide. Madden, with a flashbang, pops himself back in to go for another peek, seeing if he can deal damage with a 5-7, but he's blocked off. Molly removes his opportunity to strike again. Woxic moving in, but through the smoke, Boros chimes in with another deagle kill. Suddenly, you're the one with the advantage. It's a 3 versus 2, but they've got to clear up high, lying in wait on the elevated position. Ricardia strikes down, hammer to the head of Boros. And Magisk with a deagle puts it in a 1v1, Vince. Time to work with. Slips onto the back of the bomb site. Nades for days, though, and the Molotov makes it awkward. He's trying to edge on the side of it. Wanted to commit to the bomb plant, but no time to work with. It's slipping away from him. And he realizes he's got to force himself into a position to be peaked and then get the stick going. No need to fight into it. Runs round the corner. He might get the frag, but the round itself is gone.
Oh, you saw that big sigh from Magisk afterwards. The adrenaline surging, but I mentioned this at the start of the round, Jackie, no kits available on the side of Falcons. And that was a determining factor. If Magisk hasn't a kit there, he knows the last player is lobby or hut. Probably the call came through that there was some significant damage done. He probably just sticks it at that stage. So it made a huge amount of difference. Also, by the way, how many deagle kills has Boros got in this map? I
told you he's sick with the deagle, man.
15 frags, and it feels like almost all of them have been from the Deagle. Outrageous.
It's wild, honestly. He's just so good with a hand cannon. Like, you put him into a situation where he can just swing on someone and remove their head. He's going to do it, Vince. He's going to do it, but they need a whole lot more. 5 rounds down. Eternal Fire creeping closer to guaranteeing themselves another win in the RMR if they can find 3 rounds.
Wakadia making sure he doesn't get pinched from the back, can focus his attention outside instead. So those smokes gonna fade in the next few moments. Another one has been erected into main. But tread lightly, Eternal Fire, because there are Deagles in play again, and Magisk, who was anticipating a push up close, gets one, but that may not be good enough because he had the only rifle from that previous round. And now it's down to those Deags and those USP and P250s. And there's tons of time left here, Jackie, but they could be getting flanked from Secret. Does anyone realize this is a possibility? May not matter.
At this point, might have got away from them already. Snappy, late to the party. At the very least, he could play off the back of Boros. Potentially bait for him somewhat if they go together from main. The round itself is looking grim, Vince. Outnumbered, 4 versus 3. And in good positions, Boros peeks in. And it is night-night from Woxic.
Outnumbered, outgunned, but Sunpius is keeping a tiny thread alive. In terms of the round, it's already done. I think what they were looking for was exit frags and allowing the bomb to do most of the work for them, as they know the economy of Eternal Fire isn't exactly brimming to the full. But that's not going to be the case here. 3 players survive out of the round, but more importantly than that, 11-5 the score. And we mentioned that the T side for Eternal Fire can be very potent, very deadly. Falcons feeling that one firsthand.
And for Falcons, that pressure's really got to be getting to you at a time like this. Can they shake it off? Will the buy make a difference? Feels like one of the first few times you've actually seen them in a position where they can feel comfortable with the cash because of the way this second half has gone. And Sunpius was a big talking point back on the desk, right? We're kind of debating how good he's going to be with a scope in a game like this, Vince. And these are the rounds that matter an awful lot. You need your AWPer to step up now more than ever.
Yeah, he's been a bit absent, hasn't he? He hasn't had many opportunities with the AWP, to be fair. But definitely sticks to my mind that miss from Red Box when they were on the T side against Zentaras, who then went and got 3. But this is a chance to make amends. Falcons may be down, but they're not out just yet. This does feel like their last chance, though. They lose this round, they're broken. In more ways than one, I would imagine.
You need a very strong set of mental fortitude to buff this one out. Zentaras is just trying to toy with them, planting seeds of doubt in their mind towards ramp. Meanwhile, they reset themselves towards the A site, Vince. CTs need a big hold on this one.
Oh, Major's going through. He's going in for that clean entry. And he gets onto Mad and puts all the pressure on Magisk, who cannot pass. Oh, it's just systematic shutdown from Eternal Fire. Raising and pillaging the site once more. Sunpius with a consolation kill and nothing else. Because of their lack of economy, they'll be desperate to hold on to these 2 weapons, but that will put them at 7 match points to save.
The nuke now has Eternal Fire written all over it. The Turkish team back to their winning ways, Vince. It's going to be so hard for Falcons to find any sort of way to reset from this one and get themselves in the game now. It's almost feeling like a ticking time bomb, Vince. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when for Eternal Fire.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a flat performance from Falcons, hasn't it, really? I don't want to take anything away from Eternal Fire, though. These guys have truly been in flames this entire time. I mean, Zantara is fantastic in the first half, has kept that performance over. Woxic's been really solid as well. But Major, I mean, we mentioned before, he's always going to be chugging along. He's always going to be doing the dirty work. If he needs to go in for those entries and those wide swings, he's happy to do it. He did it in this very round, as he's seeing firsthand now from Madden's perspective. And that just opened up the floodgates. And the tsunami of T's came pouring through. And the rest is history. So, Jackie, quite simply put, Falcons, it's do or die. 7 rounds in a row, or you're in the 1 and 2 bracket.
Oh, and it's a cheeky maneuver. They're going for the fast play. They bombard out on the A bomb site. They want to finish it right here, right now. And with the opening 2 frags, Vince, they put themselves into a damn good position to do just that. Boros eats the HE. It's not a very healthy breakfast. Through the smoke, Snappy gets slain. And Falcons, their wings have been clipped. Eternal Fire are burning bright, Vince.
Yeah, Sunpius with it all to do in a 1-on-4. Is going to cut that by 25%, but his health, even at 100, is outshone by the 3 remaining Turks that he has to fight off against. And on top of that, as if that wasn't bad enough, there's a bomb as well, but Eternal Fire shut it down 13-5 and make it look so easy in the process.
They just run away with the game. The first half, the first couple of rounds, you're thinking, oh, this could be a pretty competitive back and forth sort of matchup, Vince. The longer it went on, the more it just looked like the Eternal Fire show. A team that's getting more and more eyes on them. They're looking more exciting every time we have them on a big stage. And showing up now at the RMR, oh, that's beautiful.
It seems like they've reached that kind of form at the perfect time, and now at 2-1, who's to say they don't go the distance?
Who's to say? Let's find out what everyone else thought about that one. It's got to be a shocker.
And Vince, I completely agree. Eternal Fire looking fantastic there against Falcons. Now it's time to break it all down. Was it off the back of that CT side? What were the guys doing so right?
I'm very impressed by how Eternal Fire bounced back at the beginning of this CT side. Eternal Fire kind of misplaying the pistol round a little bit. Falcons striving at the very beginning, 3-0. And then Xantares does what we hadn't seen so far, which is to be very aggressive outside, getting kills, multi-kills after multi-kills whenever they are trying to go towards that B-bomb side. I think Falcons maybe underused the fact that the rotations from the Eternal Fire weren't exactly that great, but I have to give it to Xantares. This was a very strong individual performance.
I very much agree with that sentiment. It's a classic bounce back coming in from Eternal Fire on that CT side. Very much agree with your analysis in terms of the Yard play as well. You could see Falcons constantly wanted to put up the wall, they wanted to use Secret, they wanted to get down there, but they weren't allowed to do it many times. Xantares was good at keeping it shut down. Voxic was helping him out in Yard a couple of times. And then I think, if I may allow myself to be a little bit critical of Snappy, I think he's a great caller, and I think he's been calling well for Falcons so far. He had to realize sooner that the inner bomb site was the weak point. They were winning a couple of inside pushes. I know this one is not going their way, but in general, every time they tried inside, it felt like they were closer winning the rounds or won the rounds compared to whenever they were trying secret. So it almost felt like to me that the Falcons were not really accepting the fact that Yard was shut down from Eternal Fire, and they had to adjust, they had to go somewhere else, and they didn't.
I can see why they got baited into it, because I got the sense that if Falcons were making it to the second bomb site, which if they could actually cross the secret, then the rotations from Eternal Fire weren't great. They got a little bit disjointed. Cadix sometimes was a bit in isolation. Nobody was really helping him. So I think Snappy probably got into his mind, wait a minute, if we can make it past, we're going to be fine. But then the work from Xantares and Voxic combined, it was almost like the IRS. Like it's a tax. It's 1 to 2 players every time you're trying to get down to secret. Then they revert back to the inside play the way you mentioned. But what happens is that now that Xantares isn't afraid of outside, you get some of these multi-kills where he's playing in mini. He's playing in the entrance of the bomb side because he doesn't have to work outside anymore, and then he can just help them. The A defense was a bit weak-ish, but because they had this surplus, this +1 Xantares with them, completely shut down.
And listen, it's very easy from the outside to see that and obscure that. Of course, for Snappy and Falcons on the server, as you said, it probably felt like they came so close a couple of times. I also do think the scoreline is a bit deceiving in a way, 13-5. The game in the first half was very close. There was a couple of clutch scenarios, 2v2s, 2v1s that could have gone the way of Falcons, but at the end of the day, Xantares and the boys, they made a stand firm right here, and once again took down the Falcons. That's the 3-0 in maps played against the Falcons in 2 weeks now. That's not bad.
Yeah, talking about that, Jacob, we mentioned in the pre-match, right, the result at Katowice, Eternal Fire came out on top, 2-0, and it was pretty dominant also in terms of scoreline per map. Was it a bit of a mistake here of Falcons to let Nuke come in here?
I don't really think, first of all, I don't think Nuke is a mistake from Falcons, because I think Snappy's pretty good on the map. Second, they've played already that map a bunch of times in officials, so they have a whole lot of data to work with internally. I will give you the argument that if you are Eternal Fire and you want to prepare Nuke against Falcons, you have tons of maps, tons of tape out there, but as this team and where they're at in their development, I don't think they have the deepest map pool right now. I just don't think they have many choices.
And Pimp, following on from that, we also mentioned with regards to that last result that perhaps Falcons could bounce back. They could be prepared because they took the L in that best-of-3 at Katowice. Why do you think that's not been the case here?
Well, I think it's not the case because Eternal Fire is the better playing team as of right now. I said it coming into the game as well. I feel like they play good Counter-Strike. They're a solid team. They're a solid unit right now. You have different players showing up. We talked about Vicadia right now, not in the best shape of his life. He's had a couple of rough maps.
Decent now.
Seven in a row, with a minus rating for that matter. Then Voxic is stepping up. Then Xantares is stepping up. There's so many playmakers within this team. If Calix is supposed to be your 4th best player within your team as well, you're pretty well-rounded in that regard. So I think EF right now, they've been together for quite some time, whereas for Falcons, a little bit more inconsistent. him. We didn't see Sunpay as Voxic won out that duel massively in this game as well. So too many things were just not going the way of Falcons, and too many things were going the way of EF.
Talking about Voxic, it is great to have seen his development over time in Eternal Fire, because this is a player, you know, that was touted at one point that could be up there with the best AWPs in the world, but then he kind of, I don't want to use the word fell off, it's an overused phrase, but he sort of faded slightly, and over time now, over the last year and a half, he's steadily been building his skill set again, finding his skill seeing. Guys, what do you think?
Oh, I think this was a very good map from Voxic. I still feel like the inconsistency is a bit of an issue if you're looking for deeper runs, but today we were given a good performance. We were given the good Voxic where he finds impact with the AWP as well. You know, you have to imagine his rifling is pretty decent. I'm not going to say he's incapable with the rifle, but this is the weapon I want to see him have impact with. And the positioning he's got in this map, not only always having this kill towards the outside, but also sometimes helping late round on A, that's the Voxic. Okay, let me put it this way. Had it been this Voxic against G2, EF win. The game is over. There's no conversation. This Voxic makes the game a non-starter. That's how I see it.
Jacob, do you agree?
I very much agree. I agree in your point about him fading away, him coming back now as well. As said, I think Counter-Strike 2 has done him well. I think him coming into a new game has found that new motivation. And I also think he realized that some of the attitude problems that he was vocal about himself and some of his ex-teammates were mentioning when they were playing with him, it seems to be not the case anymore. Seems to be a much more matured guy and a player that is showing that on the server as well. Lacks a bit of a consistency, but you can always build towards that.
Matthew, did you want to take a closer look at round 11?
Yeah, we can, because I feel like it encompasses
I think we have time, so it's
some
fine.
of the. Well, I mean, we will take the time.
We
We're
will
the
take
test.
the time.
We decide.
That's what we're
we
here
hold
for.
the whole broadcast hostage because we want to talk about it around. No,
Analysts stop
listen,
talking,
we
please.
talked a little bit about Zentares, his positioning, and how he got a little bit stubborn from Falcons. That's a great example here. That's a very fast A-side push, and the A defense isn't exactly great, but who is stepping out the smoke? It's Zentares coming out of Mini once again, and this is exactly the theme that we were talking about. The first line of defense, a little bit janky, not exactly too strong, but because you have this third CT that's striking straight out the smoke while the gunfight's happening, he's got the time of his life. We know how good he is at spraying, and he just mows them down. Triple kill from the Taurus.
Jacob, any final thoughts?
It must be nice having your yard player going inside and killing 3 guys.
That feels good, right?
Must be nice. So yeah, I think EF, they delivered more than I expected in this game. They looked really solid. As said, they've only lost to FaZe, Na'Vi, and to G2 so far the past month, you know, playing on LAN. So I think it's very legit what EF is doing right now.
Falcons 1 and 2 now.
Yeah.
It's elimination behind the door now.
Falcons now 1 and 2. They are at the door of elimination. On the other hand, Eternal Fire now 2-1. If they win one more, they'll be through to the Copenhagen Major. We're going to go for a short break now, everybody. And when we come back, we've got Fnatic versus AMKAL. Don't go anywhere.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displate. Swap them whenever you like. Hang your Displates in seconds. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at Displate.com.
Players are changing. Countries are changing. The game has changed.
Times it to perfection and simple.
It's Olaf who's on top of the box. He's got 3 and he's looking for a 4. That is incredible.
And Rain, he's stepped away.
The best tournament, the best bookmaker are the same.
Fnatic now are going to go and try and make their run here at the RMR, and they're now led by Body, whose last major appearance was a legend stage for 2019 Katowice, looking to try and get there once again with this new team. But How did you guys feel after qualifying? Because you had to go through a tough qualifier in order to do it.
You know, it's never easy to qualify through these online qualifiers, and even now that the qualifiers gets harder, since like kind of every good teams now get into these qualifiers more than they're already at the RMR. Like pretty much everyone is already in online qualifiers, so it's even harder now and it's even more focused. So we I've been to a boot camp after the winter break, like played a little week of practice to get back into it, and then got into like this qualifier, and yeah, I think we did well qualifying through the first one, then had some period to adapt for the closed, and yeah, I think we did great, to be honest.
But were you scared at any point of not making it through the closed qualifier? Was there ever a new level of pressure that came in?
No, we just need at some point some officials with the team. Like we didn't get a chance to play many. We came and like brought this team into life for Eliza, pretty much. Like had literally one practice on each map, and it was very tough like to get a good idea of what we could make since we didn't have any practice.
Yeah.
And now we just needed officials to come into the RMR. So not really scared though, like just wanted to find some feelings together.
And how is it for you now leading this team and the players you have and speaking English as well? You know, how does this all come together? Because I know your English has always been good, but you've primarily been playing in French teams the whole time.
Yeah, I've always been leading in French, always been communicating for maybe 8 years in French. Coming into like my first international experience with Falcons, I was co-IGL, not fully leading. So yeah, it was like hard at the start, not gonna lie. Took me maybe a month to adapt, and like being able to call how I wanted to call, and mid-round and like early round calls. So pretty happy with how it's going, not gonna lie. I think I adapted to like close to how I was leading in French. So yeah, it's been doing really great. Creams has been doing a good job as well to help me out with the calling and like making sure, yeah.
So he's the second voice for the team?
Yeah, he's the second voice in the team, and making sure that I get as ready for like this event, and my coach as well.
Now, your opening game is against BetBoom, and this is a team which on paper looks like they can be very deadly, very strong, but it's quite a wild card team as well. Would you put your teams kind of evenly matched, or would you favor yourselves, or how would you look at it?
I think we're like the worst seed of the tournament, like of the first group. I'm kind of happy with the matchup that we get. I think every game is to be taken really seriously anyway, so there's not like an easy matchup or anything. Like people really prepared for these games, right? So I'm not scared, to be honest. Not scared of any team. Quite like we come into this tournament knowing that every match is gonna be a rough one. Every match can be like going our way anyway. So I'm not underestimating anyone, nor BetBoom. They've been doing really good at some tournaments, so like I think they're tough opponents anyway.
Certainly no easy opponents here, that's for sure. Thank you very much, mate. Good luck going into the RMR. That's it, nice and easy.
Welcome back, everybody, to the PGL CS2 EU RMR. We're still on board with our 1-to-1 record teams. Now it's Fnatic versus AMKAL. Let's get straight into it. Romaniac and Salt and Vinegar. I want to set the scene here. My mind's telling me no, but my body is telling me yes.
Okay, okay. You can have that one. You can have it. We'll allow it. We'll allow once or twice a day.
Speak for yourself, man. I won't allow that shit. Don't worry about that.
I've got one fan and one hair. It's fine. All right, guys, let me get your initial thoughts, please, on this matchup.
I really like the interview we just got from Banks and Buddy as well, because it's one of the themes that we have to follow for Fnatic. You have this leader figure, right, who's just figuring out how the hell am I doing this in English. Like he was in the Falcons project, and he said he was co-IGLing, he was trying his hands a little bit at it, and it got complicated. And it is something, first of all, there's a lot of work to be put into a brand new project the way way they are, but also think about his ability to on the fly micromanage, to lead situations when he's still maybe finding words here and there. So I think it's a very tough challenge for Buddy. He showed us two completely different faces throughout this event so far. I just wanted to show you the contrast, but I do think he's got a very long journey ahead of him, and it's not the easiest position to be in.
100% agree. Not only for Buddy, but for Fnatic as a whole, for Fnatic as an organization. We're speaking about a team that, historically speaking, have been up there with the very best in the world. When you take a look through their world ranking, when you take a look through where they've been throughout the years, a lot of people perhaps right now would look at Fnatic thinking, that must be one of the favorites to make it into the major. That must be one of the big dogs. That isn't exactly the point, right? Old people, because if you look at their world ranking, if you take a look at where they've been in 2020, 21, etc., you can see they've been all the way to the top. It's been one of the best teams out there. It's been a historical organization, but as of late, in particular, you see the end of the graph right here. It's just been a straight dip down to the bottom. It almost looks like a Bitcoin graph right here. Well, almost.
But right now, it's getting a little better.
That's true. It's getting a bit better. So it is for Fnatic. But that's why I want to set the conversation right now. We got to manage our expectations. Currently ranked number 36 in the world, according to excl TV, which is not great for a team like Fnatic and not one of the favorites to make it into the major. It's a work in progress for Buddy. It's a work in progress for Fnatic.
It's a real project here. There are so many moving parts. I mean, if we look at their player spread, we've got Buddy and Afro. They've got some experience together. But then we've got Crims, a Swedish legend. Then we've got QB and Mattis. Like, how do we bring these parts together and make them a well-oiled machine?
Well, it's very complicated. I don't know much about Mattis and QB. I think we're all sort of learning and figuring out who they are. I do think Crims' voice is very important, and it was good to hear from the content piece as well that he's helping out, preparing the games, because he outweighs everybody on the server in terms of experience by a very strong margin. You talk about Afro, I would argue he's still relatively fresh at the top level. He dipped his toes a little bit, but there is more to be discovered for him. So for the new guys, I think it can be rough at times when your team is still figuring out, okay, what kind of Counter-Strike are we going to play? And then at the same time, they have to adapt to the very top level. So it is going to be complicated. I do think, though, AMKAL is a pretty fair and good matchup to be put against in the 1-1 category.
It's a matchup where they can have realistic expectations of winning. We saw AMKAL play against NIP yesterday in a fun game, in a long game, in a game that had a lot of different facets to it.
You like that game?
Nah, no, not at all. We also did see AMKAL qualify to the stage, right, by taking down the likes of Astralis. So they have shown that the potential within this team is high. It's players that we heard about before in Forrester, Nickelback, Krat. Those are some of the more well-known names. And then you got Icy, who currently is the highest ranked player in the past 3 months, who have shown a couple of times on the server that he has what it takes in order to, I wouldn't necessarily say dictate the game, but maybe be the difference maker on the server. So I wouldn't count AMKAL out of this one, but I agree with you. Fnatic, on paper, favorites.
Maniac, what are the different makers for you for AMKAL? What do they need to do against Fnatic?
Well, listen, we end up on Overpass, and it's kind of a gift for AMKAL. If you think about how many rounds they've played.
They've played
a billion round already. So you've had all the privilege of making all the mistakes you can. Hopefully you figured out a couple of situations, and if their debrief has been effective, they should be able to sort of clean these out. I like that you mentioned Icy. I think his passive defensive play with the AWP was pretty good. When he was out there, a couple of mistakes here and there, but I think it's time for me to shut up and get into the game.
Yeah, I would love to hear more from both of you. Quick predictions, please, before I throw it to our casters.
Fnatic.
All right, Jackie and Vince, over to you.
Right then, this is such a weird matchup. AMKAL, they don't play Overpass, Vince, but they played a lot of it yesterday. They always float it in the veto, and it popped up. And we're back on it again with them taking on Fnatic, mate. This is going to be a bit of a hurricane game.
I think it will be, and a lot of people watching that game yesterday were scratching their heads like, this is the scrappiest Counter-Strike I've ever seen. So
they don't play it.
I really have no idea what to expect, but maybe they've gone back to the drawing board. They're going to learn very quickly and assimilate this into their map pool as Krat goes in for the first, and they are spilling out onto this A side. Already 2 casualties. Matty's going to try his best to repel this push, but Krat says no with that clock, shuts it down for a 2-on-4 retake.
Okay, scrappy pistol round there, but an advantage in the hands of AMKAL. As they set up on the angles, QB looking for the retake out towards bank, but Krad cashes in another kill, and Crims gets wiped away by Icy. Now, Icy, Vince, is an interesting prospect for this team. He's one of those where it's a weird kind of performance from him. He either absolutely pops off, or he just doesn't turn up. Yesterday, we had him missing some really easy AWP shots, but then finding the free Ks. Hates the easy ones, loves the hard ones.
Yeah, and it felt as if on that first half, it took him quite a while to get warmed up. It was the CT side that we were casting where he really did pop off and land a whole bunch of AWP shots. So they'll be hoping that's not the case here. Obviously, being on the T side, don't necessarily need the AWP necessarily. You can run and gun it, especially in CS2, and especially in this round in particular. 2 MAC-10s going to be ripping through with these Glils and AKs. And although they're moving on to the stack side, that's a beautiful double tap from Forrester onto Matties. Because he gets that first kill, it's going to give him a pretty good idea with a USP shot that just grazed his shoulder that this is a stacked bomb site. And that may afford AMKAL the luxury of looking elsewhere, and that's exactly what Nickelback's going for. MAC-10 out in the front, allowing himself to be the canary down the mine shaft, look for some players, and then get that plant down and convert into the 2-0. Another player I'd like to highlight as well from this AMKAL team was Travis. He started very slow, but man, when he came alive, he was getting 3 and 4Ks left and right yesterday.
He was a big backbone for the team. You know, that opening game that we saw from them, Vince, he was a huge part of their sort of success, really, in the rounds they were able to win. So you'd hope that Travis can show up again. Forrester just lurking outside towards the monster pipe, seeing if he can sniff his way into any more ecos. A couple frags here and there if possible. They shoot at the toes and do take him down, but it's only the one casualty, Vince. So not the worst equation in the world. Recovered Galil won't do too much for Fnatic.
Bolsters their buy into the next round a little bit, but I'm not even sold on the idea of them keeping this with Travis so close. And when there's no Kevlar in play, that MAC-10, a real pain, a real nuisance. They're trying to close the noose from 2 separate angles, giving their position away now. And here comes Travis. He's going to be looking for those kills. There's the first one. That's the Galil that drops down. They try and get a second one. Afro picks it up. But he will be able to survive. He will be able to save this one. So they at least get a rifle out of it, considering they had just USPs and they just went for a stack, a kill, a Galil. Not too bad.
You get something. You get something at least. So they take that through to the next. And it was a cool point that they had brought up on the desk as well, the polarizing IGL stats of Body, a player that at times, you don't really expect him to have these huge performances. You expect him to kind of be middle of the pack, obviously being the puppet master behind the team. But in the game they won, he showed up massively. The game they lost, he wasn't really on the server. Afro, another player that went nuclear, Vince, with the AWP. He was really good on that opening Anubis game in terms of opening up the rounds. A great entry for them. And you want to see Afro come into his own. CT side overpass is kind of a bit of an AWPer's paradise if you can find your confidence and find the money to afford it.
Well, this is the very map, if we cast our minds back to Shiro, when he really emerged. This is a map he was phenomenal on with the AWP on the CT side with those Gambit youngsters. Matty's obliterated from the HE. Horrible start if you are Fnatic. Ooh, QB took tons of damage through that smoke as well. Afro's going to get aggressive. Out into the Lion's Den. There's multiple players here. He's going to be a dead man. That seems like a desperation play to me because you've hemorrhage kills elsewhere. And our Body is going to be between multiple players of his own. Nice double frag comes in for him. And he lands a triple headshot. It's not enough to dispatch of Travis, but he's given his team a chance.
It's one of those, Vince. You see him hit the dink. You're thinking the second bullet will land and he'll clean up with 3 frags. Instead, it's 38 seconds on the clock in a 3 versus 2. The mist smoke round towards the van, potentially giving an opportunity for Fnatic to fight back. QB lining up the nade, wants to drop that down on the head of the planter, but it's small amounts of damage. A little bit of shrapnel.
QB on 32 though. 1 bullet lands on him, he's a goner. They're setting up more for exit frags at this stage. I don't think they can fully commit to this, can they? They've got no kits between these 2 players. They've got no grenades. This seems like madness. The Crims is going to show that maybe he's saying, after all, Forrester stuck on the site, and now they realize they have to pull the plug. Even if they were able to pave the way with the blood of the T's, it doesn't make a great deal of difference. And Forrester going to try and shut them down. The bomb may finish off QB. I think he's going to be safe, though, on that 32 HP. It's going to be close, picks up the kit and the smoke from the corpse of his teammate, and they're good to escape. Travis on 11 HP, but AMKAL have strung together 3 rounds. And this is my big question, Jackie, and my concern if I'm a Fnatic fan right now.
Yeah.
Body went absolutely huge on Anubis. He carried them to the win, basically single-handedly. Second game, doesn't show up, doesn't perform, doesn't frag. No one was there to pick up the slack. Do Fnatic have that another player that can really pick up the slack and run forward with this in this team? Because when you considering how good a lot of these rosters are in this RMR, you can't be expecting your IGL to carry the flag, carry the torch, carry the rest of the players on his back. That's unreasonable.
And it's kind of deeper than that as well, Vince, because from the games we saw in the qualification process to even the games we've seen here, although it's a small sample size, you see that when Body's playing well individually, it's almost like the confidence for the team overall in the calls that he makes, the way that he manages them is better. When he struggles, he doesn't go for as many risks. And in CS2, at this point, man, it feels like the risk versus reward. You've got to have that confidence. You've got to go for some of those more aggressive plays. And the two names that would stick out to me really would be Matty's in one of those situations. He needs to come alive. He actually is a bit of a demon on the sticks, Vince, when he's feeling himself. And then it would be Afro. Afro with the AWP especially. Get him going. CT sides. But like we said before, you need the money. And the paper's not there. There's no green to work with. Sky's lit up by Hey Cheese, though, but no joy. No opening frag from the detonation this time for the T side.
And I guess that's where some of the inexperience and the fact that Afro is still young into this game could be a problem. Icy is dusting them off left and right. Yes, it was a lack of purchase coming into this round, but it's more of the same. Confidence of AMKAL building incredibly quickly. It may have been a scrappy head scratcher yesterday, but so far these T rounds have been looking pretty sharp.
It's 2 versus 3. Just under 60 seconds on the timer. When they rotated back round, setting themselves up with their eyes on the A site late. Body back towards CT. Starts his rotation. QB now shifting to join him up through the depths of CT. Icy, 26 HP, going in as the first contact, Vince, with the backup of Nickelback. There's a little bit of utility to work with for either side. Dribs and drabs. The T's can at least zone out some of these angles and put themselves into a position to make the play. Body reveals his card, the tap that does not land to deny the plant.
It hasn't even stalled the plant either. They went straight for a beautiful shot from Body, but now he's all alone. Has to try and pull this clutch off one. Oh, Krad, though, from the side is going to strike. A nice attempt, a valiant effort from Body, but again, he's all alone. Again, he has to do it by himself.
Thing is, though, if it's a kind of Katy Perry type situation, Vince, of is he going to be hot or cold? At the minute, he's looking pretty warm. Like, that was a round where I'm thinking, okay, I mean, he gets the first 2 frags. Who's to say he can't just pick up the clutch? Like, his shots have actually been on point, so it bodes well. But like you say, it's not the Body show, is it? He needs some backup. He needs someone else. And this might be the change. At least for the first time, Afro dons the scope.
And we go for the boost as well. Matty's took grenade damage earlier on in a similar position. This time it's going to work out. Forrester plucked. One of the first times I can think of in this game where Fnatic have got the opening pick and it's been clean. So maybe this is the turnaround they've been looking for. Replenishing the smoke in Monster. It's going to get naded out and Krad may go in for this peak. Or maybe goes just before the grenade. QB in the meanwhile though is playing anti-flash. They nade off Matty's, but QB's in the perfect moment here to try and lock this one down. The flash comes in, but it's too late. QB gets 2.
Crim's even chiming in with one towards short as Travis gets denied entry this time. And for the first time, Fnatic pass with flying colors, at least on the initial push. And AMKAL, realizing that the ship has sailed, send Icy on a bit of a fun run, Vince, a marathon the whole way around the map. AK in his hands, money pretty much in the bin as well, so holding on to the Kalashnikov, probably the best case scenario off the back of this one.
Yeah, and he is the player with the worst funds on the team as well. If this save is afforded, they'll be able to buy again into the next round. Won't be ideal, won't be fantastic, but they'll have some bits to play with. But good news on the side of Fnatic. They finally get themselves a CT round. Was pretty convincing, pretty good, and solid overall. QB up to 6 now. Afro wasn't called upon to use that AWP, but still maintaining a bulk of their utility. And that all adds up. That's all extra pennies and cents and dollars. So finally some success, something to get excited for on the CT side. But AMKAL, they'll be assessing their options here. There was a couple of flashes that were maybe a millisecond or 2 off that allowed QB to open up and get that double spray down. If that came a second earlier, I think actually that could have gone a very different way.
Fnatic reserved as well in the celebration. Couple fist bumps. You passed the first test, but obviously there's a lot more to go before you start to see them smiling and feeling like they're out of the woods on this one. Good to see QB getting activated early as well. You know, you think about him actually starting to get into a position to play the game a bit more, Vince, take some fights. Maybe that's the piece that falls in line for Fnatic. 3 rounds down at the minute, though, as the 6th goes live. Bit of a cheeky boost being set up here. It seemed like they wanted to go for the information round towards Connector. Meanwhile, same can be said out towards Fountain, peering in towards Toilets as the T's get a read on where the map control is for the CT side.
And AMKAL don't go in for the buy. They're being a lot more conservative and careful on this one. I respect it. Allow IC to see what he can do in this one with the AK, the hero AK, and then the 4 combine to the next one if they're unsuccessful. Oh, that's going to be a shot that does draw Body away. Now, Body will be very aware of the fact that if they're trying to bait him out for this mid-push, which is exactly what was happening, it could have been a problem, but because he had backup in the form of Afro and also downstairs with Matties, it doesn't end up costing him too much. Afro's missed a shot there, and he may get wide swung from Icy if he's not careful, but there's Crims. The bodyguard in effect across the board. Solid teamwork, good crossfires, and Fnatic get it done without any loss of life.
Everyone had their 6 covered. And most importantly, right, it's a clean round, flawless in terms of not being forced to rebuy, crack open the wallet another time and spend some more money. So you're starting to at least get yourself into a bit of a better position on that CT side. Have the nades that you need and keep the weapons in fruition. We go live again, 2 rounds away from Fnatic being able to bridge the gap of AMKAL's early dominance here onto the map. Body switching it up as well, a little bit more aggressive in terms of the initial utility set with the deep HE and the spam that almost removes Forrester from the round instantly, Vince.
And he's been one of their more aggressive components, so that's going to put him on the back foot. They're going to switch across the weapons, make sure that Forrester on that P250, allowing Icy, who of course went for the save, and so his money's always been slightly behind, a lap behind the rest of the team, can now catch back up again. But that won't be too much of a problem as long as they can get the opening pick. These last couple rounds have gone away from them. Afro still in the bathrooms, this time alongside Body, but they have been Molotov'd off, taking long control as well alongside it. So AMKAL are making these little micro adjustments to allow them a little bit more real estate, but they haven't really cracked into the core of the map just yet. And there's only 55 seconds left, which seems like a lot. But when you consider how much utility there is from the CTs, that could be a problem. Body missing out on his opportunity, but there's a Molotov forcing them away. Body gets counter-flashed, and now this is going to put a lot more pressure on Afro and Crims to really pick up the slack.
Hot flash around the corner, Body blind but still spamming. Jumps back in for a rephase but loses his lips. Afro strikes on Travis, but we've quite quickly fallen into a 3 versus 3. Gonna have to wield the AWP like a shot. He misses on a backstab, Vince, as Krad claims his life with a Galil, and there's 20 seconds left to fix this round.
Not an easy shot by any stretch of the imagination, but expect a lot of AWPers to go for the no-scope in those situations. Completely caught by surprise. Matties and QB now with 10 seconds. 1 kill could be good enough to just isolate this away, but Matties sprays down, gets the 2, recovers in time. And time of the essence, forcing Forrester for the save with the AWP, meaning that Fnatic have strung together the last 3 rounds.
Fnatic's economy had finally built into a position where 3 casualties is fixable. It's manageable. The real commodity was the round, Vince. And that's claimed by Fnatic.
But even some of these Fnatic successes, Jackie, you're kind of wincing and you're grimacing and you're like, oh, yeah, it's nearly going away from them. Like that Afro moment in bathrooms, that could have definitely turned in favor of AMKAL. We're going in for the classic boost here. AWP trained to heaven. Not really a position we've seen Fnatic utilizing as of yet, and so it's going to be for naught. But at least Icy does have the saved AWP that Forrester took out of the previous round, so they do have a bit of firepower to play with.
What's worrying though, Vince, is Icy's success on the AWP tends to come from playing passive, defensive angles, when he can operate like a turret on CT side. When he's forced to play aggressive with a weapon, it doesn't feel like it's in his wheelhouse. It feels like it's not the sort of style he likes running. So T-side AWPing on overpass, has he got the chops for it?
Well, we saw that yesterday on Nuke, right, against Enterprise, I believe it was, where his T-side was pretty slow, but he ended up with 16 and 11 with 1.12 rating, only bested by Friend, who's the other AWPer on Enterprise. On that CT side, he was landing 2 or 3 frags almost every single round, whether he was playing ramp or whether he was playing outside. This is a very different playground altogether, and as you highlighted, typically favors the CT side. They're looking for another one of those boosts. Nothing forthcoming. Afro definitely spotted multiple players with that jump peak. And our body needs to make sure he stays alive on long. If he falls, that's going to put a lot more pressure on Afro. It was a bit of a labored spray, but he finally gets it done. And now the two of them have been joined by Crims. And this should be a foregone conclusion, Jackie. If Fnatic lose from this point, it would be nothing short of a disaster.
Should be mop and bucket level cleanup for Fnatic. And obviously, Icy having the weapon, he didn't want to offer himself up in any sort of aggressive manner. Didn't want to try and be the tool to open up a bomb site in case he falls and the weapon can't be brought into the next. So again, it will just be a save. Clutches onto it. So they could be utilized in the next round. But the buffer that they had, Vince, is gone. We're now tied up 4 rounds a pop. As the duck is clearly a bit of a good omen for Fnatic. The mouse mat, not so much.
I mean, the duck looks a bit scuffed as well, to be fair. It's gone through a bit of wear and tear.
Maybe Matty's just has like really sentimental value to both of them.
Yeah.
You know? And that's fair enough.
You know, at the end of the day, it's about comfort, isn't it? Like, if you're comfortable there and it gives you that extra bit of confidence, then why the hell not, man? You do you, Matty's.
Also, maybe give it a try. see how it feels with a new mouse mat, you know? Might feel crisp. It might be good.
Maybe that's the change they need, you know, that then Matty's is dropping 30s every round, and we're basically saying, okay, they found their star consistent player.
Like they make it to the major, Khan comes running out with a fresh mouse mat, whips it out, throws it on the table at the halftime pause. Is that Khan's theme music? He's got the mouse mat, it's orange, Vince.
Well, so far he's had a pretty decent game. Matty's individually, body on 9 kills. It's pretty evenly spread across the board on Fnatic. For AMKAL, certainly Krad has been leading the charge. A lot of those kills did come in the pistol round, though. I think he got 3 in the pistol. Body's aggression in connector for this round. We haven't really seen this just yet against rifles. We've seen it against pistols. HE in, and Travis instantly dispatches of body, and that is con control shifting firmly in favor of the T's.
The AMKAL scalpel that makes an incision for map control in this round. Forrester looking for more, as well as the assaults, gets gory with the Galil, and QB falls. So Fnatic now going to have to reel to get themselves back in this round, Vince. Outnumbered. And the push is coming towards A. Crims, the old school cool. He had some big rounds yesterday, but has to show up massively here.
He only had 1 bullet. Oh, no. That is a horrible misjudgment from Crims. You know, you were saying old school cool. That's the veterancy, that's the experience. You don't expect him to be caught with 1 bullet in the magazine.
Oh, Vince.
Now, it's not to say that if he had 20 in the mag, it would have made much of a difference as he was all alone.
Though.
But it definitely would have helped him. Yeah, and it wouldn't have been so awkward. Those are the kind of things, though, that can add up. Those can be big difference makers, because even if Crims got 1 or 2 kills, the economy of AMKAL is in no great shape. That in itself could have been a difference maker. Oh, I would actually kind of like to see a tactical timeout.
Yeah, that's really knocked me for 6. I didn't notice it, and now I'm on the floor, kind of just processing what I've seen, but...
He actually is on the floor, ladies and gentlemen, I can tell you that much.
I'm crouched. Wow, okay. Damn, you expected at least like 1 or 2, right? Like you say, do a little bit of damage towards the economy. It is what it is. Probably a round that you'd want to forget about. They do take the tactical pause, though. I mean, fair enough. You know, it's an important time to slow down the game, right? And kind of reset and make some adjustments, Vince.
Yeah, I'm kind of jesting that they would call it because of Crims being tilted, but actually I was meaning in terms of the overall picture of how this game is going, because we're in a fulcrum point. We're in a very important, intense moment in this game. Yes, Fnatic are behind. Yes, they're struggling, but they can still easily remedy this problem. Plus, in CS2, a lot of T-halves are getting a lot more success now. So even if you do end up behind on Overpass CT side, it's not the end of the world. But they got to make sure they at least fight for these last 2 or 3 rounds of the half, because it can make a big difference come that second half.
It's also crazy to me that we're living in a timeline where AMKAL, on the run-up to the RMRs, always float over past but don't play it officially once. We get to the RMRs, they play it once. We all know how that went. They won the game in the end, 22-20. And now again here, Vince, they're looking pretty strong on their T side of the map up against Fnatic. It's a weird timeline of events for AMKAL, for this to kind of be the way the Veto's going and how they're playing. A lot of kind of weird details in the overall series for this one, but their nade stacks have been on point. They've got the utility down to a T, as they've been rinsing Fnatic's B-site setup in a lot of these rounds.
The problem is, though, Jackie, they botched their Molotov on short, and so they weren't sure if short control was taken from the CT, so they've had to back away. Ideally, I think what they'd have liked to have done is try and take short control at the same time, or at least have been on that kind of page or that have that option available to them. But because that molly missed, they weren't sure if players had already pushed in, and so they've had to back away. They've done a lot of damage to body, but that's unconfirmed damage. They're not sure what the current situation is, and this is taking a lot of time for them to readjust and to start to get into bathrooms. Oh, that's a huge pick, though.
It's a nice opener. Forest has been good for causing some issues down towards Monster. This is another one of those rounds where he's had some success. Good timing on a Molotov, and the spam through does damage onto Travis. He's actually shut down by Krad as well, with an unfortunate bullet landing into the back of his teammate and putting them in a 4 versus 4. 35 seconds on the timer, Vince. They deviate from the fight towards A, go down through connector, and go back to where this round started, the B-site bombardment in the final 30.
Yeah, Molly's proceeding to push with a flashbang as well. Mattis needs to have a couple kills up his sleeve. You have to feel he's gone into a more deep passive angle, and now Body and Crims are shining, and they're shining too bright, blinding the oncoming Ts. Fnatic losing the first player in Monster, at that point take all 5 players down without losing a second. Very impressive recovery.
That's what happens when Crims has a full magazine, Vince. Holds back the wave on the B-bomb site. And they do find success. All right, so again, this is looking to kind of go the trend of what we've had over the course of pretty much nearly every game in this RMR, Vince. A good majority of our halves have finished at a 6-6 scoreline, literally neck and neck, with CS2 switched to MR12. It's been a very consistent trend, and again, this leads me to believe we're going to see something similar here.
Crims eyeing up the nade into the peak. Grenade comes through. QB did connect Afro with the AWP, but it's into the legs of Nickelback. And he'll be limping and crawling away, but they do get out of there without loss of life. Both teams taking a bit of damage. I love that setup, though. The grenade into the peak. That's a cool little change of pace.
No, that was really sick. There's a lot of teams now that have had the extra time to figure out lineups to break smokes for their teammates, but that was a beautifully executed one. And Mattis with a boost. Commanding respect. This time Forrester gets no success. He's been really good at instigating issues at the B-bomb site. Not today, though, Vince, as he falls an important round where you'd want him to force the CTs out as well. And Nickelback's low. Green around the gills with 13 HP, given the utility to play as the grenade man, whilst the rest of the team tries to take the fights. Matty's probably going to be first point of contact on this if they're going for the B play, Vids. Is he ready to mow them down with the AK?
The set play is coming through, 35 seconds left now. And Matty's, oh, he went for that wide swing, but no one's home. This is a ruse, it's a fake, it's misdirection. The problem is, though, Jackie, there's not much time, and they haven't dealt with bathrooms. I think Body's just been spotted, but as long as he survives, it draws away fire. Afro's got to hit these shots, though. There's one. It could be good enough. The second flick is on point, and now Nickelback, who is low on 13, may have survived the AWP barrage, but not Crims. Not the Swede, as he comes in and gives Fnatic a 6th. So since that tactical timeout, they've won the last 2.
Any of the bad memories, the bad omens, they are well in the past now. And it's AMKAL's turn to take a timeout, take a breather, and vocalize these issues, figure out what's going wrong. You can see the body language on some of them. Crims, meanwhile, just shrugging it off. He's been in these positions many, many times over the years, Vince. No stranger.
I just had a quick peek at the stats from yesterday's marathon between AMKAL and NIP on this very map of Overpass. AMKAL got 2 T rounds in regulation. They had 10 on CT side. So that paints a picture that their T side is the weak one, the CT side is a bit stronger. That may not bode well for Fnatic, but we'll have to see if that is a repeating occurrence today.
It's a bit of a worrying idea to have in the back of your minds. Early smoke goes down to block off Monster. So if AMKAL wanted to go for the quick pain train entry into the station, they'll at least be denied initially. They are going for a bit of a contact walk-in through the smoke though, and Nickelback flashed in by his teammates, looks for the entry. It's a dink Vince, but it's not good enough. Matty's denies with 2.
Beautiful. Low HP, but those 2 kills worth their weight in gold, and now it forces AMKAL back. It's not just the 2 frags, it stops the push. It wastes the utility that AMKAL invested to try and get on the site in the first place. They're going to go for the peak, and they do get a bit of success here, but QB returns fire, and a 1-for-1 trade in that situation, perfectly fine as far as Fnatic are concerned.
7-5. Looks like a very real possibility at this point. As AMKAL down to just 2 players, neither of them with any of the bells and whistles they'd want in a sort of round like this either. Krad looking in the muck, the murky waters, seeing if there's anything extra he can use, but not looking good, Vince. 40 seconds. Best possible attempt to just play off one another, go for a raw side take in the dying moments. It seems like it's the A play they want. That's where the Galil was, underneath the water. He couldn't spot it. It's all about the Tech 9 for him, Vince.
Tech 9 may be a blessing in disguise. We've seen some players do outrageous things with this pistol. 18 bullets of doom and misery, but it's Icy that gets 1 before Crims shuts it down, picking up his 10th of the half. And Fnatic, they managed to weather the storm. They picked 7 of the last 8 rounds up, and after that tactical timeout, it was all success for them.
7-5. It's a whole lot better than the way it looked like it was going, Vince. The first few rounds there on the CT side, it was really shaky. It did look worrying. The longer the game went on, though, the more they've started to kind of feel comfortable in their own skin today. Here at the EU RMR. It's good to see Matty's was waking up a lot more as well towards the tail end. He was one of those players that I kind of highlighted because online when we saw him through the qualification process, when he woke up, when he was able to sort of be that sleeping giant that could activate into a series, he does a whole lot for them. He's really strong on the rifles. In terms of his AK play as well, Vince, he's crisp. He was good for those entries. He was good to open up bomb sites. Very reliable. You'd hope that that's something we'll see now going into the T side, especially for any of the Fnatic fans out there.
Indeed, especially as this was 10 rounds strong. CT side very much last night against NIP. Yes, it's a different game. Yes, it's a different opposition. These are all factors that definitely come into it. But off a limited sample size, that's what we know about AMKAL. And the reason it's limited is because of the point that you highlighted at the start of this. Overpass not really a map that AMKAL have many reps on in terms of a roster. And it was a bit of a surprise. But I'll have to see what's in store. Against NIP, they did win both pistol rounds, by the way, and that's obviously a huge boon in MR12. So that's another caveat that we can put into place.
It does help. AMKAL were able to find that pistol round at least into this one. So you had a good start there. Can you claim another pistol? That's the question. A little bit longer on a halftime switch between this one, and then we'll obviously get things going again. That momentum can be quite a big part with the fact we haven't really had those extended breaks, Vince. People have been straight into the second half again and again. It's one of those, if you're having a rough game, can you instantly fix it? Or are you just thrown back into the ringer and forced to hope that you can sort it out on the server and speak with your actions? Game goes live now, though. Second half pistol coming up.
So a stat for you as well, Jackie, as we get into the second half. Top ADR performing player was Crims, 94.8 of his 10 kills coming into this. But that's all in the past, in the here and now. Fnatic on the T side going to be aggressing. Already AMKAL pushing Krad up into mid to get into connector, allowing a stack on the B side.
Oh, they wanted to go for the run boost. Mechanically, it goes a bit skew-if, though, and doesn't work out well. Krad, what's his mechanics looking like when it comes to punishing with the pistol? He's done some sticker work on that whiteout, Vince. He's playing around with the new mechanics, but it's down to his gun skill in a round like this. Minute and 20 seconds on the clock, and they're already up towards front toilets. Icy can pop flash in for Forrester, though, to refake this out towards long.
Oh, Forrester with 3! The flash was sublime, though, from Icy. They lined up for him. It couldn't have been a better lineup if they tried. And now Forrester, although low, can back away knowing he pretty much just secured his team the pistol.
Oh, that was despicable. Played to perfection, flashbang in from his teammate. And they were gone in a flash, Vince.
And that's the bomb as well, Jackie. It's stuck in such an awkward position. It's why they're hanging around and trying to set up crossfires. Icy going in for the jump peaks. Now knows that they've retrieved the bomb. 35 seconds left. If there's any way forward, it has to be an insta-headshot at this stage from Crims, who's going to be going out first into the firing squad. Icy took a bullet to the dome, but he's still on 2 HP, and now Crims all alone. Travis cleans them up. An exquisite flash from Icy, a 3K for Forrester, and that's the round done.
Just a smile and a thumbs up for the handiwork. But God, that's going to hurt, Vince. We get the replay of that one because it was sick. Everyone blind in the same angle. Easy adjustments with the mice. And it's a cleanup. 7-6 then, AMKAL. This is the pistol round that we were saying. They fought for last time. They were pretty damn good for it. So 2 in this opening best of 1 alone, Vince.
Yeah, that's a really important pistol round as well because of the CT prowess of setting up that economy early doors. Only 1 MP9 in play. Maybe anticipating that Fnatic would go in for a force buy here, even without a bomb plant. Not the case, but the superior weaponry really now should be shining as brightly as possible, and Icy's going to see that first point of contact. The jump peak, even a 360 spin, but Icy is putting this one down with authority. An ace with the MP9 and USP, and that's going to get things done very briskly indeed.
That's a moneymaker as well. Hey, he's big pimping off the back of that one, Vince. All the money you could physically want, and for the AWP of the team, that's the dream scenario, right? You farm up a whole load of frags on the MP9 and get the ace for style points.
That's a clean ace. Obviously against the eco, so can't get too carried away, but I bet Icy doesn't care. That's confidence. And we said before about he's a confidence-based player. He is a CT-sided AWPer. Well, that bodes very well for AMKAL. In the meanwhile, though, Fnatic, who are now drawed even at 7 apiece, have full assault rifles at their disposal, and we are going to see a boost coming in. Forrester now having a quick peek. No one's home.
At what point does this boost expire, though? That's the question. There's always kind of a half-life on it in terms of how long you can commit to this play. Tried to clear just outside of Monster as he jumps off. Audio cue will be given across. You'll have an idea of the sort of setup they went for, but it won't matter as they move off. In Connector, it's the triple threat. Flashbang over from QB as well, so they can go running on out Vince, but the spam's nice from Forrester. Good timing with the nade as well. Oh, it's awkward, but Body gets the entry.
He does, but they're so weak, so low. The Molly is going to tick away the life of Matties, but more entries are forthcoming. HE tossed in between all the players. Putting that into the back of the net, but so far it's just Fnatic that are scoring in this round. I'm not even sure that AMKAL feel convinced they can go in for this one in these current positions. That Molotov should kill Body. That's the difference of CS2. We could have got away with that in CSGO, but no longer the case. But Crips now in the perfect position, whiffs his spray. That allows AMKAL to get back into this now. The timer may be low, but the flashes are good, and QB is stuck between multiple positions. Stuck at the back of the site on 7 HP, and a leaping in the air crowd shuts him down, and with the kit, a successful clutch.
They bring themselves back into a round that looked like it had already expired. The flames burning bright for AMKAL on that one. And a frustrating round to lose, Vince. That's got to be a kick in the teeth for Fnatic, right? Oh, it's rough.
I mean, there was 2 or 3 moments where you think, right, this is where Fnatic close it. Crims watching Connector, this is where he closes it. He misses that spray. That affords, it's not just the fact that in terms of manpower, it goes back into favor of AMKAL, but now they've lost any presence on short, which puts way more pressure on the site. QB was then stuck in a horrible spot. Those small differences can be the win or lose condition of the round.
So punishing. Because of it, you can see the knock-on effect, right? Fnatic now just trying to piece together whatever they could physically afford. They've looked down the back of the sofa, found some Tech 9s. Ooh, QB nearly found an opportunity to backstab and at least get one with a Tech on deck towards short. The CT's back off, they reposition. Nickelback's going for the jump spot. Crims, he's heard this. Timing on a peak doesn't work out too well. They've got an idea where the CTs are, Vince. They flash in, they just try and rock up to the party and see if they can deal some damage with the pistols. But it's coming up pretty cleanly for the CT side.
The bouncers have rejected any entrance, and that is with their fists, just straight to the face of Fnatic, who are cartwheeled out of the round. That gives AMKAL the 2-round advantage at 9 and 7. Not sure what kind of a purchase may be coming up here. You can see Crims deep in thought, checking the notes. This is starting to get a little bit uncomfortable, and Fnatic know, again, this is where you have to try and put that previous round into the back of your mind. Like, that could have been our win, that could have been our condition to get into this half. They have the AKs at least. Let's see if they can make it work this time.
These are the kind of rounds where in Major Cycle Counter-Strike, in RMR Counter-Strike, you need to give it that extra sort of 20%, go above and beyond the usual output that you have, Vince. If there was a player going for the boost, they would have been absolutely obliterated. Instead, though, all that does is drain a lot of their resources with offensive utility on the side of Fnatic.
Forrester enjoying the fireworks show as 3 grenades detonate to his side, but don't affect him at all.
It's like January 1st.
Exactly. And there'll be plenty to celebrate for AMKAL if they can continue to get into winning ways here. A 10th round on the horizon potentially, as Icy getting aggressive out on bathrooms. Has the Sanctuary of Nickelback also alongside him with Crad. So they're buddying up here to make sure that any early confrontation through middle should favor them. The problem is, though, that they're hitting that kind of time in the round where they know that long is now becoming a bit of a problem. So they're going to just back away a little bit.
45 seconds on the clock. The up-close angle in play. Icy defensive with the orb, strikes first. Crad supports on the re-peek as QB gets domed. Laid out on the ground. Time now getting tight, Vince. 32 seconds. Crims with the flank. Pulls off the backstab on Crad. Nickelback trapped between 2 angles. Can't decide who to prioritize, but his teammates do the work for him. And it's all on Crims. 20 seconds. He's got the bomb, but you're vastly outnumbered.
Outnumbered, and now he's not sure with the smoke as to where these CTs even are anymore. Yeah, he has the right idea. He even landed a bullet or 2 onto Icy, but it's going to do nothing for his overall prospects of winning this round. So they cannot deny AMKAL a 10th round. They are undeniable at this point on this CT side. Yes, there can be another buy coming up, but they just don't seem to have the ability to crack through this defense. That is now 5 unanswered CT rounds for AMKAL.
It's the way they've won these rounds as well, Vince. Each and every one of them make you feel like you're being ripped out of the server, thrown back into the seat. And the change of the body language on both teams over the course of this series, you can just read it on their faces, how everyone's feeling, right? And it's also just like the energy, man. The difference of kind of Afro not really being as active or showing up as much into this map, Vince, compared to when we saw him back on Anubis with the opening game they played, how much difference it was in terms of them smiling, kind of like bouncing off each other. Fnatic looking like a team that were really thriving off the energy of each and every one of them in the room. Whereas now, it's not there. You kind of can't get your head into the right space, and obviously it doesn't help when you feel like we haven't got the guns to fight with. We're on T-side overpass as well, which can be a bit of a cruel mistress at the best of times. It doesn't bode well, but AMKAL, though, in a great position now in terms of their RMR run. 3 rounds away, and here's a change of pace. Body goes in quick through Monster.
Nice flick from Icy, though. Oh, a second one as well. And he's still alive, still kicking here with multiple teammates all around, and they stack 4 at the start of this round. The call is on point from AMKAL, and although kills came in from Afro, it shouldn't be too much more past this point, and Crad will make sure that that is a reality. Blinken, you would have missed that round. 11-7 now the score, and AMKAL, not only are they on point with their utility, their positioning, but the calls as well, to stack 4 players and your AWP on pillar. Perfect position at the perfect time.
Playing off each other really well. And for Fnatic, you know, you kind of feel like maybe you're getting towards the bottom of the book when you're looking at what sort of plays they can go for on their T-side, Vince. The fast tempo maneuver, body with a mat 10, just looking for a quick entry, hoping for the best. How do you pivot from that? How do you adjust from that? The early utility over towards Fountain side. It's a smoke up with a HE follow-up that softens up the opposition. Krad. Will he outstay his welcome? He wants to play on the close angle, Vince. Afro's pre-scoped, gets the frag.
It's a nice shot as well. Maybe not the angle he was anticipating. May have even been aiming more towards bathrooms, but adjusted it quickly. But the threats are still plentiful. Many hurdles to trip over, one of which is Travis. One kill, though, is all he can muster, and that could open up business on the B side. They have Nickelback watching the cross, needs this kill. Crims bests him, and a 2-on-4. Fnatic surely have got to win their first T round now.
They need to, but they've got to speak with their actions, not their words. QB. He tries to defend as he'll strike against Forrester and Icy. If he wanted to be the hero of the round, Vince, it'll have to be waiting for another day. He backs off for the save onto the AWP. Wants to prioritize the weapon, knowing they've got a big buffer of rounds. They can give this one away. They can give Fnatic an 8th on the board.
Of course, they would have wanted to have got this one done as fast as possible, but they'll feel confident and comfortable to know they still have a buffer of rounds to work with. They still have funds at their disposal. They can write this off as a fluke, as a blip on the radar. Fnatic will be gathering themselves their first round on the T side, and it has taken them 6, but they've broken the curse. They've lifted it, and now they'll be hoping to go from strength to strength. There is quite a lot of funds on a couple of players here, around $10,000, but the mid portion of this roster, around 4 to 5K. So the CT side economy, if Fnatic can rinse and repeat, it will begin to deplete a little bit, and that could be their way back in.
It's just about consistency more than anything now, right? Your room for error is very slim. You don't have a lot of a buffer to work with. It's one round and then AMKAL are sat on match point. Back towards the early aggression on Fountain side. Short is fought for as Forrester runs through his own smoke, but Afro puts the barrel in the belly and pulls the trigger with the entry. QB on the tap as well. Bye-bye, Travis.
Keyhole surgery shot, beautiful to watch. And Icy in the meanwhile, though, is going to make sure that this isn't uncontested. There will be some bloodshed in return. It could just be all for naught, though, a drop in the bucket, because the bulk of the damage has been done, and it will afford the luxury of Fnatic getting up close on the B side. Flashbang in for the peak. No one home. Nickelback can relay that information, but with a minute left on the clock, Jackie, Fnatic don't have to make any sudden movements. They can wait out a little bit longer and see if maybe AMKAL over-rotate, get a bit aggressive. Krad's trying to fake out the rotation, and that could be the go button. Fnatic may be baiting down on that push.
The nades go over the top, back towards Graffiti. It's just a splatter of blood as Krad is slain. Nickelback has his back broken, and Icy again is forced to save. Fnatic get themselves a 9th round. They're holding the Reaper back, Vince, with each and every one of these, but their T side does not have any space for a mistake.
That's precisely it. The pressure is certainly on. And let's take stock of the situation as well, Jackie. It's not just the RMR. This is a 1-1 matchup. Yeah. You win this, you are 2-1 already. You're in a very good spot. You go 1-2. Some of the teams we have down in that 1-2 bracket are looking very sharp indeed. This is a super important game for both teams, with best of 3s coming up after this. So you do not want to squander your opportunity to give yourself the best possible step towards the major. And Icy holds on to the AWP for one more shot. Oh. I think that probably saved Crims' life more than anything else, because that crosshair was on his head.
He was a dead man walking, Vince.
He was.
And it's terrifying as well, right? Because the setup you give there, it really does resonate with the fact that you think, for some of these players, Vince, you can see the stickers on their weapons. The brand value for Fnatic in Counter-Strike. It's the first CS2 Major, Vince. It's a whole new timeline, a new era of Counter-Strike. If you lose this game, the position you leave yourself in, your chance to bring yourself back from the gauntlet and make it to the Major, it's not going to be easy. It really isn't going to be easy. Winning this game gives you a springboard, Vince, where you're at least looking at best of 3s. And you can win best of 3s. That's what you're thinking. You want to put yourself in the best spot. Especially for Crims as well, you think about the legacy. To run it back, to make it to the first CS2 Major. What that would mean for some of these players.
And you nailed the word I was thinking of, and that's legacy. Fnatic have such a legacy in CSGO. At the tippity top for so long. And let's see if they can make this rush work. We've had a bit of a time out call. Maddie's undeterred by the grenades, leaping into the air and finds himself icy, thaws him out real quick. But Nickelback was there for a couple of seconds before he eats the dirt from Body's AK. More trades going in favor of Fnatic, putting it into Krad, and QB is there to double up. Just a straight up rush B tactic paying out dividends for Fnatic.
And something's changed as well. The way they're starting to play now, they're actually backing themselves into these rounds, Vince. You can see the confidence on them with the plays they're starting to make, and Body as well. This is one of those games where even towards the start, we're saying if it's a matter of him underperforming and not having the confidence in some of the important situations, or him really showing up, this is a game where he's going toe-to-toe with some of the best fraggers on this Fnatic roster. Sat there in the middle portion with 14 frags, looking good. Afro also gets an opportunity to play to his strengths, having the AWP. Meanwhile, AMKAL, the team that was dominating during this game, now finally finds himself in a position where you feel uncomfortable. Yeah, we've got the points to play with, we've got rounds to work with, but you don't have the money for a full buy, Vince. It's just pistols and the one MP9 for Forrester.
Yeah, a couple rounds ago, they were kind of like, you know, it's that Woody Harrelson meme of crying into their dollar bills.
Yeah,
you know,
they had
when they
all
lost.
the money.
Now that's not the case. Now they're just crying and very uncomfortable in the process because they know that their fortunes have changed. They've checked the bank. It is 0. Printed across collectively. So MP9, Deagle, P250s. They do have a little bit of utility with these smokes. Lack of kit, though, also going to be a problem. But do they have the right read? 4 players on B. But you better believe that Fnatic have a good read of the situation themselves. They know the finances are going to be on the low end of the spectrum. So they don't need to over-aggressively push in. They're going to be doing their due diligence and taking their sweet time.
And it's the blessing that you can play with. Use the rifles for the range advantage. Don't let those 5.7s, those pistols up close, be in a position where they can punish you easily. A lot of utility being dumped towards the A site as well. It seemed like there was a bit of a timeline here, Vince, where they were hoping for an over-rotation to potentially wrap back round towards B. Lucky they don't go for that, though, because it's where the vast stack of the CTs is. Timing on a push through the smoke doesn't work well for Krad, but at least the bomb is now safely planted on the A site, and they fragmented the rotation as well. So they've got AMKAL trapped between both sides.
AMKAL will be able to muster up a buy whatever happens here. Obviously, holding on to some of this Kevlar will certainly help matters, and if they can trade up to an AK or a Galil, all the better for it. So that's been a prize gift wrapped across. They'll happily oblige with that one. Icy picks it up for himself. But in terms of the overall picture, it will read 11 apiece between Fnatic and AMKAL. As we are in the dying embers of our second half. Beautiful dig from Travis. That would be a considerable investment taken away from the T's and trading hands if he can survive with this one. Nickelback punishes Body as well. And Maddie's, although he gets one, they've saved an open and AK. That's a huge boon to their buy.
Yeah, from the debt they were in, Vince, they've just paid off the loan sharks. Suddenly it's gotten a whole lot better, right? You kind of sat there thinking, all right, we can work with this. Icy gets his weapon back. Icy gets the orb. But we need to see him start to pass the test of a defensive AWPer with flying colors. Because for a lot of these rounds, Vince, it's been down to him feeling like he's already out of the round by the point he gets a chance and he has to save. This is one where saving isn't going to do much for you because you will give up map point and series point here on Overpass.
QB with a nade. This time it's not a triple stack grenade, and ironically enough, had it have been, Nickelback may have died this time. 68 HP, 32 chunked away from that one $300 investment. But also saving those 2 weapons means that even if AMKAL did concede this round, they wouldn't be completely broken for the next one. So it has multiple knock-on effects, but of course they don't want to think about if they lose. They're thinking if they just outright win this game, and they have every chance to do so.
Trouble at toilets. Smokes and flashbangs going off. I see. Will he see them, Vince? He's going for the contact peak, walking around the corner. Ooh, it's going to be a bit rough on the timing for it. Matty's, you'd think maybe he'd have an opportunity to surprise, but instead he's slain. The other AWPer in Afro claps back though, and it's 1-for-1. The snipers leading the charge right now.
It's a bit sloppy from Crad, isn't it? Peeking before the smoke fully plumed. That's the kind of position that AWPers typically will eventually relate into, especially with 35, 40 seconds left on the clock. And that sloppy play may have cost them dearly. Travis, in the meanwhile, damage inflicted to QB, but it's not enough. But this is all a ruse, because the bulk of the T's have their eyes trained on the A site, and Icy will be called upon one more time as Afro dispatches of him how he wishes Crad was still alive to help him out.
Begging for the backup that will never come, Vince. His teammates are already firmly placed in a grave, and from Fnatic looking like they were out in this map, they've clawed themselves a path towards a potential victory. And with the final few shots connecting, it seems like a 12th is now guaranteed.
And he's certainly been guaranteed, as Forrester has no intent or interest in going for this, and Crims is already a few steps ahead. He knows the importance of securing no survivors in this round. They have tons of cash as well. They're going to have easily enough to buy into the next one. And Forrester's chosen a bit of an off angle to save in, so I'm not sure he'll even get peeked by Body here. Down to 57, Body does go in for the peek, but comes out second best. And Forrester goes in for the swing. Why? You're still alive. Did he anticipate maybe a second player was coming from Graffiti side of under? I'm not entirely sure what the thought process is, but he's lost his weapon regardless.
Crims's AK in his hands being a bad omen there, Vince. Falls to the man who owned the weapon. And they take the 12th round. They put themselves now on that springboard, on that platform we were talking about. The difference of losing this game or winning it, just so much for your potential chance to make it to the major.
Huge.
Now it comes down to this, Vince, round 24. Overtime or bust.
Well, they've got the first pick off the boost, so it could be the former rather than the latter. Afro having a lot more impact with that AWP on this T side, that's for sure. But his opposite number of Icy is still alive. 20 frags to his name. Matty's just making moves into bathrooms on the long side now. Does also have Body as support structure. The HE up and over onto the bank, double nading it. And there's a molly behind it as well. But all this is doing is giving away the information. And AMKAL are amply stacked onto the site here. Icy can just hide behind the box, but it's Body that opens it up. Gets the entry, looking for more, but he doesn't quite have the timing on Crad, who puts him down.
But the bomb isn't there, Vince. It's all been an elaborate ruse, and in reality, they want to abuse the defensive setup towards the B site. 45 seconds on the clock. Flashbangs go soaring over. The lurker of Matty's could be a big backbreaker in this round, but they haven't hard committed yet. They're waiting, looking for an opportunity to set up the play. Forrester gets angsty and wraps back towards A. Matty's can cut him down, Vince, and give them an opening pick to play with. It's all about timing on this one.
Oh, Forrester checks again, but there's only 20 seconds, so the rest of the T's now need to make a move in. They have the springboard, they have Matty's, the snake in the grass, who can pincer in and try and put an end to this comeback. As he goes in for the spray, there's the double, and Matty's seals the deal as Fnatic get it done in regulation.
A Matty's massacre coming in when it matters most. Fnatic survive the test, they weather the storm. AMKAL looked like they had them on a knife's edge of shutting that game down, Vince. But they bring it back. And the organization lives to fight another day in the RMR.
And there's your question, there's answered now. What happens when Body doesn't frag super hard? Well, everyone pulls their weight. Everyone was pretty much identical in terms of performance.
And for Fnatic, they're going to have their heads held high. Let's get back to the desk and dissect that intense affair.
Fnatic with back-to-back rounds to win 13-11 over AMKAL. That final round was, I don't want to say electric, because it was a bit messy, it was a bit confusing, but it ended up being a very interesting round at the very least.
Yeah, and it's part of the praises we can give to Fnatic, right? The problem solving towards the very end. You could see an AMKAL
the flank that by Mattis, I think it was?
Yeah, it was overall, I think there were multiple rounds where they built step-by-step traps for the defenses to walk into. It was a very back-and-forth game. We'll see Jacob will talk about a little bit later. That solution finding that we are mentioning right here from Fnatic, this was crazy.
It's kind of crazy to think about the fact that AMKAL went up 4-0 in the first half, they went up 6-0 in the second half, and they still end up losing the game 13-11. They win both pistols, they convert, they have a good start to both of the half, yet they still can't win. So when we speak about two teams that are coming into the buy rounds, are coming into the nitty-gritty of the game, Fnatic were the better team. They had the better solutions, the problem solving, all that kind of stuff. Just imagine if they would have won a pistol or convert.
So I'm not having an aneurysm. These were actually not a correct graphic, right? We were talking about the offense from Fnatic fighting rounds.
Yeah,
okay. I had a minute. Wait a minute. No.
Doesn't take away the fact
the offense
that
they're pretty
AMKAL,
good.
Exactly. They're up 4-0 in the first half. They're up 6-0 in the second half. 10 of the 11 rounds they win in the game is off the bat of winning the pistol and the first buy round, converting into the beginning of the halves. Apart from that, when we got into the halves, you know, when the problem solving had to take place, when the two teams were feeling out each other, AMKAL couldn't get anything going whatsoever.
Why do you think that was, Pim? Because, yeah, they get to 11 and then suddenly everything grinds to a halt. Is it psychological, or were there specific plays or misplays that you were picking up on?
I mean, I think they just weren't as well prepared as Fnatic. I think they didn't have the solutions to answer to what Fnatic came with. Again, you're winning pistol, you're converting, you're winning your first buy round, that's cool. But when you get into a scenario where you have to adapt, when you have to accustom for the opposition and accustom for what Fnatic were throwing at you, they couldn't get anything done. A little bit disappointed by how defensive they're playing the CT side as well. I would like them to be a little bit more disruptive, a little bit more disruptive, maybe take short control, maybe be a little bit aggressive towards the A-bomb side, or do some gamble stacks at that point when you're up. We saw neither of that.
Yeah, well, you talk about the aggression coming out of AMKAL. They tried to do it a couple times at the very end, but it was a little bit mistimed, misplaced. You see Krad making a mistake with the timing of the smoke. This was mentioned by Vince at the cast. I think you asked me, what did Fnatic do good? They had a couple of tricks they could use when their backs were against the wall. Talking about the double nade grenade to find kills on the B side, the tricky little boost from short as well to find kills. Sprinkling on top of that a couple of fast round. This was, by the way, the last round we mentioned here.
Yeah, which I think we'll do a proper breakdown of that at some point.
It's pure solution, pure problem-solving live. But I think Buddy also called a pretty good game. I don't really care.
Look at that kill spread on Fnatic as well, really spreading the weight across the team.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't really care that he's at the bottom. I do think that he called a beautiful comeback into this game. Two very quick B hits whenever he feels like AMKAL is a little bit lost in the fog, and then at the end he played the whole map. He sort of capitalized on the mistakes that they were doing individually. This was a very strong lead in terms of IGLing, I mean, for Fnatic.
6 T rounds in a row on overpass in order to close out the game.
While being down.
While backs against the wall. I agree with you. Individually speaking, Buddy had a decent game. He had a couple of rounds where he was the difference maker as well. But the calling coming in from Buddy, and I guess the calmness coming in from Fnatic. Again, you're in a best of one scenario right here. You're losing both your pistol rounds, you're losing both conversions, yet you're still winning the game. That's not bad at all for Fnatic. That was a good performance. However, it got very, very close.
I think Icy on AMKAL is going to be especially disappointed. He was putting up numbers and he looked great on the serve, but it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, he keeps on delivering it. It's a name that we are mentioning time and time again now, at least during the RMR. Listen, there's a limit to what an individual can do on the map of overpass. He tried to play passive and he picked a couple of frags as we said he would. And then when he tried to be a little bit aggressive, he also opened the door for punishments on the side of Fnatic. So I don't think he's got much to be angry about on an individual level. But you know how it is in Counter-Strike. Doesn't really matter if you got 20 kills. You're still in the 1-2 category, unfortunately.
He is. AMKAL and Icy now in the 1-2. I think Fnatic are going to feel a decent bit of relief knowing they are now 2-1. Pim.
I think this was a very important game for them to win. One thing is being guaranteed the last chance qualifier in case you lose the following 2 games. So we are going to see much more Fnatic in the future at this tournament here in Romania. Another thing is surviving AMKAL. I'm not going to take anything away from them. I don't think they played good Counter-Strike. We also saw the NIP game yesterday. There wasn't a beautiful game of Counter-Strike either. It does feel like AMKAL have a certain limitation to the way they play right now. They're playing good Counter-Strike or decent Counter-Strike to a certain point, but when they have to get over that finish line, we see the limitations. So for Fnatic to survive that in a game like this is very important, because this loss would have been hurtful had they gone down in the lower bracket. We could look at Fnatic potentially taking on Falcons in a 1-2 game, and that's a game they won't survive if they play like they did here.
I think we're ready for a break, but I would like to break down that final round if we can, if you guys are up for it.
Usually the host gets what he wants.
Well,
that's
yeah,
how it works.
I want to bring it in and hand it over to you guys, because I just thought it was a good round. It definitely demonstrates the calling and sort of Fnatic like in the right moment, doing the right things. Can we potentially bring that up, the final round? Yeah, we'll get that up shortly.
Please.
It's just, yeah, we've brought it up multiple times, right? That Fnatic, these disparate parts, and they need to make key decisions at the right times. In this final round, I think it's a good example.
They played the whole map, right? They had an A fake that was meant to create a B timing, but when they realized that their B timing was sort of found out, they had this second-degree lurker from Natus coming on the A side. So you're literally playing the whole map. You have pieces all across the board, and you're just hoping that you catch an opponent off guard. We also know there was a couple of timings moment where Natus could have been spotted. You know, a good round in Counter-Strike also relies on a little bit of success. But this is also partly because the defense is playing so passively. They're giving away the Falcon War. They don't know where, how many players. And this was a beautifully orchestrated round from the Maestro buddy.
It's the calmness, right? There's 15 seconds left in this scenario. Some players usually will panic. One player will panic, and then all of a sudden the entire thing is falling apart. But they kept their cool. They were waiting for Natus, and then they struck at the exact moment they had to. That was a beautiful round for Fnatic and a very telling round to win the game.
Gentlemen, thank you for your thoughts. As always, everybody at home, we are going to go to a short break. But guess what? When we're back, from here on out, it's best of threes, and we're starting with an absolute banger, FaZe versus G2.
Banana shoot.
Coming banana.
Same time.
One banana.
Headshot. Flashing in front of you. Flashing over behind you.
Flashing behind you, Aurel.
Headshot left. Let's fight ready. That's flat.
Nice! Oh la la! Nice info, boys.
That's perfect.
Nice call on B, boys. Fucking calm as fuck. I love it.
I don't have much money now.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displate. Swap them whenever you like. Hang your displates in seconds. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at Displate.com.
Players are changing. Countries are changing. The game has changed.
Times it to perfection and simple.
It's Olaf who's on top of the box. He's got 3 and he's looking for a 4. That is incredible.
And Rain, he's out away.
The best tournament, the best bookmaker are the same.
G2's coming into the RMRs hot out of Katowice, but we're going to look at Katowice for you, Nico. That seemed like an incredibly infuriating way for you guys to go down. It didn't seem like we saw the G2 we would normally see on that stage.
Yeah, definitely very disappointing last game against FaZe. We definitely expected more, especially after group stage. I felt like we have improved a lot. We have done some good things for the group stage. We started to feel better as well, and then once we started playing against FaZe, everything was just, I don't know, just different in a way. I think they were playing also very good, obviously, but I just feel like it was not the same team that played in group stage.
Yeah. And
once you get the chance to such a team like FaZe, they will use it and they will smash you. So that's pretty much what happened, and this is what it is. They were better.
And in terms of how you feel about G2 and the improvements we did see, right? Even Blast, you had a bit of a struggle, but you still qualified. Katowice, you still made playoffs despite a start of slowing in how that worked. Do you feel like the team is in the right track of how you want to play, how the roles are working out? Do you agree that it's set now and people should be comfortable?
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to roles and how you want to play, I think we are not playing that bad as a team. We have really good things. We practiced a lot, and I think what we are missing the most, and I said it even before, is the individual level. and we are all working super hard in order to improve. And I believe that it's gonna click at some point, and we're gonna be more consistent, because I think we do play good CS at some point. You know, like we feel good, and then you just have to kind of have it more consistently, basically.
And in terms of being ready for the major, you guys have been on the road. You've been doing back-to-back events like this, right? You're not getting any more practice days in. So how do you refine things? What do you focus on with the little bits of time you do have to be ready for this RMR?
I mean, for RMR, it's a very special event. A lot of the times it doesn't come down to what you have. I think you just have to be mentally ready. You have to be more hungry than the other teams that are like, you know, their only goal is to qualify for the major. That's their first time, you know, at RMR, and they just want to get to the major again. So we have to just be mentally strong. We have to fight for every round. We have to be awake from the first round. We have to always forget if we lose a round and focus on next, because it's best of one as well in majority of the game. So we really have to step up on the mentally side and just be there 100%.
And in terms of that, how is your mentality and how is your feeling? Is there extra hunger here? Is that also maybe some more stress on you and the team in general?
Yeah, I mean, for me, I said to my team and the performance coach, like, it doesn't matter how I feel, like we have to qualify. Like, it doesn't matter if I feel bad that day, if I slept not good, if I don't feel good individually, or if whatever the reason it is, it doesn't matter. Like, we are here to qualify and we have to give it our all, and that's it.
That's it. Okay, so for you guys, opening game though, you're going up against Into the Breach, which is still in this kind of mix of we're not sure what you're going to get from them. They've changed some players, old players have come back into the team. Is this a team though that you see as a potential upset, or are you looking at all teams as a potential upset?
Yeah, I mean, I think they're like pretty stable team. I think they have decent players. I think they got a lot of practice, but best of one, MR12, like, I think we're going to see a lot of upsets. I'm pretty sure we're going to see, I think this is going to be the RMR with the most upsets. And I think with the most teams that should qualify will not qualify because of the format. But yeah, as I said, it's all about the mental, in my opinion. So obviously we aim to also have some fun. We cannot think too much about you know, winning, losing. We need to enjoy the game as well, let the frustrations out, and yeah, I'm confident in us, mostly because we have experienced the failure before at RMR, and I think that should always help us, because none of us wanna feel the same way we did after that RMR for Rio.
Exactly that. Well, hopefully the mental stays strong and the games go well. Good luck, mate. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to the PGL CS2 Major EU RMR. Great to hear from Nico, and it's now time for him and G2 to square off against FaZe, a true Counter-Strike derby, two of the titans of the game, going head-to-head. Both teams 2-0 in our Swiss format, so the winner guarantees their spot in Copenhagen. My name is Parla. I'm still your desk host, and I'm still joined on the desk by Pimp, but Maniac, he's having some rest and relaxation, probably an espresso and some Swiss chocolate. And instead, we've got Blair here. Great to see you, bro. How you doing?
Doing great. I'm excited.
This is a big one, bro.
I slept in a little bit, watches for opening best of ones of the day. I'm all right, pretty good games, but this is the game of the day. Let's not make any meal off it. It is going to be FaZe going up into G2. It's going to be a rematch. Winner guarantees a spot in Copenhagen. Loser still has to battle it out. It's going to be exciting.
Listen, we're a qualifier, and this could easily be a Katowice semi-final, Katowice quarterfinal, maybe even a grand final at a big tournament. And we get the treat of watching these two teams play it out, duke it out for a spot to qualify for the major already. And trust me, these teams, it's not that I don't want to be here in Romania, it's not that I don't want to be in the studio, but for the teams, if they can qualify fast, get home, get a proper practice, get some break heading into the major, that's exactly what they want. So make no mistakes, both G2 and FaZe are highly motivated to win this 100%.
That being said, either of you think either team has the edge right now? Do you think this is going to be 50-50, or does someone have a bit of an ace up their sleeve?
It has to be FaZe right now. I know everyone has a memory of that Spirit drubbing they got just a few days prior, but bear no mistake, FaZe are still a top 2 team in the world, top 1 if you look at HLTV rankings, for example, right? And from everything we've seen so far, it seems to be they seem to be firing on all cylinders, basically. None of the individuals seems to have really dropped off. You look at the opening matchups they had that look very convincing. On the other side for G2, we know the potential they have. We know what they can do, but so far it seemed like the m0NESY show with a sidekick that is Hunter. Nico's not really stepping up to the plate when we really need him to. So yeah, if I have to be a betting man, it has to be FaZe that I would pick.
Pimp, we didn't see it with Falcons against Eternal Fire. For G2 though, is there a chance they can bounce back from their loss against FaZe at Kato and be reinvigorated here against FaZe?
I think there's a way. I think there's a chance here. For my money, it does feel like G2 usually play up to the level of their opposition, more so than not. They have been a little bit inconsistent lately. Some of the individuals as well have been, you know, rather lackluster. We talked about Nico yesterday. We talked about Nexa, Honda coming into it as well. At least they played okay in that game against FaZe. It wasn't a close game, 13-6, 13-9. You never really felt that FaZe were out of control in that one, and it speaks into the story that I also wanna present right here, and the reason why FaZe are the guys with the upper hand right now. They won 4 maps in a row against G2. They played with the current rosters they have. They played at the World Finals at Blast. FaZe won 2-1, and they played at Katowice, where they won 2-0. So right now it's 4 out of 5 maps gone the way of FaZe against these exact lineups. So it does feel like G2 struggling a bit against them.
We can also touch upon what Nico mentioned in the interview, which he gave to James Banks a while ago, during the break, and he gave the interview before day 1, when he said, it's not like we're doing anything wrong when it comes to the team, but the individual level just isn't there right now consistently, right? We saw Nexa coming in. We thought that's going to unlock Hunter. That hasn't really been the case. Hunter has had good maps. He's had good games, but it's not consistent. Nico has had good maps. He's had good games. It's not consistent. m0NESY is just being a monster, and he needs a little bit of help, Paula, from the individual prowess that we know that his team possesses. If that happens, then G2 gets real scary.
Let's focus in. Oh, no, we've got a player performance up on screen first. m0NESY, yesterday, he was going absolutely off. Does he need to hit a 30 bomb here to topple FaZe, or can he just have a solid performance?
I'm afraid so. I'm afraid we need m0NESY.
You think he does?
Yeah, I think so. Again, that's the issue with G2 right now, and I think Blur was hitting nail on the coffin right here, saying that it's individually speaking right now, they're just a bit lackluster. We used to see Nico show up every single game. We're used to having a sidekick to Nico in m0NESY, but it's the other way around now. Now m0NESY, he's the star of the show. He's the guy, you know, he is him. Whereas for Nico is more so the sidekick in that regard. So I hope we get to see more of Nico. I think, as I said, the update with CS2 that came in where the Pica's advantage is slightly less important. Maybe it takes a couple of weeks before Nico is getting used to that and he has to alter his playstyle once more. But I reckon once we get Nico up to par with m0NESY, then you have a G2 who can beat not only FaZe, but any team in the world.
And just the way, like, we saw this yesterday against Eternal Fire, where it was, you know, m0NESY just keeping his team in contention, right?
Yeah.
But he was also having fun. We saw the kill he got with the Zeus as well. It's not like he's super stressed. He's like, I'm still having fun. I'm still having a good game. But I do 100% agree with you, right? Like with Nico, if he can go back to what we know he can be, and also the fact that Hunter is starting to rise up to the occasion as well, that is a G2 that we all want to see. The question is, when is it going to click? He said it as well. It's just a matter of time. But Nico, my friend, time is running out. It needs to click right here, right now.
Let's turn our attention to FaZe. What are the keys to victory for this lineup? I'm going to say, I can't help but feel that Karrigan always jumps at the opportunity to play against G2.
No, I think Karrigan is enjoying that a lot, you know, and I think there's also key elements within the FaZe Clan lineup that always delivers. You have guys like Robs and Frozen for that matter as well, true riflers who are always there. They're always going to deliver. They're always going to put up numbers. You can almost count on them every single time, and we spoke about it in regards to G2, where Hunter and Nico are a little bit inconsistent. Well, Frozen and Robs, they will always deliver, especially on the T side.
Look at that opening kill
I just want to touch upon this, right? You're talking about Robson. You go back years ago when you're like, he's a lurker, he's not doing much on the T side. I know the sample size is kind of small. I know it was against Falcons and 9 Pandas, but on the T side, he went for 53% opening attempts with 75% success. That's kind of BS.
Would you like to see him play more like that against the bigger teams like G2? Would you like to see more activated Rob starting rounds off?
I mean, I would love to see a 2.3 opening kill rating on the T side, sure, but you can't do that when you're up against G2, right?
Yes.
You can't do that when you're up against...
It's not possible to be consistent with it.
No, that's the point, right? But it's good to see, and it's a direct sign of confidence. If he's doing that against 9 Pandas and he's doing that against Falcon, that means that Robs are coming into this tournament full of confidence.
And the thing is, unlike what we saw from m0NESY, where he's like this monster for this team and is, you know, struggling finding help. If you look at Robs, you look at Frozen, just slotting in, you know, for Twist, a legend in his own right, and just you know, hitting the ground running. He's looking super comfortable right now for the team. He's delivering. Sure, Brookie might have usually quieter group stages, but we know how he's going to pop off when it comes to the playoffs. He's a big stage player, so to speak, and also the X factor. And then Rain, again, just a veteran delivering consistently in the server. The difference in these two teams is just a kill spread. The amount of weight that one player has a shoulder and FaZe, it's much lesser than what is on the case for G2, where m0NESY just has a shoulder the entire bloody team. He's only 17, Parla. His back.
He's only 17. Considering how m0NESY played yesterday, what does Brokey need to do to try to counteract if it does happen again?
It's a good question. Brokey is a very interesting prospect, especially going up against a guy like m0NESY. For me, Brokey is who he is, right? He's not going to change. It's not a player that you're trying to coach. It's not a player that Karrigan is trying to mold into something he's not. You got to allow Brokey to be Brokey. He's a little bit extraordinary.
A wild child.
He's a wild card. He's a wild child. Call him what you want. He's a player that is not playing by the books, and it has its charm to it as well. I think he thrives more in close games. He thrives more when he's left in a clutch. He thrives more when he's not reliant on team play, etc., etc. And I think sometimes, with all due respect to Brokey and FaZe for that matter, it can hinder them a little bit. They're never going to be the most clean working team. They're never going to be 5 men working in a unit, working in tandem, because Brokey will always be a bit of a wildcard, but it also adds a layer that is very hard to control for the opponents. So if you're G2 or if you're anyone else out there, you know when you're going up against Brokey, you never really know what you get, and that's annoying to play against.
It's interesting, like how we've had these discussions on the internet, on Reddit, Twitter, whatever, where you're like, Brokey's not the best opera, if Karrigan can find for FaZe. Why is it still here? But I'll tell you why. If you watch FaZe play in a playoffs game, in an arena where they are at their best, Brokey fits that style so very differently. If you pay attention to how Karrigan calls on the T side, on the CT side, like in a very high-octane, intense game in the quarterfinals, semifinals, a player like Brokey, who doesn't seem to give a damn, it just fits in perfectly with that styling.
It's also a question of balance, because if it weren't for Brokey being that wildcard, who else within FaZe Clan would be the wildcard? Karrigan is not going to be it from an individual standpoint. Rain is too modest in that regard. He's too stable. Yeah, he's great, and then you have Frozen, who's not the most aggressive rifler, together with Rob. So I think it's all about balance. I think Karrigan realizes the fact that sure, maybe there's better AWP players out there, and I'm sure if m0NESY came knocking on the door, they would say yes, come in, play with us. But for now, I think Brokey's a great fit for FaZe, and there's a reason why they've been one of the best teams in history of Counter-Strike, let's be honest.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Guys, let's just say, right, in a situation where m0NESY does not play to level he did yesterday, what else can G2 do to counteract this FaZe lineup? Because it gets tough, if m0NESY's not playing to the very top of his ceiling or close to it, it's going to be tough for this G2 lineup.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's not a question we want to pose for a team like G2, right? We talk about this with lesser teams, smaller teams, where they have like a potential star player, like Simple when he's playing for with Blade, for example. Oh, if Simple doesn't perform, this team's going to struggle. You don't say that about G2. You're not supposed to say that about G2.
This is the thing. I don't want to say it about G2, but we have to recognize that can be an issue for G2, that sometimes as a team, if one of, let's say, m0NESY, NiKo, or Hunter goes missing, then the team sort of just crumble apart. I don't want to see that, but we have to address it. What if m0NESY isn't reaching the levels of yesterday? What else can they do to bring this team together and potentially take a W off FaZe?
I mean, historically speaking, we can and should be able to count on NiKo. We can and should be able to count on Hunter. We can and should be able to count on pretty much all members within G2. I also think Hux's calling is a bit underrated in that regard. Of course, you can criticize his individual output, and some may say that it's too bad to be on a team like G2. I think he offers value in different areas of the game. Now, the problem for me is the whole next to JKS. That's when you lose firepower, right? That's when you make that switch, and then you lose that extra firepower. So it's a bit of an issue for G2 if m0NESY is not showing up, because you don't have the extra firepower in JKS you used to have.
I'm also curious about the maps, right? Because the last time these two teams played, it was Ancient, the pick coming in from FaZe, which I think they're going to stick with here, if I'm not mistaken, and Inferno from G2. But are they going to go with Anubis is the question, and there we go. Anubis, they're going to switch things up. They look pretty damn good on Anubis yesterday against ITB, albeit it was against ITB, but again, it's a map that FaZe are comfortable playing on. Ancient is the map where FaZe absolutely demolished G2 in Kato in the quarterfinals 13-6. Nuke was the decider. I think Nuke's going to be decider here again. G2 is going to be banning out Overpass, if I'm not mistaken. Is that the case? Yep. Nuke banned by...
Okay.
All right. They're gonna let through Inferno.
Well,
this has the makings of a good best of 3 if we end up on that third map.
And no matter what, when you have the best team in the world, at least according to the rankings, going up against number 5 is going to be great. But if you're G2 right here and you know Inferno is potentially the third deciding map, you're happy. This is pretty much the best possible veto for G2.
I have exactly. Which is why I'm like, why are FaZe banning out Nuke? I think FaZe and Nuke are just a better. I feel they're better on Nuke than G2 are. And last time they played, sure, they had G2's number on it, but it's a map that G2 are usually very comfortable playing on. Sure, it didn't click the last time they played against it. So I don't know what Karrigan's cooking here, but at least on paper and with the data we have, this is a map pool that G2 should be very happy
It's
with.
also a sign of confidence coming in from FaZe Clan. We saw that Katowice, G2 picked Inferno into FaZe Clan, and they still ended up losing 9-13, where again, as I said, it felt like FaZe were in control from start to finish. So in all honesty, yes, I think for G2, you're happy about this video. On the other hand, though, if you're FaZe, you're not really scared of G2 in the current form. You're not scared of G2 in the current shape. So for them, it doesn't really matter what map you're going into. Third deciding map for FaZe Clan, Inferno.
I mean, FaZe are probably thinking it doesn't even go to map 3.
We have literally about half a minute left, so can I push you for some official and final predictions for G2 versus FaZe?
Ooh, yeah, FaZe. I think it's going to be 2-0, honestly.
2-0, okay.
Yeah, I can't really back it up, but I have a feeling G2 is coming in and playing up to the level of the opposition today, so I'm going to go with G2 in a 2-1 fashion. m0NESY is going to sweat them up on the server.
All right, my analyst desk is split. I'm very excited to see how this one plays out. Of course, a match would not be complete without some fantastic casters. Jackie and Vince, I hope you are as excited as we are.
Oh, Parla, excited doesn't even come close to describing the sheer level of anticipation both of us have for this best of 3. This is like an entire buffet in one, Vince.
You know, we woke up this morning, we were hyped for our games. This is the game we were both looking at, man. I mean, this has the makings of a grand final at pretty much any tournament, so I'm super excited to get into this one.
Yeah, there's going to be nothing like it, right? Especially with that veto. It's such a kind of curveball with the ban that came in. No nuke, we get an Inferno kind of finish in a day and age where you're starved out for Inferno games as well, Vince. For it to be the classic bookend between these two teams, oh, if this goes third maps, it's going to be a hell of a day, Vince.
I cannot wait, Jackie, and we don't have to wait any longer because we are ready to get live and underway into Anubis. FaZe on the CT, or the T side, pardon me, as this was their choice of map. And G2 going for that early peek up mid. Nico gets the information and backs off.
FaZe Clan taking space towards middle. Nico with the USP in his hands. Is he going to be rip-roaring? Ooh. Opens it up with a nice connection onto Rain at least, and sends him packing. But they begin to make their move towards camera with the backup of Rops on the late lurk towards A main.
Nexa firing off some shots, but not really connecting. And although Nico gets one, it's a one and done. And now Nexa is stuck between two players. Brokey doesn't require backup, though. He's going to do it all alone and force the plant down along the process.
Brokey, the backbreaker of this round, has already caused issues. But it's Frozen that gets first contact. P250 punishment on m0NESY, and bye-bye Hunter as his head goes flying. All down to Hooksy. Brains of the operation, but has he got the brawn for this one, Vince?
It's a great shot from Brokey. And that is the pistol round that goes the way of FaZe, and it was Brokey that kicked it off. It's Brokey full circle for the final frag, and in doing so, a brisk lead on the side. I think it's fair to say the favorites. You know, Pimp said that he has nothing to back it up, but he thinks G2 might win. I'm not necessarily against the idea. You look at G2 as a roster, it's a star-studded lineup with tons of potential, and m0NESY is already playing like out of his mind. So it's not out of question, but are you a believer in G2, or do you think FaZe is going to get this one done?
I think we need to see the whole roster elevated. That's kind of the win condition, right? It's just, there's a timeline where they could, Vince, but everyone's got to be popping off. You have to see Nexa come into his own and be able to live up to the shoes that were left behind. You need to see Nico doing what he does best and proving his name. And for m0NESY, just continuing on with the absolutely egregious form that he has every game, right? He is just the behemoth of the G2 roster. And for FaZe, it's just a question of, can they absolutely ruin them, Vince? Or will there be gaps? Will there be opportunities for G2 to slip in over the course of this series and cause some problems?
Frozen is going to try and do just that. He wants to be the problem. Oh. But Nico has the solution, and it's the Deagle. How many times have we seen Nico put that weapon to use? In the meanwhile, though, Karrigan has sent out the sacrificial lamb of Frozen, and that's to afford them the luxury of a post plant on the site, which they will oblige in kind. And now G2 into an interesting position. Do they want to go for this? They want to rinse and repeat for the next round. They do lack a kit, which is a problem, Jackie. They've picked up the Galil from the corpse of Frozen. A Hunter may not be long for this world if Karrigan has his way, and the MAC-10 sprays down. There's the jumping shot. They do go in for it, and they're being sent packing from the MAC-10s and AKs. So G2 will have no success in terms of this round going their way.
FaZe Clan, mop and bucket action as they clean up the round. G2 wiped away like a spilt drink as m0NESY and Nexa have to give up the ghost on this one and just hold on to the pistols they have in their possession for the next round. Grand scheme of things, it's the first 2 under the belt for FaZe on their T-side debut in this qualification best of 3.
In thought as to where they want to come down into this purchase. It's going to be Deagles. I did kind of anticipate that when they got the Galil, they may actually pull the plug and try and go for some, exit frags into letting the bomb detonate the players. I was a bit surprised at the amount of impact they were looking for there and how much they invested into going for the retake. You're seeing the effects of that now, Jackie, a distinct lack of really Kevlar and much to go alongside it.
The best case scenario is stack and gamble. Hope that you're pushed at the B-bomb site. NiKo, though, the one-man army, a very heroic Deagle, lays waste to Karrigan as he slays the in-game leader, and they are going towards the stack site, Vince. m0NESY's Deagle sings for 1, but that's all it is, a flash in the pan.
A flash in the pan, they'll want to try and turn up the heat. If possible, hunt up, but just with a USP around the corner. And the alcove has the flash, can try and deny this plant, but Rain leaping up and down has the Estonian of Rops alongside him to dig him out of that ditch. And NiKo not in position to strike again anytime soon. Has already had a lot of impact, though, with these 2 Deagle frags we've seen him pick up. Looking for the weapon, but it's only a MAC-10. Not ideal, and especially considering into that next round, they want a full, healthy investment. Maybe looking for exit frags, but we're seeing glimpses. We're seeing little moments here and there. NiKo's Deagle on point. Some passages of play that haven't been as clean as FaZe would have liked, but it doesn't really matter that much in the grand scheme of things. They'll still be leading 3-0 come the end of this fuse.
That's the real commodity. That's what they want. For NiKo, he knows there's a buy coming into the next round, so just finding some damage with the MAC-10 would have been the move to make. Problem is, Frozen was ready and cool in that situation. All 3 of the rounds secured then. G2's buy will finally arrive. Can they change the pace of the game right here, right now, though, Vince? Start to put the foot down and contest on their CT side. That's the question. No AWP brought into circulation for the 4th round. m0NESY on the rifle.
Which, although he is a very capable rifle player, you desperately need him on the AWP. That's where he shines his brightest. In the meanwhile, though, it's Brokey that's afforded that luxury. HE's being tossed in as well. And there was a good flashbang placement. They go in for this peek. He flicks down, but he misses. And now desperately requires that second player to come in. But it's another perfectly timed flashbang. Frozen may stand his ground for 1, but the damage has been done.
Brokey going for the crazy montage plays as he was spinning around, but no success with a chrome cannon. Doesn't blow them away. m0NESY up close behind the pillar, from pillar to post as he punishes with 2 frags on the M4, Vince. And now G2 are knocking a first round in this map, unless Frozen can deny it. In the 1-on-3 clutch, being flanked towards spawn. A barrage of bullets comes his way, and NiKo slays him.
They'd have heard the AWP shot as well. m0NESY is desperately trying to grab on top of that AWP. I think he just got it in time. Throws the AK away to trade up for the AWP. And now G2, hot off the back of their first victory, are going to have a very solid purchase and assortment of weaponry. Meanwhile, Brokey dropped down to a Deagle. And although he was the main man in the first 3 rounds in terms of those pistols and MAC-10s, when it came to the AWP, couldn't get it done. It's not necessarily even his fault. He did miss a flick. It wasn't an easy shot, but the flashes that G2 put outside on main were so on point.
And that's the bigger picture, right? It's the fact that their utility is what ruined his life, and it was them having the better decision-making into that round. Timeline there, would you expect Frozen to find the frag on the spam through the smoke? But no, he's on the receiving end as Hunter headhunts his way through and gets that opening pick. Karrigan looking to respond like ships in the night. They pass each other, Vince, but Karrigan doesn't realize. He gets his way tucked into the rear, strikes towards the site, 4x3. He doesn't notice HooXi.
And HooXi, the iceberg, sinking the ship of Karrigan. And although Brokey may have a gaping hole in the hull, not quite sunk just yet. Frozen Also down and out with Carrigan. And he has been one of their heavy hitters. At Katowice, he had a really, really solid performance, Frozen throughout. Even in the finals, where they did get bested by Spirit pretty comfortably, he was one of the standout performers. So that's 2 huge scalps to take early doors. G2, 45 seconds left on the clock. Gonna try and repel this push, but it's gonna be Rain going in first. Nico has his back turned, but HooXi's watching. He's anticipating, and more importantly, he's captivating this round and putting it in the pocket of G2. 2-player stack on the site, and that's gonna be good enough for m0NESY. And there is the second element of Nexa. Much better from G2, a clean hold in the end.
A ridiculous way to open it. Battling through B main. Spamming their way through the smoke and getting the opening frag onto Frozen, and then just being able to find the follow-up frags when it matters most. Hell, even HooXi on the connector peak fence, going in contact, great decision-making with the pre-fire, forcing Rain off of the angle, seeing a bit of skin on the peak. And then, like you say, the duo towards the bomb site, denying the last 2 of causing any kind of mischief. So money broken for FaZe. Oh, and Frozen almost taken out of the round before he gets a chance to start playing. 1 HP to his name.
Living a similar life to Brokey in that previous round. The difference here, though, is it's just pistols. And Carrigan decides to turn up the pace, turn up the heat, as he'll be taking first point of call. Putting himself in the firing range so that his young, plucky stars can get the kills in return. And although Rops gets 1, it's Nico on the other side with the AK that puts an end to the push. This round will be falling underway of G2, and it should just be the 1 casualty. Maybe Rain can find the opening, the gap, the chink in the armor to exploit. Can't quite expunge HooXi in time, and Hunter goes in. There's Rain with 1, can't double up. Nearly a costly round for G2, but they do maintain 3 players.
Hoping to be the spark of the round with the Deagle Blaze, but can't ignite the comeback into round 6. Instead, the game goes 3 apiece. We move into the 7th with a full buy. Both teams entirely armed, and m0NESY still having the AWP to work with Vince. He's kept it in circulation after it was stolen from Brokey's corpse a few rounds ago. And this is where the game's going to get a whole lot more intense. Round 7 is going to be the first time we've seen both of them in a good position in terms of their full buys, and a much-win round for either team to assert some dominance into this first half. Contact play going down towards the canals, but Rops strikes on the A main contact. HooXi removed.
He may not anticipate this push, but that smoke at the bottom of the stairway kind of gives it away to a degree. It telegraphs this aggression. Rain has to sit behind a second smoke, but this is more of a retreat tactic. Allows them the sanctuary of pulling the plug and getting into connector. But they do so battered, bruised, and their egos deflated somewhat because HooXi is down and FaZe have the advantage.
With time ticking away, a smoke plumes towards middle, blocking off vision for Nico. And the FaZe Clan trio down towards canals begin to make their move up on connector. Exchange of Molotovs blocking off access for both team. Time going to be tight as well. 50 seconds on the clock, Vince. Pop flash out, Frozen will be pushed, but he strikes and slays Hunter.
It's a huge entry, puts way more pressure now on m0NESY, but he's shown he's more than capable of weathering the storm. However, Brokey turns into a category 5 and blitzes through the site. There's Rops once again. Nexa can do little but save. And that means that FaZe, who started off with a 3-0, then conceded 3 on the bounce, have got back into winning ways.
Crisp shots on this one as well. As soon as they got the rifles back in their hands, the AKs out on display, Vince. They're looking good, shooting hard into this one. And for Nexa, survival of the fittest is what he wants, but Rops is ready and rock solid, as he won't let that one go. Mr. Cool takes another pick, and G2 use their first tactical timeout.
Solid first pick, although kind of ran into the crosshair, but at that point G2 were always reeling, desperate to try and regain a little bit of power into this round. It never really happened for them. Tactical timeout to allow them to get on the same page for the buy, but more importantly, what they're going to do into this next round. m0NESY has an AWP again. Unless someone drops him quite a few grenades, he's not going to have much at his disposal. HE and Smoke, same situation on the side of Nexa. They do have a kit though, and there's plenty to play with. This is an important round coming up, Jackie. If FaZe can get success again, G2 will be well and truly on the back foot.
Opens up another avenue for the FaZe Clan T side as well, Vince, because they can push the extremities a lot more with the buy that they've got, right? Previously, and we saw Brokey pull out the orb, he wanted to go for the contact plays towards the B site and look for an opening frag. Into this one, it seems like he's hedging his bets round towards A, setting himself up to potentially give them a bit of an entry tool later into the round. Nowhere near as much aggression from G2 on the B site. Rain holds close down on Connector. m0NESY's waiting for this push. If it comes in late towards the A pillar, he's in a prime position to get an opening frag and then try and play for survival to fall back.
One of the good little bits of information, though, for G2 is that Nico started very strong on this map. A player that's had his troubles with CS2 and been pretty vocal about it as well. Alongside the rest of G2, the likes of Hunter have talked openly about this. So the fact that Nico is finding kills, I think the stat looking into the graph that was posted before was like he's on 150 ADR, which is kind of outrageous. He was doing a lot of work with that Deagle early on, so some good signs at least, but 50 seconds to try and repel this push.
The B site bombardment fighting in towards Connector. Nico strikes with Hunter to open up as the cranium of Rain goes flying away. Rops and Carrigan pick up a frag apiece, and the battle gets close. Rops inside of the smoke, the developer himself cheesing his way into the backline as he'll take down the Brains and leave it on a 2v2. Fighting out through Temple though, Vince. He's already got out to the lip, but Nexa can't strike with the SMG. Rops finishes him and drops it down to m0NESY, the other player that's dedicated so much time into the game. More skin in the game than Oni Pixel in a round like this. So 1v2, can he pop off? Misses the shot, time ticking, walking into the back where Rops is waiting, and the round secured by FaZe.
The round secured, and they break the backs of G2. Talked about the importance of the economic situation coming into that previous round. No survivors, no saved weapons, and no success. Equates to a pretty dismal, grim situation accruing. Maybe some invested pistols. This round loss is starting to build back up again, but 5 rounds already on FaZe. That's a kill that Nexa really needed to pick up for his teammates. Went the way of Rops, as it so often does. 10 kills to the Estonian so far. Double peek out from main, but it's just USPs. And that's really all G2 can hope for. Brokey says, not today, Hooksy. Shuts him down.
They've had limited success on their fights towards B. Awkward for Hunter as well. Rain's nade set clears him out. He can't run back towards the site. Molotov denied it. Tries to keep his head down and play anti-flash, but the smoke's blown away, and he goes down with it. So map control being established, and for G2 really, Vince, with just the pistols they've got remaining, even if they go for a bit of a stack on this one, best bet you can deal some damage to the FaZe economy, but the round itself is in the palm of their hands.
Really solid flashbang there, forces out the 2 players in heaven to scamper off, allows Carrigan to make up the space. Brokey has missed a couple of shots so far today. Not going to get punished this time though, as Carrigan is there to lend a helping hand as ever on spot to deliver. Next room, m0NESY looking for some exit frags. Not really anything else that they can have up their sleeve. What may be a little bit concerning here for G2 is that although some of those big players maybe not always popping off, Hunter was one of the main men in those previous 2 games, and he's had a very slow start. 2-8 so far to his name. That may need to change if G2 want to turn their fortunes around.
T side of FaZe really starting to get the ball rolling now. With 3 rounds left in this opening half. Will G2 be able to get themselves back into a position to build a buffer, Vince, give themselves a fighting point to start from when they go into that T side? At least in terms of the buy, due to the limited funds, there won't be an AWP for them to work with. m0NESY is back on the rifle. Middle of the pack at the minute in terms of the overall frags. It's Nico that's been the showstopper, and through the smoke he strikes with 2, Vince.
Bruh, Jesus. If you're FaZe, you shrug your shoulders like, what just happened? Nico did. That's why people have been waiting for him to arrive. Pimp mentioned it on the desk. If he does, he fancies G2 might take this one. 11-7 for Nico. putting this round in the palm of the hands of G2, who need to snatch it away, but they still have Rops and Brokey to deal with. Nexa and m0NESY. Will they be called upon on the site to try and repel these two players? If they did, effectively would come down to a 2-on-2, and with a minute left on the clock, still plenty of time for FaZe to make their decision.
Nade round on camera to try and force back the CTs. The utility flying over the top of the head of Robs, and he's removed. A missed shot from Brokey as m0NESY lays claim to another pickup. And the round goes the way of G2. 6-4 now. And like we said, man, Nico there, Vince, looking damn sick right now. He's been abusing them towards middle, but he's been playing quite dynamically as well. You've seen him play passive. You've seen him finding frags, even when he has no weapons to work with. Just a deagle in his hands. That time didn't even need to see him. Spams through the smoke, sniffing him out.
Karrigan deep in thought, deep in conversation with his teammates, with his troops, trying to rally them up after a disappointing previous round. And the other thing about Nico as well is he's been very versatile so far on the CT side. We've seen him play mid multiple times, as you highlighted. Also on the B side of the map as well, getting some kills around main and also the con side. So it's not even a case of FaZe can be like, right, Nico's feeling it, let's just vacate mid, because you never know where he's going to show up next. Yeah, this is just outrageous, but it's just game sense, right? Like, you're not expecting two players to be stacked up together in the smoke. You want to try and return fire. So if you nail one, where one stands, two very well could be. And so why not put the extra shots through the smoke before you replenish the magazine?
No, it's a great understanding. It's one of those factors that elevates him. And in that round, it gets them the big commodity, exactly what they want. The constant fight for control towards outside of B is something that G2 have been no strangers to. This time around, there's no one passively holding. You don't have Brokey's AWP stationed to defend for you, and Frozen isn't waiting. So they get that control early, can smoke off deep towards the top. So the T's have to give up a bit of timing, a bit of space outside of the B bomb site. The CTs do rotate back in, though. If they want to go back for this, HooXi needs to be flashed out and should be ready, Vince, as they're in position. Just sees a bit of shoulder and now knows that Frozen's once again in position.
Yeah, and with that shoulder peek, instantly they throw the smoke into connector. They make sure they're not getting wrapped around on the site, on B. So a nice little shoulder peek into the intel, into the smoke, and the house of cards begins to fall down. However, FaZe still have 50 seconds in which to stabilize it, to rebuild if necessary. Through mid they go, undeterred by Nico's ridiculous double in the previous round. They're going to try and staple themselves in there again, and now going through in con. Molotov preceding that just to clear it out. Time is beginning to get scarce, though. So FaZe, they've got a lot of little pieces all around the board, but they've got to try and make a move together. And m0NESY, oh, he has such a good read of this game, constantly finds those smoke pushes, and now HooXi has to try and go from strength to strength, but he gets shut down. m0NESY now with the AK spray, trading out from Karrigan's AK-47 is putting it to use against his oncoming troops and gets the third as well. A 4K in the round for m0NESY secures G2 their fifth.
It's m0NESY's world. We're just living in it as he lives his movie on Anubis. Big plays to be made. Like you said, the linchpin, right? That's a rotation where if Karrigan is able to bleed his way in through the backline, Vince, you've got so much more to do with this execute. Instead, he's instantly removed, and then m0NESY switches to the rifle and mows them down. The fifth round now secured, one away, one remains in the half, and the cache of FaZe is broken.
And they decide they want to try and just get super aggressive. Molotov and the HE, a ton of damage to Karrigan and Rain, and they're going to continue to push forward into another Molotov. Through one fire into another. Feet singed, burning alive, but Frozen gets one. An extra Molotov onto the site. Denies the bomb plant for a bit, allows Nico and m0NESY to do their work. And our Rops at range may tap in for a frag, but it's a great cost to his health bars. 4 HP remain. More importantly than that, though, Jackie, he has no bomb. He has plenty of time. M4 picked up. This grenade touches down from Hunter. And we are going to have a tied up 6-6. 3 rounds back and forth throughout. They couldn't get any closer.
Explosive bowling from Hunter. And Rops on the receiving end of it. 6-6, Vince. This is a game, this is a series that you look at it on paper, you're expecting the sort of elevation of Counter-Strike that you'd see in a grand final, that you'd see on a big stage, man. And it's happening here to guarantee qualification for one of these two teams to the first major for CS2. Oh, it couldn't have been any better than a close half like this. Neck and neck, straight down the middle.
I mean, who's to say that both these teams don't make it through to the major and we don't see this very game in the semis, the quarters, or even the grand finals itself? It is a possibility. And in the meanwhile, G2 now moving across to their T side. Anubis a map, of course, there can be a lot of success on the T half. So all even affair, and G2 getting aggressive towards the A side of the map already.
You've got the early utility set. HooXi can smoke over, block off access from camera. Early flashbang towards A main. m0NESY leads the charge. He wants to deliver the pain. Goes in through the smoke, but Rops has already claimed one. It's a bit of a back and forth, Vince, but most of the damage now comes from Nico. 3 frags. Keeps on going with the backup of his brother in arms, and they secure the pistol in seconds.
Oh, this is Nico on a different level. We haven't seen this in CS2 yet. This is what we've been waiting for. With bated breath, 16 kills, 7 deaths. And the Reaper of FaZe once again. This man cannot be denied. Instant timeout called. FaZe trying to just scamper together some ideas of where to go next. And it's going to put them in such a rough position.
The body language from both of these two teams is so interesting to watch as well. You can see the passion, Vince, and how they communicate amongst each other, how much these rounds mean, and also setting the pace like that as well. That's something that has reverberations throughout the rest of the half. It's not just that pistol, where going for a fast play like that starts to get you back up a little bit. It makes you think about the timing more. And like you said as well, for Nico, it's huge for him. If he's finding the form to play so confidently, even just look at the flicks, man, on the replay. It's just sick to watch.
And yet you change the camera towards him, you'd never think it. Ice cold, calm and collected, because he's been here before and he knows the job is not done yet. Only our first map and potentially 3. The choice of FaZe. They find themselves behind, going in for that full-on force investment. Rain had a bit of a slow start to this game. Typically one of those big game players. But you always know he can turn it around in a heartbeat. A stack onto the B side of the map, leaving Rops by himself. But G2 taking their sweet time here, not over-investing anything, and overzealous in their push.
Mid set ablaze. Attempting to zone out any CTs lurking round the corner. HooXi steps through the smoke. Enters the domain of Rops, waiting with the MP9. Damage established, Vince, but a mere tag. No frag on entry. Camera's been contained, and they're into the site.
I doubt there's going to be any kind of re-engage here on the side of FaZe. They just want to rinse and repeat into the next one. Go again with this investment with the Eagles and 5-7s. So G2 will be able to establish an 8-6 lead. And only 1 casualty into this round, unless HooXi goes down with the bomb blast, which is possible on 19 HP. Has to be careful. What's been a bit concerning for me, though, Jackie, is although it's a fairly close game, Rops is by far and away leading the charge for FaZe. And we haven't had any real secondary components. Frozen's not quite having that performance. Brokey's missed quite a few AWP shots so far. So once they do have that next investment, once they do have that next rifle round, they're gonna have to start to make it work.
They need to come alive at that point, you're right. As soon as we see that purchase, that's where they have to come out swinging. Brokey had a few opportunities in terms of opening frags on his T side. But what have they got in store for us on their CT half? Obviously, at the minute, you're in the lower echelons. Your funds aren't great. There's no cheddar in the wallet. They haven't got the Skrilla for it. They're going to have to let this one roll on by with just pistols again as well. Basically a decode to work with a few bits of utility. Smokes brought to the table where possible, and players with slightly higher cash. Rain went for a confidence peek down towards the canal, but no one's sleeping with the fishes off the first peek.
And Nico deciding he wants to continue his reign of terror through on middle. But no one is there to be on the receiving end this time. It is, again, a very similar setup to last time. 4-player stack with Rops getting more aggressive on middle. You can hear a ton of Molotovs being tossed out. Nico now charging through, and Rops electing to back away back onto the site again. Plenty of time left on the clock as G2 start to make moves in. Oh dear, Rops, you're in for a world of pain, and it's Hunter that takes him down with the MP9.
Headstrong, he takes them on. Carrigan in the back, stabs onto m0NESY. And at the very least has an opportunity to steal away the Galil or post himself up and see if they exit together back towards A main, keeping them towards the bomb, keeping them towards the bomb site, and making this a bit more costly for G2's T side, meaning there might be a couple more rebuys than first expected. But Nexa, with the support of m0NESY, strikes back. Reigns Deagle washes away 2.
That's a bit of investment that they're going to have to replenish into the next round. Especially considering they've kind of been pincered in here to go through on the CT spawn, where Rain is still waiting with this Deagle, so the bomb may soften them up. But they decide not to get too aggressive overall. Brokey trying to retrieve one of these fallen pistols or weapons. Not going to be happening. But G2 don't care. 9-6 the score, and the pressure on this rifle round is so vast.
It's palpable, Vince. You can feel it, right? Because this is one of those where it's a big turning point in the game now, especially when you start to look at the scoreline for what it is in MR12's current form. For G2 to have 9 under the belt, they're inching closer and closer to potentially taking the first map in this series, and what a first map it would be for them. A tantalizing best of 3 with the 3 maps we have ahead of us if we make it all the way to the bookend of Inferno. A classic lineup for Rops, launches the HE towards the stairwell, and m0NESY loses 40 HP for his troubles.
Yeah, but a slap to the face for m0NESY there. Unconfirmed damage, of course, but not bad for $300 spent. Come the end of this round, though, that could be the difference maker. We'll have to wait and find out. Hunter, in the meanwhile, tossing in his flashes, trying to draw some utility back from FaZe onto main side, and they have already disposed of 2 smokes. But Brokey could be called upon here. Rob's playing. Torches back. Brokey needs to connect the shot, and indeed he shall. It's m0NESY, at least a weakened player that goes down with his assault rifle, and there is Rops to pick up the pieces. A main has now been locked down. It's going to force the rest of the T's to try and get aggressive through mid, but Rops is keeping himself alive with that counter flash. Spray in from Frozen does a ton of damage, but not the kill, and Rops also misses out. Nico on 7, Hooksy on 39 in this 2-on-2. It is a winnable endeavor though, but there's Carrigan from Cams, and that could be an end to this round as Rain shoulder peeks in, finds himself Nico, and although Nico is outgunned, we know he has the aim. However, Rain will deny him this time.
Hanging in the balance on so many twists there, so many small nuances that round, Vince, where you're thinking if the timing's slightly better, if one shot goes a different way, man, that round could have been crazy. For what it is though, Nico, such a tall task to attempt to pick up the 1v2 in the end like that with low HP. Couldn't play as aggressively if he wants to. He's got to hold angles and just hope he hits the 1-taps. So the round's conceded. FaZe do get themselves a pickup, but you think about how much they lose, Vince. Sure, they get the round, but so much money burnt. And it wasn't clean as well. It's not one that you can think, right, boys, we're in it. The momentum's high. You slog your way through. You survive. You weather the storm. You don't thrive.
100%. It's a kind of win that you're happy to get the round, you're happy to break the curse of this half, but you're also looking over your shoulders and you're thinking, something doesn't feel quite right. Another tactical timeout has been deployed. Both teams deep in thought, deep in concentration. So much on the line here in this best of 3. The winner of this will move to the Copenhagen Major. It is that simple. FaZe in the meanwhile, though, getting some aggression through on mid-side, or has been tempered a little bit from Frozen as a Molotov and smoke was tossed down.
The difference of setups from G2's early contact plays towards B, from how FaZe are playing it. Waiting behind the smoke. Carrigan using the edge of the smoke, spamming through to give himself vision. Strikes on 2. Hooksy and Nexa in the meantime are able to clap back and they equalize, leaving the battle of attrition down to 3 players on either team.
A 3 retake. All players pretty healthy. It's a HE collectively. 2 HEs now on G2. An incendiary, but a weakened Brokey and a dead Rops. Probably put an end to any hopes of a re-engage here, but they're still going to press forward. Brokey gets caught with a grenade out. And now Frozen has to just moonwalk away. Needs to keep his eye on the prize, though, because this M4 is worth so much. It's so valuable. And this is where it comes full circle, Jackie. We talked about this. You get the round win. It's at great cost. Your economy not able to flourish. They instantly get pushed back again from G2, who take their 10th round, and FaZe have such little money to play with.
It hurts. It really hurts. You've got to figure out what you can do with 3K on average amongst these players, Vince. You're not going to be big balling. It doesn't get any easier. It's also the fact that now G2 have got a ladder to climb. They've got 3 rounds ahead of them. They know that there's a pathway to securing this first map and getting 1 under the belt, meaning they only need to win 1 more of the remaining 2 maps in this qualification series. And for FaZe, it's mostly a supporting quartet of Deagles with 1 MP9 on Robs.
The problem is that ladder's been left out for too long. It's got mold on the rungs. Every time you put your foot there, it feels like it's creaking. It's going to snap. Phobia creeping in for FaZe. They've dealt with these kind of situations many a time, but Rob's getting aggressive there. Gets neutralized. 2 players were just waiting for him.
Robs has put down the welcome mat to the A site and invited G2 in. They've got muddy shoes and they do not give a damn, Vince, as they take pace and take the control off of them. The only one that can deny the entry is the bouncer of Frozen. Checks the IDs and says no. 2 frags on contact. Rain with the Deagle needs to surprise and slay on contact again. Punishes with a follow-up frag.
He's still alive. He's still in the fight as well. There's still time for G2 if they can get some success, and Nico puts down Rain, but it's at cost to his HP. m0NESY flicks up, misses, down to Nico, 1 on 3, first kill goes his way, runs out of ammunition though, has to replenish, and so Frozen with the white swing secures his 3rd. The hero of A comes full circle and secures the round.
Frozen with a display that keeps them in the game, keeps them fighting. Magnificent round from him, Vince, and keeping his cool when it matters. And you need ice in the veins for the entire team of FaZe right now. Another pause used, the timeout for G2. The last one, Vince.
It is one of their greatest attributes, though, I'd have to say, for FaZe. Like, off the server, mentality, personality speaking here, they are one of the most calm and collected rosters out there. They go through trials, they go through tribulations, and you'd look at any of the players and you would never notice it. I mean, Rain in particular, he could have like an MVP performance and he'd just be like, what's up, bros? Just chilling. As to how the entire FaZe dynamic comes down. They're such calm players. And so, yes, they're behind. Yes, they're feeling it. But they've always got that extra gear to shift into. And now it's G2 that have to feel the pinch a little bit. They've been very close to just running away with this map. But now there's some real resistance up against them. How do they deal with that?
Well, the minute they try and take control towards middle, FaZe have set themselves up playing the extremities with a 3-player setup towards B and 2 of them gravitating towards A main. They've given control of camera to the CT side. Ooh, but the first 2 picks fall in favor of FaZe. They're in the A site, sure, Vince, but you don't have an easy time of closing this round down. They're getting information at least and starting to tag up FaZe. It's all falling away. m0NESY murders 2. Nexa chimes in on Brokey, and it's down to Frozen to again turn up. Can't do it twice.
Yeah, it's asking a lot for Frozen to consistently pump out these 2-3Ks and clutch rounds. And I asked the question, I posed it, what are G2 going to do about this? They're running into a blockade for the first time on their T side. Well, there's your answer. They'll take out the sledgehammer and they'll just knock it straight down. Aggression through mid, 0 chill, 0 regard, and 0 prisoners taken. Tactical timeout now for FaZe. All 6 timeouts have been called collectively between these two teams. And FaZe, with dicey money, to put it kindly, they're going to scrape together a buy, but it's an MP9, a 5.7, a Deagle. Another M4 has just been tossed down there on the deck, so I think they're going to have a little bit of a better buy, but it's more the nature and how they're losing these rounds, Jackie, that's a cause for concern. And we haven't seen any kind of consistency on the CT side.
It's been hard for them. And G2 have had their number in terms of the setup with the way that they've been playing. FaZe have been very aggressive in terms of their pushings towards A main and their stacks on the B site. G2 knew about this. They realized that the weakness was middle. Take full control, getting towards the A site from both camera and main and make it awkward for FaZe to hold any of those positions. They're trying to change it up somewhat here, looking like they want to fight down towards connector early with an off-angle setup for Robs where he'll play anti-flash, supported by Brokey's AWP Vince. They've even got an idea about this, clearing it out with a HE. G2 looking really smart right now.
Timing for Robs there, though, was on point. He just backed off, took 2 damage from that grenade. It was looking like it was going to shred him. And now it gives him the chance to go back in again. He wants to turn up the pace, turn up the heat, try and take the fight to G2. They've been very reactive rather than proactive thus far, FaZe on their CT side, and that's more like it. Brokey takes the shot, tosses in the smoke. Denying entry once again. A minute left on the clock and G2 are changing it up. Dropping down into the canals now. Big frag from Hunter though, and Carrigan gets caught with a smoke out. It's all coming apart here as Rain goes down to Hooksy's hand on that MAC-10. Hooksy's 16 and 11 is having a stellar performance here. And G2 on the brink of taking FaZe's choice of map.
Hooksy the Chad? Nah. Hooksy the Mac claps back on that one. Big frags with a MAC-10 on entry, Vince. The drive-bys make a whole load of difference and the B site crumbles. And the dying moments of this round, it has to be a Brokey highlight reel. He's got to keep himself alive and fight in the middle of a cell. Can't do it. Goes toe-to-toe against m0NESY and loses the orb as the round ticks on by. G2. Even when it looks like they're starting to fall a bit short, starting to show gaps, Vince, they're able to reset. They've always got a plan B. And FaZe, a couple of small mistakes there in terms of the timing makes a world of difference.
Nico, 19, Hooksy, 16, m0NESY on 15. Meanwhile, Rob's top fragging on FaZe with 15 of his own. But these last few rounds have looked pretty grim on the side of FaZe. This entire CT side has been, to be honest. And now G2 have 4 chances to secure the 1-0. This is, of course, a best of 3. As it is a qualification game for the Major. And Hooksy catches himself some more prey, runs in and takes Robs' head. Gets traded out, but there's Nexa for the repeat. Beautiful shot from Brokey, though, is keeping FaZe alive.
Brokey's bullet battles back. And starves off the push for a few seconds, Vince. G2 look to reshuffle their assets and set their focus on a different part of the map. Rain dropping the smoke on connector, removing the line of sight and keeping the AWPer thinking, making m0NESY debate the play. Stay scoped, wraps off towards middle, not giving away the audio cue and grouping up with the wolf pack. This is going to be a late, straight-up play towards the B site with 3 of them running in. At the minute, you've only got 1 player stationed there for FaZe, and that's Rain with just a Deagle on back site.
G2 looking to maraud their way onto B to sack the site, to neutralize the CTs, and m0NESY is the man for the job. Dispatching of Rain post-haste, and now Carrigan up through connector. We'll have to wind in some pretty ridiculous 1Ds, and Hunter rejects that idea. That entire premise disgusts him. He wants an end to this first map. And Anubis is going to come to a draw. It's going to come to a close in just a few moments' time, unless Brokey can clutch this out with a Deagle. 1 kill, but that's all he can muster. 13-8 to G2 on Anubis.
it becomes ancient history for FaZe. For the most recent win under the G2 belt. A back and forth game. A tight affair, Vince, but G2 securing that one sets them up well for the series. The first qualification best of 3 that we've got here at the PGL RMRs, leading one of these two teams into the Copenhagen Major. And as it stands, G2 are only a map away from making that legacy become a reality.
And there's so many things for you to be excited about for G2. NiKo showing up again is always a tantalizing prospect.
Incredible stuff. Let's get back to the desk and do this one justice.
G2 easy, winning 13-8 over FaZe on their map pick of Anubis. I'd like to carry on the conversation, or carry on the thread that was just dropped at the end there by our casters. NiKo going big.
NiKo going big, and that's a NiKo we've been waiting for so very long. I mean, he was phenomenal. Even in the initial few rounds where FaZe won the first 3 rounds, you could see him just hitting taps, he's hitting the shots, and he's starting to warm up. But one thing I want to give credit to for G2 is, we can talk a lot about this particular matchup, right? That first half, once they got the guns going, they were pressuring FaZe. We saw them taking fights outside of B main, you know, forcing FaZe to rethink whatever approach they wanted to do. We saw the smoke from, you know, for top of outside B, where FaZe didn't have any information towards there, poking and prodding. And of course, when everyone steps up, when HooXi's just running around like a madman with the Mag-10, and NiKo is playing like the NiKo we love, that is the GT we want to see.
It's one of the big talking points whenever we see Anubis, that on the CT side, you're like fish in a barrel. There's only so much you can do in terms of being proactive and disturbing in the way you play. You said it yourself, G2 found the loopholes, they found the initiative, so to speak, flashing out on the B side, doing the deep smoke, constantly re-aggressing somewhere on the map, even in the mid area. That's the smoke right there, and they were using it, and they were using it proactively and actively in order to disturb the way FaZe were playing. Even HooXi in connector, not afraid to take fights, and I absolutely love that. Again, you're looking at a first half that is finishing 6-6, but you're on the CT side of Anubis, and you lost the pistol and the conversion. G2, that was some of the best CT side Anubis I've seen in a very, very long time, and they laid the foundation for the win in that first half.
Yeah, even on the T side as well, right? Heading to the T side, we felt like they had the lead, and we saw FaZe bounce back with a couple of rounds off their own, you know, one with pistol work, one eco round with, I believe, a saved rifle there. But I like how they didn't get really cowed by it, they didn't get affected by it. They had a very death ball approach to the T side. The trades was so very fast, so very efficient as well. Just very solid counter-strike from NiKo and his men.
It seems, I mean, you've always got to strike a balance, right? But it does seem to me, at least, I'd love you guys' opinions on this, that G2 seem to thrive when, whilst they're playing within like a HooXi framework, that their players still have a good level of freedom and confidence that they can act sort of outside that framework too. Like m0NESY, for instance, when he's able to just like, you know, make his own path and choose what he does around the maps, he still has like a solid game here.
I think it's a perfect way of framing it. Yes, of course, there's a certain freedom within G2. I think players like NiKo, players like m0NESY, they need to be able to express themselves on the server, so it would make no sense for HooXi to have them on a leash, so to speak. But of course, it's within a framework. It's within a team play. It's within a system that you have within G2. I said it coming into the game as well. It was a hunch in my stomach saying that G2 is going to win this game. And the reason being is I feel whenever we lose faith in G2, whenever everyone else is losing faith in them, whenever they've been struggling for a couple of tournaments or for a period where we can't really make it make sense, and we're starting to speculate in roster moves and all that kind of stuff, that's usually when they strike. They did it at Katowice last year. No one saw it coming in the fashion they did. They did it at Cologne as well. Out of nowhere leading into the tournament, we were speaking about a G2 that was bleeding, a G2 that perhaps would make roster changes. A week later, they win Cologne. Same could very well be the case right here. The lead up to the major, we're not really believing in them. We didn't see them play that well at Katowice, and all of a sudden, boom, it's there. It's the individual level within the framework you're discussing right here. When you have NiKo and m0NESY playing well at the same time, you have two of the absolute best players in their roles in the world taking on and fighting out for the same team. So of course G2 can be a world beater, and we've seen it before.
Before we look ahead to map 2, which is Ancient, what was going wrong for FaZe? For me, it was more a story, very generally speaking, that G2 were just playing good, pure Counter-Strike. But what were FaZe doing wrong? What should they look to correct moving forward?
I think there are two things which I can probably put my finger on, right? First thing, I don't think they were expecting the aggression coming out from G2, taking the fight to them in the first half, you know, just battling out towards B mains, you know, HooXi just wide swinging at times, just jiggling out, just not afraid to take the fight and continue to push ahead, you know, continue to try and find the timings and kind of just throw a spanner in the works for the side of FaZe. The second thing I want to point out, there was a round, I believe it was a round after they won, where Frozen gets a 3K, 2K with the M4, saved M4 on the A bomb side, and then this is a round. It's a 4v3, and G2 have like, I think a Galil, a couple of Magnets or something like that, 4v3 for FaZe, and they get a little too antsy. They feel very uncomfortable in allowing G2 to get the bomb down and going for the retake. Instead, they try to take the fight. 2 players coming from camera, 2 players coming from heaven, and they just like basically, for G2, they just have to shoot at 2 angles, look at 2 angles, towards a headshot, towards bricks, and one towards the camera, and it was a 4v3 which just got completely dismantled by G2. I think FaZe felt the pressure, and that is a very uncharacteristic of a team like FaZe, and G2 made them feel it.
I would agree with that. Again, a perfectly played display coming out from G2, a beautiful Anubis performance once more, and I think we've been discussing this at certain desk segments as well throughout the beginning of the year. I think G2 is one of the teams in the world who can allow themselves to say that we are probably the best, or at least the top 3 team in the world when it comes to Anubis. We got that showcase right here with a beautiful performance from the entirety of the team.
Talking about showcases, why don't we highlight the man himself, Hooksy, bring up his stats on screen. I'm going to say it one more time, the Giga Chad himself. It's great to see, though, because, you know, Hooksy is very often criticized for not having the best performances, but you've got to, you can't forget that's not the primary purpose he's bringing to this team. He's always bringing a framework, he's always bringing his ideas, his IGLing, and sometimes, yeah, he can frag as well.
Listen, and I mean, for good reason. Sometimes he is running around with a water gun in the game and not really doing too much, and he's not too afraid to say it himself, right? Sometimes he also expresses himself saying that he's disappointed in his individual level, and he wished that sometimes he would offer a little bit more to the server to help out Monacy and Nico. But let's be honest, he had those games once in a while where it's looking good for him. And as you said, that's not really where the
real value... It's not a win condition for G2, right?
It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be a win condition. As long as it's not a win condition, it's in a good place. But of course, you can go around and have 4, 5, 6 kills on average, which he also had a period of time where he did that. But I do feel Hooksy is at a level now where we kind of expect him to deliver the 10 to 12 frags per game, and that's enough. When he's having 16 and he's 17 in this game where he has more than Monacy, then that's a good thing and just another icing on the cake.
I absolutely agree with you. Even if Hooksy didn't, you know, get the number of kills he did in that particular map, I feel like G2 would still won the game. Yeah, they would have won regardless. But yeah, he look, let's be real here. I don't think he's going to replicate his performance for the duration of this particular series, but he had a great map overall, all things considered. You know, did a little bit of eco farming, being the guy running in with a Mac-10. At least this time, he's not just dying and being a liability, he's actually getting some of his kills, some of his trades. Overall, for me, I want to give credit where it's due. I think the calling on the CT side was fantastic, T side as well. They kept it cool, they kept it calm and collected. They pressured FaZe, and this Anubis pick, we asked ourselves, are they going to go for Inferno again? Are they going to go with Anubis? Anubis seemed like the obvious pick, and it showed in the server.
It's going to be Ancient now, though.
It is absolutely going to be Ancient. Guys, let's touch upon that. So it's FaZe's pick now. How can they change the trajectory here? How can they bounce back?
Well, here's the key takeaway for you, Paula. They don't have to change anything when it comes to Ancient. Ancient is the map of FaZe Clan. They have only ever lost it once in CS2, and that was against Gamer Legion in Copenhagen at the Blast group stage in a game that didn't really matter that much. So I'm going to take that one away. Apart from that, they played CS2 on LAN for 120 days, and they've won every single game apart from one on Ancient. So you're really looking at a FaZe Clan who have nailed down that map. They feel comfortable on the map. They have it sorted out, especially on the CT side, which for some teams can be a struggle. You see Rain dominating the cave area. You see Kerrigan not being at fault for being on the bomb side close to him. And Brokey actually on that CT side. One of the maps where he feels free to roam around with the AWP. Yes, he's everywhere, constantly looking for opening duels. Even on Anubis, we saw it right here. He went 4 for 5 in opening kills. So I think if you're FaZe Clan, forget about Anubis, but don't change anything when it comes to Ancient, because you are right now the best team in the world on that exact map.
I think the one problem, one pin for G2 though, like they had the struggles on the CT side of Ancient. They got completely dismantled. I think it was 9-3 or a 10-2 scoreline for FaZe on FaZe's T side. And the biggest problem there was the B bomb side was a bit of a problem. Rain was just running amok. It was getting so many opening kills towards lane, towards boost, towards ramp. And who plays that bomb side? It's going to be Hooksy playing towards cave. It's going to be Nico there, and both of them kind of struggle a little bit on that bomb side. But if we see the Nico we saw here on Anubis, things could get a little bit more interesting. FaZe is still the favorites for me on Ancient, Paula, but it could be interesting.
I feel like I know the answers already, but can I get some map 2 predictions?
I don't know about scoreline, but FaZe should take this. We're seeing map number 3. Inferno's going to come to play, Paul. I'm calling it.
Still got a hunch that G2 will make it way closer than we anticipate, but I'd be surprised if FaZe is not winning.
Gentlemen, thank you so much for your thoughts. Everybody at home, we are going into map 2 Ancient shortly. FaZe versus G2.
No, run back. Camera. I saw camera. Next apply. Next apply. Camera. City. Camera city. City. I peek. Come.
we are proud to announce new additions to the XL series. Both are using fast TN panels and newly upgraded Diac2 technology. Fast TN panel with its faster native response time can reveal enemy outlines quicker during flashbang attacks. For IPS panel, more overdrive is required to enhance response speed, leading to dynamic image blurring due to the panel's inability to handle the load. These new monitors integrate new dynamic accuracy technology, Diac2. The upgraded dual backlight design not only provides FPS players with clearer visuals at dynamic aiming and spray control, but are also more friendly to your eyes. Moreover, built in the monitor panel, Diac2 functions independently and doesn't require any sync with PCs, ensuring no impact on game performance. XL setting to share now has auto game mode feature. Besides download, save, share your settings, it will auto apply different color settings based on your usage scenarios. Outlook of the latest monitors are refreshed. It has incorporated industrial-grade bearings into the height adjustment mechanism, allowing easier and smoother adjustment to the exact desired height. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. This is a brief introduction of the new XL monitor. Feel free to DM us if you have any questions.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displate. Swap them whenever you like. Hang your displays in seconds. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at Displate.com.
Players are changing. Countries are changing. The game has changed.
Times it to perfection and simple.
It's Olaf who's on top of the box. He's got 3 and he's looking for a 4. That is incredible.
And Rain, he starts away.
The best tournament, the best bookmaker are the same.
Set up teams and start digging.
Made in hell.
On a deserted island.
Godwood, bitch.
The battle for the first spot at the PGL Major Copenhagen 2024 rages on, Vince. Opening map going the way of G2, mate, but it was spicy.
Oh man, it was, and we got a chance to see not just one component of G2 pop off, but several.
Yeah.
Hunter had a slow start. He started 2-8. He ended with authority, but it was Nico. Finally, we get to say his name, and we get to get excited in CS2.
Big Kovacs, mate. He was back, spamming his way through smokes, getting up to all sorts of shenanigans with the deagle. It's sick to watch because it's one of those where it doesn't only mean good things for G2 right here, right now. It means good things for them. Following on from this, the bigger picture, if they win, if they make it to the major, and we're back into the action, Vince. Map 2, Ancient. G2 starting off on the CT side. FaZe Clan will be your tease for this one, and they posture for a mid-pop, looking to fight towards Donuts early.
Smoking off red in the process as well, giving them a little bit more luxury through on this mid-peak. It can allow them to take a bit more time to draw out these angles. One smoke deployed from the right side of Donut may bait them into a false sense of security, but they're not going to push through. Instead, they're changing up the pace through Catwalk, into Cave. Rain could be seeing multiple players in just a few moments, and it's Hooksy with those Julies that puts him down. Frozen's there to return fire, but Nico with the USP continues to keep G2 in the lead.
Snapshots. Big connections. m0NESY with the timing might be pulled off the angle that he needs to defend from. Problem is, Karrigan couldn't deliver the killing blow quickly enough. So m0NESY returns, supports his teammate, and whittles FaZe down to just 2. Robson, Brokey. They're miles apart, Vince. Brokey trapped in Cave. Meanwhile, his teammates beginning to find a way to weave through the backline and make his move up from CT. Timing's going to be everything on this. There's a very slim chance they can make this round work.
Robs needs to nail the shot, though. If he falls down, and it's pretty much signed, sealed, and delivered, and he falls prey to Nico, as so many of his teammates have multiple times in this series. Brokey at least gets the plant down. It gives him something to play off. Beautiful headshot there, delivered onto m0NESY, but there won't be a double up. There will be no way forward for Brokey, but a post-plant affords them options into the second round at least. But again, we're seeing those crispy aims come to the forefront from G2.
They've been looking really drilled today. In some big shots. The paranoia creeping in already for FaZe. Visually displayed on their faces there. But like you say, Vince, it's not the worst case scenario. You at least have some extra money to work with. You guarantee yourself a bomb plant and can lift some of the pressure off with a slightly better buy going into the next. You'll have firepower to play with. Galil's, Tech-9's, utility as well, which on Ancient is a real big part of the puzzle.
Well, it absolutely is. Being able to cordon off areas and bottleneck positions so that you can systematically shut down or take certain areas is part and parcel of the Ancient experience. So Nexa has to go in for the shoulder peaks. Rain on the wide swing, gets spotted, smoke down. That pretty much is going to be a red light in the face of FaZe. They cannot push through here. Karrigan's going to try and get aggressive elsewhere, gets the upper hand onto Hooksy. Switching weapons, gets punished. But at least he's keeping some initiative over on the other side of the map, and that's going to keep some of those rotations from coming in just yet.
When we hit the minute mark on this one, FaZe will be revving their engines for the play towards the A site. This is where you would need your anchor in Nexa to defend. Problem is, Team got a little bit drawn off, went for the wrap round through Donut. It's the spam from Hunter to get the opening pick, and Frozen's been shattered. The MP9 takes a bite out of him, but Brokey battles back. 2 frags on the Galil. Bomb being planted, the CT's isolated towards the smoke. Meanwhile, Nico pulls up and finds the first pick. It's all on Rops, Vince.
A player of extreme levels of calmness, but Hunter, wide swinging Rops, was caught in 2 minds. Should I watch CT or Donut? It ended up being to his downfall. And G2 off to a cracking start here, breaking back the economy once more. And we're really seeing what this team is capable of when they're firing on a few of those cylinders. I'm not going to say all cylinders just yet. They have obviously 2 or 3 more gears to go through, but we're seeing very early signs of a G2 that came here not to participate in this match, not to be the underdogs, but to actually show people why they're disappointed in some of these performances, because people know the potential this roster has.
The firepower, the legacy. A lot of eyes on them, a lot of stock on the team. Into this round though, with limited utility, they eat the nades. Lane control is firmly passed over to G2 as they control it with the opening Molotov, the smokes to block off the angles, and a HE that strips away noise from Carrigan and leaves him trapped. First frag found, mollies go over to block off the common positions here for the CT side. Nico trapped inside of the cave with the backup of Hooksy. They pepper through the wall bang, but no connection, Vince. Meanwhile, Nico tries to bleed out on the side, but it's a 1-for-1 trade.
Did a lot of damage to Brokey as well, though, down to 4 HP. And considering that you have a HE, an incendiary, a flash, and 2 of the 3 players are just a couple of gusts of wind from death, it's looking poor for FaZe's endeavors to clutch out. It would have to come down to Frozen, realistically. They've tickled the bomb. The smoke's not great. It does afford a small gap in there, but the molly behind it could be a problem. Frozen now with the spray gets 1, but that won't be good enough. And Brokey is already pieced out. Enough time for the defuse. It just goes to show, though, that if Frozen could string together 2 or 3 kills there, that was a winnable round for FaZe. G2, though, 3-0 start.
Third round hanging on by a few small threads. But a round nonetheless. FaZe, slow start into the second map. The bomb plant guaranteeing the extra cash. They once again get strapped. They pull out the AKs, Vince. Few players yet to find impact into this one. Rops quiet at the minute. Same can be said for Rain. And they get activated in this 4th round. Lane control continues to be easy to fight for G2, but Carrigan hits the head of Hooksy and shuts down the cave control.
Hunter needs help now. He needs his teammate of Nico to come down and allow him safe passage to get the evac out of Cat. Monacy with 2, though. And that second Tech-9 shot was a thing of beauty. Carrigan, though, is going to keep the dream alive. Continues to get entries. And smoke onto CT. But the bomb's nowhere near. Still, Rain has to go by and pick up this bomb, which is going to allow rotations to come in if G2 realize what's coming up. 2 players stuck in CT, with Nico still watching B site.
Monacy teetering on the edge of the smoke, wanted to see if he had an opportunity to push in. They re-smoke, but he's already got ahead of it. Ooh, trying to play around the Molotov, but Carrigan's swing slices his head off. Meanwhile, Hunter strikes with 1 onto Rain, and it all falls onto Nico. He's been having a huge series so far in a 1v2 with a back turned. He tries to strike, punishes onto Carrigan, losing a lot of his HP. Both of them doubling up to play against him. He gets the dink, Vince, but no frag and no round. FaZe get there first.
Oh, you could see that Nico was trying so desperately to tap when there was 4 or 5 bullets left in the magazine, trying the precision, whips the USP out, takes the first, and knocks Rops to about 20 HP. So close, and yet so far. But with that being said, Jackie, although G2 did lose the round, they took 4 players down. So the T's, FaZe, still feeling the pinch, and here is that moment. Nico will be devastated, but he so nearly got it done. Both teams' economy hangs by a thread. In just the 5th round, and we've reached a critical mass point in this game, and Hunter's been caught.
They've got G2's number now. They understand how to counter these early setups towards lane, and they're playing it differently. Not running into the nades, not getting battled back by the cave control. Instead, cutting off the rotation point and stopping them from doubling up on lane via middle. Karrigan also assaulting onto another player, so both Hunter and NiKo are down and out early. And you've got all the map control in the world now, Vince. You've got the setup with Karrigan in the backstab position towards CT. Hooksy loses his face in a matter of seconds as well. And this round is coming up FaZe Clan.
m0NESY with the freebie. Karrigan caught napping. Waiting for that rotational play to come in. Little did he know that m0NESY is still in with a chance. And while m0NESY is alive, there is a way forward. Finds the timing on the smoke. Neutralizes Frozen. And in the meanwhile, long flank from Nexa. But m0NESY may not need anybody else. He may be about to do this all alone. Rops and Brokey stand between m0NESY and a back-breaking moment for FaZe. A round that should have been straightforward. A 2 versus 4 as m0NESY nearly gets caught in transition. Nexa now, though, has an opportunity with this MP9 at range. He tries to spray, but he can't get any kills. And with m0NESY on low hit points and no kit, it's such a valiant, heroic effort. But unfortunately, it's a bridge too far. And FaZe will double up their tally at 3-2.
The bomb detonates and FaZe find their second. And the players that were yet to find their footing in the first few rounds have come alive now, Vince. Frustration for G2 as well, shown on the face of m0NESY. The concentration of FaZe on full display. The frags they found will have no impact overall. Forcing out a couple rebuys, sure, and slightly denting the economic bank for FaZe, but they can buffer it and get themselves back in. Karrigan, down on just the MAC-10. And what's the change here? What's the difference for G2 in terms of the way they play it? Because they don't have utility. They're not able to fight for lane as aggressively, and they've realized they're coming unstuck towards the early mid contact as well. They keep giving up a free frag. Past 2 rounds now, the opening pick has gone the way of FaZe because of that. The hero rifle on the hands of m0NESY pushes down ramp for early contact, and they've got a bit of a read at least in terms of the opening positions from FaZe.
An early read, but what can they do with that information with such a distinct lack of weaponry and health on a couple of players? Hoping maybe for a FaZe overlook, a bit of a mistake coming in for one of these players to gift wrap an AK across. The difference between some of these players, the best in the world and the rest, is that they're able to carve a path out of nothing, to create opportunities where there doesn't seem like there's any really available. And that's where you're looking at NiKo's Deagle. You're looking at that AK on the side of m0NESY. But Rain has found himself tons of information. A B site bereft of any CTs, and that will be a 3rd round to FaZe. Very likely coming in. The question really is if G2 want to throw this AK away, and I really doubt it. I'd imagine that m0NESY saves and the rest of the team try and bodyguard him. Maybe throw a couple of these pistols in for exit frags, but yeah, this is a done deal.
They're exiting out towards middle though through Donut. And this will be a shooting gallery. You're all going to be peeking into Brokey with the backup of Frozen 1 by 1. The frags all fall in favor of FaZe, and they get nothing. Zilch, nada from the round. G2 giving up the AK, hoping for some sort of success on the mid push, but not to be found here. The gamble stacked towards the A site as well. It's a 50-50 chance in a round like that. You've only got the one weapon, so you're hoping to stack your players together and increase your odds of winning the round. Of course, FaZe went for the slow B play. Do take that one all the way to the bank. A timeout being used here, the first into the second map for G2.
In conversation with the rest of FaZe, and meanwhile G2 in deep thought. m0NESY rattling off a couple of thoughts at the end there, but we are tied up so evenly spread. It was a super close start to Anubis as well, but once that second half came in, it was one-way traffic, and it was pretty much NiKo and m0NESY behind the steering wheel. We were both really looking forward to Ancient, though. I think it's a map that's fantastic for both of these teams. They're very evenly matched. Stylistically, it's a really fun game as well, as you're seeing firsthand. Mollies and smokes tossed out, Hunter taking mid control. We've seen him do this a couple of times. One completely backfired, so he's not going to overextend this time.
The difference here is this is more of an early A contact being set up by FaZe. Push towards the extremities, leave the lurk of Rain. Using a lot of utility again to control towards Cave here for G2, but he's got ahead of it. Default smokes go up as well, block off donut, block off CT, and see if they can fight out towards Temple side. Every line of sight is restricted for G2, but Nexter puts himself on a pedestal. The smoke's broken and Carrigan bursts, finding the early frag.
Oh, that smoke was so beautifully carved aside like Moses at the Red Sea, and it allowed FaZe to stampede their way across to a fourth. They breach the gap, they golf it fully, and although m0NESY gets a parting gift, he is now last man standing. There is no way forward for m0NESY apart from through FaZe. And he's the kind of player that can make that happen, but Frozen will deny him the luxury and opportunity. Yeah, that HE onto the smoke was delicious timing for FaZe, and the rest was just a formality at that point.
And Carrigan with confidence is a scary beast to have to deal with, Vince. Continue to fight as he just runs in and abuses Hunter towards CT, makes the round look easy. Like you say as well, perfect play with the utility. And FaZe adapting. Looking quite dynamic on their T side. G2 coming unstuck as well because they haven't had the funds to support the utility. And Brokey with the scope in his hands, the weapon that was stolen from m0NESY now being used against the very player himself. Peeks out, but m0NESY still punishes. Hits the head on Brokey and leaves it down to him to defend the site. The Deagle keeps on singing, Vince. Frag after frag, he's holding back the wave.
Not just holding it back, he's repelled it as well, Jackie. He's forced them away from the site. They're going to have to go back in. Now onto A instead, where Nexa is laid in wait with his 5-7. But Hooksy's got a good read of the situation. They hear the flurry of mollies and smokes preceding the push. And now m0NESY needs to join them. They won't be able to deny the bomb plant. Nexa is playing with the food. They get in each other's way, and Frozen shuts down Robs before he falls prey. Rain is last man standing, double sprays up, knows where Nexa is, and Rain will clutch. But FaZe so nearly threw that across the rocks. Oh my goodness, that was incredibly close.
Oh, mate. Teetering on the brink of defeat by their own hands. Minor misplays. A major moves from m0NESY with the Deagle towards the B bomb site. The issues were cropping up, but FaZe survive. Even with the blood of Rops on the hands of Frozen, the Cool brothers fighting against one another. The 5th round is still FaZe's. Round 9 goes live. Weapons to play with on either team. Full buys across the board. You've got the nade set you need to hold back the early play towards the B site as well. You can see G2, because of the way FaZe have been playing this, Vince, they're so much more paranoid about the possibilities of the fight towards middle.
How many times have FaZe relied on Rain to dig them out of a deep ditch? Very well played by him, but shouldn't have been required in the first place. That being said, though, does take the early damage. Through the cave wooden panels. Nico and Hooksy there. Oh, Carrigan takes a stray bullet to the head and then Rain gets peppered again. They're not going to know this necessarily, but 2 players already on the brink of death. And they haven't even seen the CT thus far.
The nade ricocheting round the corner into front cave, giving away the audio cue and cutting noise for both Nico and Hooksy. The T's begin to set the precedent. The fact that they want to go for the execute on the B site. Timing of the Molotov is delicious though, Vince. It's going to burn them down into the final 25 seconds before they can commit to this play.
m0NESY, too hot to handle, has to fall back. It's a great cost, and Brokey finishes him off. They would have heard the singeing sound of burning flesh and administered the mercy kill in the end. And now Hooksy caught, but still alive. Had a very good performance in the first map. But he's going to have to go above and beyond. Oh, the barrel, that AWP is going to give Karrigan's position away all day, every day. But Brokey, spray control on point. Hooksy, though, exploding out of cave. First in, and Rain again. 2 consecutive rounds with tons of impact. And FaZe extend their lead to 6-3.
These rounds from Rain bode well for FaZe. Stepping up when it matters most, the entire team now delivering. Down to the wire again, Vince. Utility as well, giving them a big boon into that round. The Molotov usage towards Cave on the site as well, forcing G2 into unfavorable angles and leaving them in this position. Just pistols to work with, other than the one MP9 for Nexa. We've seen this previously. He gets a bit antsy towards the A play. He tries to jiggle it for contact and does get tagged. Brokey through the wall, strips some HP off him, but Nexa dashes the smoke and falls back.
It's a nice shot from Brokey. That's a fast reaction shot. Unfortunately, as you said, it wings him. It blows the elbow off of Nexa. He does have the MP9. Can wield that with the one hand for now. No problems. What is a problem for G2 is that they're hemorrhaging rounds. And that momentum that never really got behind the wings of FaZe on Anubis is certainly here in full swing on Ancient. And although G2 get aggressive out on Catwalk, it's an A-sided play on the side of FaZe, and we haven't really seen this thus far, Jackie. They've hit A, but it's typically been off a rotation, a call, late on in the round.
Depends on if the CTs give them any inches to work with, any fine margins. Timing on this is going to be crazy, Vince. They adjust their crosshairs as there was another man pulling up to back them up towards middle, just as we saw the push down on lane. Karrigan being spammed at, the 5-7 nipping at his heels. Munacy's Deagle unable to deliver. The MP9, good for one, but the 5-7 of Hunter claps back for another. Rain is continuing to be the beast for FaZe as he's making the difference round after round. Hunter shoots at the toes, but they stay alive. 20 seconds on the clock, Vince.
And Nico still alive, still activated, still healthy. If Hunter can draw some fire, that could allow his cousin to come in and clean up the rest. He's got one. Better than Nico could have hoped for. And Nico's position is still unknown. He's made no noise. But this is the 3rd round in a row that Rain is going to be required, and Nico's going for the full-on defuse. Are you serious, Nico? The ice in this man's veins, and he snatches it. Breaks the heart of Rain, breaks his back. Full 10-second defuse.
The confidence of that man. The stature we've seen in this series, the play that he makes back on Anubis. Being the backbreaker, this time strips away another Rain round from FaZe. That's unbelievable, Vince. That's going to do so much for them and keeps them in a good position on their CT side now. 6-4, G2, with the confidence of 1,000 men in the 1v1.
Well, if that doesn't rally the troops, I don't know what does, Jackie. That's got them right back into this half. In many ways, economically, confidence-wise, raw rounds, and Nico decides he's done playing proactively around the mid portion of the map. He wants to get down on ramp this time. He's joined by Hooksy. Tons of T's behind the smoke, which is about to fade and gets replenished again by Nico. And that's going to waste a lot of time for FaZe here. And they also have pretty much no control over the map. Hunter's down on mid. You got Nexa looking into A main. They have a very good read of the situation.
They've been playing with the T's, making small audio cues, the dropped nades, the slight movement, trying to keep them trapped here for as long as possible. They know they have to clear towards the right side. They made that obvious by dropping the smoke across to Nico, so they'll force his peak first. But as 2 players playing together for the run out. Meanwhile, they start to sell the idea that this is an A play. Nexa takes a ton of damage and loses his audio as they start to slip his way by Karrigan on the front of the site, but he's slain, and you've still got that deep control. They're not going to bite and rotate offense, so they're able to hold it.
They're going to try and hold him here, but it's Hunter and Nexa that remain. As you've seen from Karrigan's perspective, trying to call the round from beyond the grave, frozen with Brokey now coming through. Flashes and smokes being tossed in this post plant, and the shutdown is available. The spray on point from Frozen, and snatches the life away from G2. The flank on point.
The 7th round. Every time we see FaZe picking one of these up, Vince, it's off the back of one of them having a huge performance. They're passing the baton. And Rain, ungodly in some of these rounds. And now it comes down to this. Are we looking at an 8-4 or a 7-5? m0NESY once again gets an opportunity to bring the scope out to play. The big green gun, the AWP, is brought to the table.
Yeah, Nex has done a really good job as well. Although he's on 3 and 10, I know it looks pretty grim, but he's effectively been playing A alone most of these rounds. And his timing on these smokes, drawing out utility, cannot go unnoticed. It cannot go unchecked. It may go checked this round though, and Nexa still posts up 2 kills with an AMP9 and keeps them away from the smoke. That's a fantastic individual performance from Nexa that could have just secured them so much going into this round. Nexa now gets another couple, doing it all alone with a 4K. And although Brokey has been a man possessed on 13 frags, there are limitations to even his reach. What a round from Nexa.
That's huge, man. The A anchor that sinks the FaZe Clan ship. Shutting it down with a masterclass towards the site and gives them a slightly easier time of it going into the second half, Vince. 7-5. If you get a pistol, it's a lot easier to bridge that gap.
Maybe Nexa is the reason that they have been really adverse to the idea of hitting A, because they eventually go there and he just single-handedly slaps them upside the head and forces them back. 7-5, the score though, as you highlighted, still incredibly close. But now it's FaZe's turn to get on that CT side. We know they love to play aggressive down mid and catwalk. We saw it quite a few times from G2 to diverse results, really. Some were solid, some not so much, but this is rock solid from Nexa.
Incredibly impactful 4K for him. And the aim skill and the use of utility is what made the difference. Sides are flipped though, and the second half pistol goes live. No downtime here. So momentum is going to be a big part of it. Early on, they set themselves up round towards the B site, fighting for lane. Carrigan hits the head of m0NESY, takes 2 to the grave as he goes down with Nexa as well.
Lily frags back and forth, but it's now FaZe taking the lead. Frozen still alive, still able to deliver some fatal blows if they overextend here. And Nico's out though, and he has full faith in his Glock aim. We saw him bag a bunch on Anubis in that pistol round, and he's got 3, a hat trick again. And still tons of time left on the clock here, Jackie. They don't have to force either way in. Can try and wait to see if the CTs blink first.
Robs requests the rotation, and Brokey begins to make his move back round through CT. 50 seconds on the clock. Nico curious about what positions are in play. Hunter peeks into it, and his head gets obliterated. Nico with 1 though. Now it's all down to the fine margins. A 1v1, time to work with. He can cut noise and slow down the round. Rotates offense, guaranteeing himself an opportunity to arrive on the A site and plant the bomb, forcing it into a 1v1 retake from Brokey.
Love the call. He's on 28 HP, his position is known. He knows if he wide swings the angle, 1 bullet and he's dead. Then this now allows him to control how this 1v1 comes down. This is exquisite play from Nico. And it gives him a real chance to not just clutch this round, but to land the ace on top of it, and a round that G2 so desperately require. He's seen the script before with this full 10-second defuse. Brokey, he's not falling for it. He hears the sound cues. Brokey round the corner, and that is Nico at his best.
Continues to deliver for G2. NiKo has had everything in this series so far, Vince. He's had highlight smoke shots, he's had 10-second defuses, and now to take the pistol, he gets himself an ace. He could do no wrong in this series. And G2 edge one step closer to potentially being able to qualify to the major in the space of 2 maps. A timeline that could very well become a reality if this continues. FaZe, they spend their money, they buy their way back into the game. MP9s, a scout, and a deagle in the hands of Carrigan.
Oh, double stack up on the platform. Don't see that too often. But I mean, MP9's tailor-made for these positions. Can understand fully why they've gone for it. They've seen the shadow of Monacy. The wide swing, though, is not going to work, but you're not going to anticipate too. But unfortunately, Rain has fluffed his lines and hasn't really done much damage in the process. I mean, barely scratching the surface.
It's all going a little bit west. Brokey back round towards CT, fires off the scout shot, and they begin to pull the plug. They're backing off. You've also seen NiKo's made his move up towards Cave, and finding the head of Carrigan might as well have just saved the round for them. The rest are now going to be baited to push into the awaiting arms of Monacy, still lurking towards A main, and Frozen falls. Brokey's scout vastly outnumbered, and the B bomb site given to G2.
Will G2 also take the life of Brokey, who is trying his damnedest to hold on to this scout? Throwing Donut's side. We know that he can put this weapon to use, so it would be a nice little bonus to that next round prospect. Additionally, Monacy is on the hunt, though. He's on the prowl. This round is going the way of G2 regardless. It is going to be a 7-7 scoreline, of course. It's just about finalizing the situation on the side of FaZe. But this will be the alarm bells beginning to ring, I think, Jackie, in this kind of a situation here. As you're getting a G2, there isn't just the Monacy show. NiKo is shining bright on both maps. Nexa has done a lot of work as well. And Hunter may not have had his best game, but he's still on the server. And Brokey getting one could have just saved his own life. Oh, so close. But he is going to fall prey to Nexa in the end.
Frustrating stuff. Dejected faces as the reality of the situation, the gravity of it all does start to kick in. Of course, they still have the safety net, Vince, the fact that they've won all of their previous games up to this point. You're nowhere near close to not having your opportunity to make it to the first major, but it makes so much of a difference to do it in the space of 3 games. 3 straight wins at the EU RMR. Robs, he wants to make it electrifying, Vince. And maybe that's the defibrillator to get their lifeline going and get them straight back into the game.
That's what you need, but they've got to build upon that. They're still well and truly up against it, Jackie. Yes, it's a feels-good moment. Yes, it's a tilter if you're Hooksy, but they still have tons of weaponry, loads of grenades. Do not allow yourself to get thrown off the chosen path, and that is for G2 to hit this B site. They've lost any flanking or lurking potential in this round. They barely have any mid control. They have to pressure forward. Molotovs tossed in, but considering 5.7s, Deagles, P250s are in play right now, they have to tread lightly. Smoke's going to begin to fade. NiKo, as ever, in this best of 3 on point. Not missing a chance. Spray is good from NiKo, and now the AKs begin to rip and tear through FaZe Clan. Yes, you got the cheekies use kill, but that's all you're going to get out of this round. As Brokey about to burn alive to the molly of Hunter, and G2 extend their lead.
A battle of the elements. The first being the shock of electricity for G2. And in the end, the flames shutting down FaZe. 8-7. FaZe Clan once again get a chance to wield weapons. The M4s all across the board, utilities there as well, Vince, and that's a staple. That's the difference maker on that CT side. It gives them what they need to fight for control, to be able to battle off G2 from their opening positions, and initially the Molotovs will hold back the wave. They wanted to go fast up ramp, but they're denied the push. Nade bounces wide, NiKo hits the head, Carrigan slain.
NiKo cracks open the site. And Rain, he was caught in the smoke for what would have felt like an eternity. Although Brokey does come back with one, the site has been pillaged. Brokey gonna try and plant that flag back down again with the FaZe colors, and it's Rops that joins him. The two of them have done it for now. But Hunter's brought us back into a 2-on-2. 1 minute 15 on the clock, but they've lost possession of the bomb. They could maybe fake out an over-rotation, but Brokey's having none of it. HooXi in a 1-on-2.
The heads-up play from Brokey. It makes a world of difference. HooXi. He's got to get the bomb. He's got to find a pathway into the bomb site, and they can play off each other. They can hold the crossfire. Brokey depth-defying stuff as he bounces back and stays alive. HooXi eats the nade, and time is ticking. Pressure's mounting. They've got a crossfire set up on this one with Rops on the off angle as well, and there is no good opportunity for G2 to make an easy move back into this round, Vince. Time is ticking, and it seems like FaZe have once again found an opportunity to get themselves around.
Still time though, and HooXi knows the economy of FaZe is busted. It's barely hanging. If he can find the golden ticket here, it would have been huge for G2, but FaZe can breathe a collective sigh of relief. As they've tied us up even again. And of course, G2 with a 13-8 victory on Anubis are just a few steps away from booking their spot at the Copenhagen Major. All the pressure is now on FaZe.
And that would take us to the third map. If FaZe are able to find victory here, Vince, we would go to Inferno. Map that doesn't see much airtime in CS2's current fall. But for it to be the third and final map of this particular series, the storylines would be there in droves. Early utility damage goes the same way. Again, the shrapnel does damage onto G2, but the frags are theirs. Karrigan has been taken out of commission in the same play once again, and they start to mount pressure on the site. They're already in, Vince.
I feel like I've got deja vu, Jackie. How many times has Nico just run up ramp and got the first pick? It's outrageous. Some protocols need to be changed, maybe a couple of extra HEs or a Molotov early on to stop this from happening. But the rot continues to spread as Nico continues to lay down the law and lives of the FaZe Clan players. And just in a couple of moments, FaZe have been destroyed again. And their A site has to be the sanctuary for the save. But Nico just waltzing up ramp, just chilling. 18 kills, the guy just can't miss right now.
And like you say, they can get away with murder for absolutely free. No one's backstabbing. No one's charging at them. Spamming his way through cave, using the nades to hold them back. They're giving them an opportunity. They're giving them an entry point. G2, not missing a beat in terms of hitting their shots, are going to take that every damn day. One round, Vince. That's all it is. One round. But for the way this game is going right now, something has to change for FaZe, and the money isn't going to support them too much.
This is some ruthless aggression from Nico, though. I mean, it's great to see, you know. Over the duration of the last few months, we've seen Nico maybe lose some confidence, lose that extra pep in his step, lose that extra initiative to go for the peak where the old Nico would have. We're seeing him again, man. And the results speak for themselves. He's cracked open his site multiple times by himself. In Anubis, he was doing the same thing. He hasn't shown any signs of slowing down in this BO3.
And that's what you need. A huge legacy behind him. But the future that could be ahead of him, Vince. Turning up, showing us that it's still there. It's still possible. And at the minute, he is leaving FaZe in a waking nightmare. And it's the fact that the rest of the team is able to support him as well. Game finally goes live once again, but you can see FaZe. Sure, they had time to talk about it and figure out what needs to change, Vince, but you're working with a broken buy. Few hero weapons, limited utility, and then just pistols for the rest.
The other problem as well, of course, is if you end up stacking into your next rifle round, a lot of investment with HEs and Molotovs onto ramp, and this time Nico decides to go mid or A. You've expended so much. It's almost like he's conditioning FaZe at this point to fear the Reaper. The Reaper, of course, is omnipresent, as is Karrigan, it would seem. IGL on IGL action, although m0NESY will make sure that there will be no brains behind the operation, continuing in terms of brute force with the MP9. Nextra in the meanwhile, though, walks his up ramp, and he's going to get the same results, but he does get traded back. 3-on-3.
Robs on the box, plays the off angle. Flashbang out through Cave, it'll blind Hunter, but too little too late. He breaks the back of Brokey. You outnumber them. It's a tag, Vince, but he's still standing and can deny this push onto the site. Slow down the retake with the utility Frozen. Wielding the AWP, misses the initial headshot. Rob's good for one, and it's all on Frozen now. He's got to get the reload off. 35 seconds on the clock, flashes over the top, and you can see NiKo setting his mind to rotating and going for a different maneuver. He's cut sound and he's running through middle. At the timing on it is the important part. Frozen misses the opportunity, Vince.
But he's at least seen NiKo. He knows what's coming up now. There's no doubts in his mind. NiKo's gonna go for the full plant. Zero respect for the potential wide swing. And there's the headshot from NiKo. Once again rotating and so calm. Kind of rolls his eyes in relief. But the man has got it done once more.
He keeps winning these rounds. He keeps making such a difference for G2. And the tiniest of adjustments, Vince. You look at the timing when both of them sprint towards middle. It's one of those where it happens so many times. You see the AWP hit that shot, deny the round. Instead, NiKo surgically removes the head and puts them only 3 rounds away from being the first team to make it to the Copenhagen Major.
Huxey's so aggressive through the myriad of mollies and smokes. Being planted down on catwalk. This time m0NESY's vision has been skewed by the smoke. But Huxey, showing no signs of slowing down, pushes himself into cave. And that is going to take a little bit of the defense over and B away. You can see the adjustment they've made. Tons of smokes and mollies tossed down onto ramp, but it doesn't leave them much in return now. 1:15, 2 smokes and a HE remain.
They're being battered by the nades. They've got none of their own. They've not really got anything to battle back. Slow down, G2. Do to them what is being done to FaZe. And Huxey creeps in through the cave, slays Karrigan. m0NESY already scoped, finds the adjustment as Brokey's gone. Back turn for Rain as well, Vince. This is only going to get worse as the time ticks.
And they seem to have a good read of the situation. They anticipate a 3-player stack. They know there's more than enough time, ample opportunity for a rotation to have already nestled itself onto the site. So NiKo taking no prisoners and taking no chances. Takes the head of Rain and shoves it away from the site. Hunter with a spray, and Rops is the last man alive. But his only mission is to save his orc. Any prospects of the round were long gone, thrown into the wind, and briskly forced away. So G2 will have an 11-8 lead, Jackie. I don't think many people would have gave them a chance to win this best of 3. I certainly think very few people would have said they 2-0 the series.
It's unbelievable scenes. And it's a huge return to form. Looking like a team, Vince. A collective effort. And another step closer to finishing this story, closing the book, completing their run here at the PGL RMR.
Man, Taz must be loving what he's watching right now. Just observing his team connecting, a well-oiled machine of murder at this point. I mean, FaZe are getting butchered on this half. It's been pretty straightforward on the side of G2. Can they find a second wind? The truly great teams can always keep themselves in their abouts and always pull the games back. We know that FaZe have that opportunity. We know they have that potential. They've shown us countless times. This is going to have to be another one, though, if they want to go through as a 3-0 winner to the Copenhagen Major. Let's see what they have up their sleeve.
You need that resilience. But more than that, you need a change of pace. You need some nades as well, Vince. They've gone for the SMGs, but they don't have the utility to hold back G2. And with the way they're set up deep inside of A main, this could go wrong quite quickly. Next up, spam down, but m0NESY up close, wields the AWP like a shotgun and blows away Rops. A missed Molotov, but a follow-up frag. And one by one, they fall. FaZe. Their hopes and dreams lie on Brokey with just a deagle in his hands.
He's about to peek into Nico. 22 and 10 for Nico, 22 and 12 for m0NESY. It is no longer a solo effort on the side of G2, and they have 4 chances, 4 opportunities to book their spot in the major.
They can do it in 2 maps. They can do it right here, right now, and finish the job. FaZe. No room for error. The buys brought to the table. They have utility this time, and that's used to establish early map control, but look at the posturing, Vince. G2 want to go for all-out aggression on the A site. Rops must deny it with the AUG.
To play one in this position right now, it would be him. The initial spray is good. Mollied out of position with the flashes as well, and m0NESY returns the favor. AWP trained to perfection. And now Nexa needs to wide swing in. Karrigan stands his ground, drops the bomb and gets a second, giving a lifeline to FaZe.
A missed shot from m0NESY, and the problems are creeping in. FaZe are not giving up control of this game for free, and m0NESY falls as Brokey stands tall and gives them one more round.
They're hoping it's one of many, Jackie. And if they can continue to connect the dots like that, they have every chance of making it a reality. G2 are brought back to reality. It's not done just yet. They can't overlook this FaZe squad. Nice initial frag from Rops, but it was that double from Karrigan and Donut spilling the bomb down that was the difference maker.
And those are the rounds, man. Those are the rounds where Karrigan comes alive, right? The tenure, the experience. And now, after getting that round on the board, it makes you think maybe there is still a timeline. Still a possibility for this one to keep on going, Vince. The game that could give us a bit more.
We have to wait just a little bit longer, though. I saw Rops pulling out his in-ears, which is normally a sign of a technical problem. So fingers crossed it won't be too long before we get back underway. Just like to build the tension a little bit more, Jackie. You know, we're not done just yet. There may be another couple twists and turns in this story yet.
It's a series that is already delivered on all fronts. One to remember for fans of Counter-Strike across the globe. But a game that means so much for the 10 players that are in front of you. Their legacy, their hard work, the blood, sweat and tears, the hours dedicated for that opportunity, that chance to snatch the crown at the first CS2 Major, to be there in appearance. Comes down to these games, these rounds. Round 22 goes live.
Oh, these players have made so many sacrifices to be in this position in the first place. Means the world to each and every one. And of course the coaches as well behind them. Interestingly, Neo against Taz, all teammates. But in the here and now, Huxi has pushed up on the catwalk side and Frozen spills his blood down there and retrieves the kill. And it's a clean kill at that, you know. A flashbang out, Frozen goes for the repeak, but he is stuck between players. He at least has some backup, but Nico is going to punish him for overstaying.
Isn't it fitting that it's Nico again to be activated? m0NESY waiting for the re-peak, but Brokey has been the only one that can slow down the AWPing superstar of m0NESY in this round. He's removed, blown away by the AWP of G2, and it all falls onto the last 2 members. FaZe Clan's hope and dreams in the best of 3 is on Rops and Karrigan.
Karrigan typically comes alive in these moments, but he's been put to his death by Hunter, and that leaves Rops now with so much pressure So much to do. Yes, he's got the first pick, but it's one of the hardest areas in Counter-Strike to burst out from. He at least has the smoke and flash to dart back into. Time is low and Hunter shuts him down. G2 2-0 against FaZe and secure their spot at the Major. The first team in CS2 history to qualify for the Major.
The 13th Major for NiKo. After playing a nights out series, Vince, he'll once again get a chance to finally get his hands on the one trophy that's evaded him. We couldn't have asked for a better series, but a 2-0 with G2 writing the history books.
Thank you, Jackie and Vince. You are absolutely right. G2 are our first team qualified through to the first ever Counter-Strike 2 Major. Blair and Pimp, that was a fantastic series. We had high hopes for FaZe. We thought it could be close, but I do think we were expecting more out of FaZe. G2 did such a good job there.
Firstly, I owe G2 an apology. I wasn't quite familiar with their game. That was fantastic. That was brilliant stuff. I mean, map 1, we already spoke about Anubis, how good they looked on it. Heading into Ancient, I think almost all of us were pretty much sure that we're going to be going to map number 3. And if you look at the first half, you know, G2, they won the first 3 rounds, the pistols and the conversions, and then FaZe went on a bit of a tear. 7-5, you're thinking if you FaZe 7 rounds on the T side, you're feeling comfortable. It's your map pick. CD side turned it around, and then boy, oh boy, NiKo with that ace, making a statement saying it's not going to be easy. They bring it back, and in the end, they close it out pretty convincingly, 13-9. Impressive stuff from G2.
It was a super, super well-played game coming out from G2. As you said, it all started on Anubis with a very convincing win as well, where they were in full control from start to finish. However, here on Ancient, it required a lot of individual brilliance. I'm sure we're going to see the clips later on. We're going to call them out. You have a Nexa ace coming out of nowhere with an MP9. You have NiKo showing up, doing a fantastic one with the pistol you see right here. So you had a lot of individuals out of nowhere stepping up for G2. That made sure that FaZe, who arguably are the better team when it comes to Ancient, or historically have been, couldn't really get it done this time around. As I said, coming into this match, this is only the second time ever in history in CS2 that FaZe have lost an Ancient. It happened first time in Copenhagen to Gamer Legion. This is only the second time ever, and that's more than 14 maps played on Ancient, so it's a bit of a shocker for FaZe Clan.
And I think it's really poetic in a way, because we preface this matchup with that interview which NiKo gave to Banks, where he said, you know, we're on the right path. It's just about things having to click and the individuals having to step up and just step up to the plate and deliver alongside young m0NESY. m0NESY, again, every single game, this kid, 100 ADR again, but it was NiKo who just shook and stunned FaZe, but also the supporting characters, man, like Hunter, we saw the ace from Nexa as well, even Hooksy, everyone's chipping in, and once that clicks in, once that happens, G2 can take down Giants.
Everyone was chipping in, Blair, you're absolutely right, but let's just go back to the man you mentioned, our standout player, NiKo for G2 Esports, because it's been a question in our minds. Is this guy still great, or is he just very, very good? And he's showing us he absolutely still can be the X Factor.
I think this has been, you know, again, it's just a group stage, it's just the RMR qualifiers, and you'd argue that the opponents they've been up against in the first 2 best of ones weren't of the highest caliber. However, the way he's been playing consistently well over 2 days now, over the course of 4 maps, that's the best we've seen from NiKo in CS2 so far. Every single map he's been a difference maker, every single time he's been playing well, and today this series against FaZe Clan, he's had a couple of maps and a couple of moments in CS2 where you're thinking, all right, now he's back on, now he's coming, but then the next couple of games he's been a little bit lackluster. This is the first time I'm seeing hints and showing of consistency coming out of NiKo, and again, it came after the update with the Pika's advantage. I can't help to think that that's helped him a little bit.
It might have, but for me, the most impressive thing where I'm like, you know, I'm looking at NiKo, I'm like, yeah, I think he's back. It's not the kills he got. There were 2 rounds, if you remember. The one was a 1v1 where he plants, the bomb's planted, he's got no kit, Rops is there, and he's like, I'm just gonna stick this. I'm just gonna stick it right in your face. A few rounds later on, he plants the bomb right in the face of Brokey in the 1v1. He plants it, he peeks, and he's winning the mental game. He's like feeling like the lion in the server. He's saying, you're locked in here with me. And that's the sort of mentality we know. We know he can be a bit of an emotional person, even though he might not show it so much outside. We know it can obviously affect your games, the way you play the game. But when you're feeling it, when you're in that flow state, so to speak, it also reflects in the way you approach situations like this.
I think seeing NiKo activated, NiKo on fire, sort of relates to one of the things we mentioned before this match, which is, sorry, not before this match, but after Anubis, which was that we have this Hooksy framework, but this G2 lineup seem to play their best when within that framework, they have a bit of freedom and they can act with confidence. And I think that really showed with Nico on Ancient. Some of those peaks he was taking, crouch peek, headshot, boom, swing angle, headshot. That's when I see Nico at his best personally.
Yeah, 100%. There's no doubt about it. The man is putting up a 1.57 rating over the course of 2 maps versus FaZe in a game where you can qualify for the major. It's a massive performance. It's a massive game. As you said, we speak about G2 as a team who realistically can have expectations of going into the playoff, maybe even being a major contender, but it requires for them that the individuals are showing up. This is not a team that relies on, you know, synergy, teamwork to the same extent that the old Danish version of Heroic did to some extent, right? They didn't have the best individuals. They didn't have the Moneys of the world or the Nikos of the world. So this is a team that has framework to work within, but the individuals are supposed to shine. And if they're not, G2 is not a beast to be reckoned with. But of course, if Moneys is continuing the way he is now, and Nico all of a sudden slowly but surely is coming back, or at the very least heating up for the major to find some of that consistency, you can't tell me, nor everyone else in the world, that G2 can win the major, because we've seen it before. Whenever you count them out, well, they win Katowice, they win Cologne in a year, and nobody, absolutely nobody thought that was possible.
Just as a full stop on the Nico point, why don't we take a look at round 18, where he pulled off a fantastic clutch. Blair, if you'd like to. I think this was one of the plants that you remarked on when we were backstage.
Yeah, if memory serves me right, this is the round where, yeah, like basically they just run into the B bomb side. Also, such a problem in the B bomb side, right? Carrigan was just feeding them, and this is just Nico just getting into his own, right? He gets the first kill. It trades back and forth. This is the one. He plants right in the face of Brokey, and Brokey's scared to take the fight. Brokey's scared. Brokey's thinking that Nico, he has to fake. He has to peek me, and Nico doesn't.
You know what's hilarious? It's not Brokey, it's Frozen.
Frozen, sorry.
No, it happened twice. It was the exact same situation 2 rounds prior to that. Brokey did the same thing. Nico planted the same spot, same duel. He went away with the pistol in that 1v1, so that's why you're confusing it, because that round played out twice. Nico in a 1v1, outplaying first Brokey, then afterwards Frozen as well. The amount of impact Nico had in this game. He won 3 1v1s, and he had a pistol ace. Without him, they wouldn't have won.
Can I jump in here quickly? Because it's just a couple minutes before we go to our interview with Banks down the floor. Can we talk a bit about our expectations that we had for FaZe going into Ancient? I know the stat line for them is incredible on that map. A rare loss. What was going wrong for them? Blair and Pimp, if you could elaborate.
I feel like if you go back to the first half, I think it was still a very solid first half coming in from FaZe, 100%, right? But what really worked for G2 was, let's not paint a false picture, a false narrative. It wasn't just Nico and Modesty just going nuclear and individuals carrying the game, right? G2 had a very solid game plan. FaZe was taking the fight to G2 initially, but Nico was coming on top. The trade was really good. They had a good read. The spacing was solid. And then a B bomb side, I feel, was a bit of a liability. Carrigan was getting caught off guard multiple times, and Rain at that point is just left alone. He is the caveman, but even a caveman can fall when you have like 5 guns just running at you and you just have a club.
Velociraptors. I don't know what can we use for the metaphor of things running at a caveman. That's what I'm working on.
Velociraptors didn't exist during caveman's time, Fala.
Sorry,
Sabertooth tigers. There we go.
Yeah.
Close enough.
Yeah, Sabertooth tigers. That's a better one.
Yeah. You guys cool? Or?
Oh, we're good. We're good. This is what we do. Yeah, guys. Very soon we're going to have an interview down the floor. Anything else that you'd like to share before we head over to that?
I do like, you know, the situations we pointed out, the 1v1s that Nico had. Right. When was the last time we've seen players like a Frozen, like a Brokey, giving that much respect in a 1v1 to another person? Right. This is not the sort of FaZe mentality that these players have.
I think that's a notion we need to keep in mind as well. Next to having that ace with an MP9 in the last round of the first half, it could have been an 8-4 lead for FaZe Clan. Again, you're looking at a very solid first half. You have 3 1v1s that every single one of them went the way of Nico. Again, normally you'd say they probably split it in the middle, you know, they win 2-1 or 1 or 2 each, but that wasn't the case here. So everything that could go right for G2 went right for them, and that's also part of the reason why FaZe weren't able to make this one closer. I think it at the end of the day, it came down to a couple of clutches that easily could have gone the other way around, but
and then the money.
And the money for that matter as well. But that's Counter-Strike, right? You got to win these pivotal moments, and this time around,
and how many times have we seen FaZe win because a couple of those rounds went their way? Look, it was a bad day in the office for FaZe. I don't think they necessarily put up a terrible showing. I mean, obviously they looked very, very disappointed. However, you saw a few words being exchanged between Brokey and Rain. They're definitely going to have a quick chat, but it's still 2-1. Just need one more best of 3, so it's not doom and gloom yet for FaZe.
Blair and Pimp, enough from us for now. We're going to head down to the floor where James Banks is standing by with Hooksy.
That's right, I've got Hooksy here, and a very happy Hooksy after going through 3-0 and being the first team to qualify for a CS2 major ever. But you were just saying, right, that you thought this was going to be a bit harder this time around. What happened?
I think it was very important for us to get such a good start yesterday. Getting a clean win and then getting it over the edge against Eternal Fire. I think if it was like a 0-2 day or like a 1-1 day, it would have been different. But like the hunger for revenge against FaZe and kind of like relieving the pressure by being up 2-0, I think helped a lot.
And in terms of that, right, relieving the pressure and seeing players perform better, it seemed like the mental was good. I spoke to Nico in a pre-match before we came into this whole event, right, and he was saying the individuals aren't quite there, but it seemed like you even came into it, right? Nico's come back alive. What was the difference here? What changed in order to make you guys come into this form?
I think that we are still a bit inconsistent, so sometimes we will show really good level and sometimes it will not be the best. But I think the best thing about this team right now is just our mentality and how strong we are in the game. Even if we lose some stupid round like here on Ancient, on the City side, we still pull through and we trust that we will just come back in next half.
And how important was it you to win some of these very close rounds that could have gone either way? Was this a bit where it hyped you up and you started to believe more than ever?
Oh, thanks to Nico. First of all, that was two pretty important 1v1s. No, I think that everyone pulled through in their moments. And yeah, of course, momentum is always good for any team, I think.
And you've been in this situation before, right, where we look, say, last year, it was winning Cadeau going into the Paris Major, and everyone's like, okay, it should be yours the whole way through. Do you feel like at this point, though, you guys are ramping up throughout there? Do you feel like it's coming together maybe a bit slower, but in a different way to peak at the Major?
Like, it's hard to plan this stuff, I will say that much. But if we lose Cadeau and we win the Copenhagen Major, I'm fine with that. So let's just say it's planned. It's all planned.
It's all planned, and that's HooXi's world, and that's the way it's going for it. What do you think, though, it was this time that gave you the chance to fight FaZe like you did? Because it looks completely different than what we saw back at Cadeau.
I think that we tried to follow a game plan a bit too strictly last time. Okay. And this time I said to the boys, like, we are some of the best players in the world. We just need to follow our gut sometimes. And I think there was way more of this. And like, if you play against FaZe, they will also follow their gut. And that's why they win some crazy rounds sometimes. And we just need to fight fire with fire, I guess.
And in terms of that, though, like looking at fighting fire with fire and following your gut, is it more diverting away from the game plan you had and maybe following it looser?
We still have a game plan that we follow, but it's just there's more room for like people to do individual moves or like that, you know, nobody will be mad or like look weird at you if you don't follow the game plan. So yeah.
And lastly, I want to ask, how important is it going 3-0 and finishing a bit earlier as well, especially with the schedule and everything else for you guys, right? Because it's getting wild.
It's had some sleepy eyes the last few days. I was really tired, so it's nice to get a few extra days. And just, I don't know, I don't care if we go 3-2 or 3-0 or whatever. As long as we go to Copenhagen, I'm happy.
Well, you've gone to Copenhagen. Well done, mate. And we'll see you on the next one. Let's see what happens, though, going forward for the other teams.
Thank you, Banks, and congratulations to HooXi. Yes, indeed, sir, you've made it to Copenhagen. Let's react to some of the things that he mentioned. The hunger for revenge against FaZe was apparently a motivator. Pimp, I'd like to go to you. You were at the heights in your professional CS career. Can you relate to that feeling? How real is that feeling as a motivator in teams?
Yeah, 10 years ago, man. Very relatable, very relatable. I had the same, the same hunger, so to speak, to whenever you're playing Danish teams or you played someone who you had a rivalry with or teams that you felt were maybe by the community noticed as a better team than you get that extra hunger to take them down. I think for G2, though, it's more so to prove to themselves, let alone the rest of us, that they're still a contender. They're still a great team. It has been a shaky start to the year for G2. We haven't been able to place them. Heading into the Katowice playoff was okay for them, but the way they lost to FaZe in their quarterfinal left us with a bittersweet feeling and a bittersweet taste in our mouth. This time around, though, I'd argue this tournament, qualifying to the major obviously is more important than anything else in your calendar. So for now, it's okay. I would say the first couple of months here in 2024 can be done as an okay period for G2, but it all comes down to whether or not they're going to be there for the major, because we do know what happened last time in Paris. We have the history of G2 never really making it far the majors. They need to change that, and they need to change that in Copenhagen.
And I think it's also very fitting that, it is going to be in Copenhagen, right, for a CS2 major. It is HooXi's home, his world, as some people might even call it, Paula. so it's great. I think it's very fitting. I think they absolutely deserve it. Also get a little bit of extra prep time, a little bit of extra rest time as well. We still have a month remaining for the major. So yeah, congratulations to G2. They really blew us away.
Yeah, just one other point that I'd like to bounce off that HooXi mentioned. He said one of their strongest suits currently is their strong mentality in the game. They can lose silly rounds and it not affect them. How important is it going to be to hold on to that going forward?
And mega important, of course, if your team is resilient to moments like that, you have a higher chance of finding your way back into the game. And I think it is a team that, let's be honest, G2 have been through a lot. So, of course, they have experience, you know, losing a lot of dumb rounds. It's probably the team in the world who have the best history and track record in regards to that. So, of course, it should harden you over time. But let's hope for G2 that they don't need too much of that resilience when they come to Copenhagen.
I think it's a good point, which Hoxie also mentioned, is like even when you play against FaZe, they also do a lot of BS rounds, and that's how to pull off some magical moments. Like we saw Brokey, for example, in B-bombs and almost sealing around away from G2, right? So to realize at the highest levels of Counter-Strike, when everything's on the line, when it's close, you got to go for those plays. That's what differentiates, you know, between someone who just plays only by the book every single time, and then you throw in that curveball. So it's good for you to do those plays if you have the confidence and you don't feel deflated if it doesn't work out. You went for it full 100%, 110%. If it doesn't pan out, it doesn't pan out. It's okay. So I like that G2 kind of, it's clicking for them now, you know?
Gentlemen, thank you for your thoughts. Everybody at home, G2 are our first team going to the first Counter-Strike 2 Major in Copenhagen. With that being said, we're going to take a short 15-minute break. When we're back, we've got Virtus.pro versus Na'Vi. You do not want to miss it.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displate. Swap them whenever you like. Hang your displates in seconds. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas. And choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at Displate.com.
Players are changing. Countries are changing. The game has changed.
Finds it to perfection and simple.
It's Olaf who's on top of the box. He's got 3 and he's looking for a 4. That is incredible.
And Rain, he's knocked away.
The best tournament, the best bookmaker are the same.
This is D-Quiz the Bomb, a Counter-Strike trivia quiz shown as a bomb. Now you can defuse the bomb by answering questions correctly. The timer starts at 45 seconds and will be defused at 75 seconds. But if it reaches 0, boom, it explodes and you lose. Now you have 4 choices for each question to choose from, and if you answer correctly, you gain 15 seconds. But if you're wrong, you lose 5 seconds. Who can handle the pressure of defusing the bomb with their knowledge? Well, we're about to find out. And finding out, well, it starts with me. I'm going to give it a try, I'm going to give it a test, and put my knowledge onto the bomb, and hopefully not cause any problems. So let's get started with this. Who is the player with the highest rating on pistols during the 2023 competitive season? I'm just going to guess Saiwu. Yes, I gained time, okay. How much money do you get for a kill with a Mac 10? Ooh, 6? Yes. How much? Oh, first to how many rounds in CS2? Aha, that's easy. 13. Oh, come on. What is the max running speed of the model with a knife? Oh my God. This is complete guess, 250? We take that as a win. So I did that in 1 minute and 15 to get my 75 seconds, and it took me 28 seconds and 80 to get the job done. Okay, that's a win. But I don't think it's always going to be that easy. They're going to be random questions, and we're going to get some players to test it out as well and see who else might be able to defuse the bomb, or maybe they will fail. D-Quiz the Bomb, and this time it's the baby goat G2 Munacy taking up the challenge. Are you ready to test your knowledge?
I'm ready to test it. I'm ready to test. I'm ready for everything.
You're always ready for everything, but this is going to be a big test for you. Maybe a bigger test than the whole RMR is for you.
Maybe, yeah. I'm gonna test myself. Let's go.
All right,
Are you
get
ready?
yourself ready.
I'm ready. 1,
Go.
2, 3. How much money do you get for a kill with a knife?
Oh, come on.
I forgot.
How?
I think this one. No! How? I don't remember! What was the top ranked player in CSGO? It was simple. How many times did Nico appear in the top 10 rankings between 2017 and 2021? 5. Easy. Что? Who is the only player from Israel to have appeared in the top 20 rankings? I hope it's Spinks. It should be Spinks for sure. Stico is not an Israel player. How much money do you get for a kill with a knife?
Oh, you got again lucky.
Bro, it's Which player from Denmark consistently ranked in the top 10 from 2020 device? What the Desert Eagle in CSGO? Bro, what? Oh, sorry guys. I hope this one. What is this? What 50? What is the cap damage of a Molotov after the first 3 seconds? It is 8 or 6. I hope it's 6. It's 8. In which month of 2024 is the first CS2 Major gonna be held? March. Who was the top ranked player in 2019? Who was the top ranked player? No, it was Zaibu. The minimum amount of USP shots to the body to kill a terrorist on a pistol round if he has Kevlar. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think you need. I hope it's 6. It's not 5, yes? Phew. Who is the only player from Turkey to have appeared in top 20 rankings? I remember this one. I think it's Foxic. Okay. What is the team with the highest win rate percentage in pistols in 2020? I think for sure it's Vitality because. Wait, this player active or inactive has the most majors won under his belt? I think it's Device, but Device with 1, not. Which player from Canada? It's okay, I will talk about it. Canada consistently ranked in top 20 from 2020. Canada player. Twist is Canadian, yeah? Canadian, I mean. What is the reload time of the AK? I think 2-1 or 2-2. In what year was the famous Swiss format introduced by Valve for all majors ever since? Swiss format? I don't know, I think maybe 2020. I don't know, guys. What is the maximum you can take from an 8 while fully armored?
You blow it up, mate.
It's 68!
It's
yes!
gone.
Let's go!
It's gone.
What are these questions?
Well, you didn't save the world today, Manasi. You killed us all and the bomb blew up. But, you know, at least you blew the bomb up in the correct way in the game.
That's okay, who cares?
Well, we'll do some more research and we'll see you on the next episode.
See you next time.
Set up teams and start digging.
Made in hell.
On a deserted island.
Made in hell.
Welcome back, everybody, to the PGL CS2 Major RMR. EU RMR, I should say. I should be specific because we've got an Asian
Group A, Group A.
And Group A too, yes. All right, everybody, welcome back. We've got our first team going to Copenhagen. It's G2, and now it's time to find out who will be joining them, Virtus.pro or Na'Vi. My name is Parla. I'm still your desk host. I'm still joined on the desk this time by Blair, but now we've switched out Pimp for the Romaniac. He's back.
Hey, how's it going?
The Romaniac.
I gotta say, I love the way you point at the camera. I was like, "Dah!"
Let's try and
like
give it a little bit of spice, you know?
Yeah, I should implement some of that, some bit more movement in the desk.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, how's it going?
That is something
you guys
you
had
could
a good
do, for
time.
sure.
You appreciate the game, FaZe
Yeah,
that was a
great game.
Really nice.
That was a fun game.
Really nice. I was going to say best of three, and it technically was, but it was a two mapper.
It's still a best of three.
I know, but it just sounds wrong to say it when it happened in two maps.
But what would it be then?
Two mapper. Anyway, all right, let's focus in and start talking about our next matchup. Both these teams, as insinuated before, 2-0. So the winner will be guaranteeing a spot at the Copenhagen Major. The loser won't be out, but they'll go 2-1. Virtus.pro, Na'Vi, guys, can I get your initial thoughts, please?
Without any disrespect to the opponents that both these teams have played so far, this seems to be their first real test.
Yes.
Both teams have had a relatively easy time to get to that 2-0 positions. Prior to that, some heartbreaks. For VP, a little bit harder than for Na'Vi. I'm looking for this confrontation finally. The VP that played against Fnatic was the most aggressive VP I'd seen in like 6 months. Like, they literally just destroyed them. Fame had 2.5 rating pretty much in their faces. Can you play this same kind of Counter-Strike now versus Na'Vi? I would be ready for it. I'd be up for it.
I'd be very surprised if that's the case. But I agree with you. The fact that the scorelines are 13-6 and 13-3, if memory serves me right, for the side of VP. Well, I'm like,
that was it.
Okay, all right. You guys aren't wasting time here. Just like steamrolling through your opposition, which is a great sign to see. Everyone popping off. It's not the Jame and Flit show. You know, Fame had his moments, Norbert as well. Mir too. Any Mir fantasy pickers would be very happy. Not me, of course. Na'Vi though, few question marks here and there about them, right, coming into this. But at least the first two wins they had yesterday looked very, very convincing.
Yeah, guys, why don't we focus in specifically on VP? The specific players that we should be looking out for. Who do you think, starting with you, Maniac?
Okay, so there are some players who are already known entities, I would like to say, and you mentioned Mir, and as far as I'm concerned, he is the floor of this VP lineup.
Yeah.
And he's the only one player that sometimes feels a little disconnected from whatever plan they have. If someone that's peaking when they shouldn't be, or someone that's a little bit behind on the trade, it would be Mir. So I'm not exactly sure whether he's in danger in that jersey. I wouldn't go as far as saying that. But if you are a VP and if you are getting frustrated with your results, the man that we have on our camera here would probably be the first that you go to. Norbert, we know his numbers might be a little bit below, but he's very serviceable in his positions. Flit and Fame, incredible machines. James is who he is, of course, you don't touch the king. So Mir, I think Mir has a whole lot going on his shoulders, and this would be a very good proving ground rather for him.
Blair, what about you?
No, I agree with Maniac right there. Like, if I'm forced to really pick a player as to being like, maybe he hasn't really slotted in that well in this VP team, it has to be Mir. And you can see there the struggles they had in IEM, right? This team, once CS2 came in, we saw them play with a lot of online events here and there. They were looking very, very good. They were looking very solid with this lineup. And then the beginning of the year, it started to trail off a little bit. And heading into the major cycle, I had my doubts. I'm like, is this going to be what happened last year in Paris, as opposed to what we saw in Rio for them, right? They would be looking to recreate what happened down in Brazil. And at least from the eye test from yesterday, it looked good.
Yeah, but they were never put in an uncomfortable position yesterday. And I think this is the story that we got out of Katowice. And I don't know if it's idiosyncratic from their playstyle or not, but whenever they have a bad start, because of how slow and methodical they play, it's a little bit harder to manufacture the momentum, like manufacture hype and getting confident in your duels. When you see VP having a really bad start, sometimes they take a long time to warm up to the game. Well, obviously, that was never a question here in Bucharest, as they destroyed everybody.
And that's a problem. MR12 as opposed to MR15 back in CSGO. You don't have those many opportunities
like,
to come
bro,
back.
all my rounds.
Yeah, but like, anyway, but heading to Na'Vi though, I just want to touch upon one thing.
All the rounds? They're with AMKAL and NIP yesterday, guys.
That is correct.
That is correct.
Yeah. Guys, we've only got a couple minutes left. Can we just switch focus to Na'Vi a bit? Keys to victory for them. Any players that you're looking out for, Blair?
I'm actually looking at Imma. Imma's the one guy you look at his team. You look at JL, consistent, wonderful, has been fantastic for them, even though their run ended in Katowice in a slightly disappointing fashion. Bit has been okay, not okay, serviceable so far. Imma's been a question mark, a little hot and cold. Yesterday, he was just lights out. He was absolutely untouchable. I don't think that is something which can be sustained throughout an event. I don't expect that from Imma as well. And if he doesn't deliver that, what's going to be the answer for Na'Vi? That's my question.
Well, I was going to focus my attention on the maps just a little bit, because there are some interesting questions to be raised. First of all, the picks of either side. If you're VP, last time they played, they went for Overpass. I thought Inferno is up for the taking. They throw an absolute curveball. They actually go for that Ancient. How much of that is actually based on that victory versus Fnatic, we'll have to see. For Na'Vi, Mirage is open. It's a very high map, and they go for Anubis. So personally, I thought we would be looking at very different picks. I'm going to be real here. Of course, Anubis, a lot of reps for Na'Vi very recently. Not a map that VP affectionate too much. And then we're going to end up on that handshake of Inferno as a last map. So a little bit of surprise in terms of picks.
I feel Inferno, a little bit surprised, I agree with you as well, but I felt like if Inferno was going to be floated, that maybe Na'Vi wouldn't really want to go with
that's crazy that's crazy to me that Na'Vi remove Mirage in the last rotation and allow Inferno to go through.
I thought they'd pick Mirage.
Same.
Actually, I had an idea. I had a feeling they'd go for Mirage. So they ban it out, go for Inferno, which is a map that VP, one of the few teams right now in international Counter-Strike, top-tier Counter-Strike, who are pretty comfortable picking it, who want to play that map. I worry a bit for Na'Vi with this map, Vito.
Okay, well, with that being said, guys, we are pretty much ready to get into this one.
Oh, damn.
Could I get your official predictions, please? Blair, starting with you.
You go first.
I will have to side with VP. I think I know it's been a very small sample size, but I feel like the spread overall for this team right now looks very, very solid. I think they're going to take this one.
Oh, you fell into the honeypot of that victory.
It's sweet. It's sweet. I like it. I'm licking it.
Well, listen, Alexi B Masterclass. That's how they say it. That's cool. I'm going to go with Alexi B.
Alrighty.
All right, my analyst desk is once again split. I'm curious to see who our casters have got. This time we've got Dinko and Moses. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Paulo. It was great to see you up there. And yeah, this is going to be a fantastic game. VP versus Na'Vi for a spot at the first CS2 major, Jason.
Yeah, a thing of beauty. I mean, VP on this recovery mission now and have a chance to just get through with it right out of the gates, which would be awesome. And obviously, we mentioned this yesterday too when we were watching them play. A team that I always think can go deep in tournaments. Just an interesting. I'm really surprised Maniac go with Na'Vi. Maybe he's got something that we don't know.
I don't know. I think that performance yesterday and how VP had been playing, I've got to go with Virtus.pro coming into this one. But we're about to find out. Na'Vi on the CT side of Ancient, VP get a T-sided start. And look at James. He's got a full bucket of utility.
A whole bucket. A really deep 5-gallon bucket. Smoke, Molotov, 2 flashbangs. And he's waiting for his teammates to take control of Jaguar to start creeping in towards Cave. Now, during this timing, there's going to be a little bit of a push. So actually, a lot of pressure is on Fame here. They're going to see this utility to come in, and Navi's going to stay aggressive with it.
Yeah, Wonderful. Joel Borelis at the bottom of the ramp. Fame jumping around, trying to bait out that shot of Wonderful. He'll drop further back into the bomb site. Lexi B still caught by the flash, but frags out on Norbert. So far, Na'Vi up looking a little stronger, but Virtus.pro stay committed to this B bomb site. Locked out by smokes, but those will fade away shortly.
Yeah, but VP, I mean, as we know in these situations, they're so comfortable being patient like this. Like, if you're Na'Vi right now, you're like, this hit actually never came in. Utility's about to fade away. You're moving into a different setup because now you have a little bit of time. All information that VP's been able to get from the footsteps and the smokes have faded, but VP's still here ready and waiting.
And they don't mind pumping the brakes.
And you might feel, if you're Na'Vi at this moment, like VP has fallen back. Like, they're going back towards T-spawn, they're going back through the water, and now you can start to see the defense moving because they want information. They feel so uncomfortable.
And this is the trap VP can set up, and here comes that push, but it's going to work out for Na'Vi. Wonderful gets that kill down ramp. Fame is taken out of play. Now 3 players stand for Virtus.pro. It's not looking too good for them in the final 25 seconds. Na'Vi have held their ground. They know what kind of team they're up against. They know about the patience that's required to win these rounds, and this is just for the pistol. Alexi B with a perfect little tap. Second is clean from the in-game leader. And they are finished off. Flit is left alone. Finally exits the cave, but Bit is ready for him. Na'Vi set up the trap, and they don't let Virtus.pro escape.
It's a cool trap. You can see the way it comes to fruition. It's just with VPs, the way they like to play, sometimes you get this result, which is they just look kind of silly, like they're sitting around doing absolutely nothing. Well done from Na'Vi. I think the information play coming down B ramp instead of pushing in towards cave was very smart, very heads up, very focused. And Alexi B handling business. Nice headshots with the USP. Even Bit getting in at the end of the day. It's 1-0 in the favor of Na'Vi.
And no bomb plant, so VP, no force buy in the second round. Full Glocks. I mean, this tournament is interesting for Virtus.pro because obviously the history with the RMRs last time around was just a little bit mental, shall we say. I think it's the best way to describe it, with Chiron coming into the project early last year, then going into the RMRs for the path to Paris. And they lost Chiron mid-tournament. They brought in Norbert to fill him out, and it was a whole thing. And they didn't make it to the major, Jason.
They didn't lose him. They sent him off.
Yeah, well,
it's not like he just wandered out for a coffee and never came back.
He was abducted by aliens.
They told him to get out. Yeah, that was a very weird situation that we're not likely to see repeated anytime soon, I would imagine.
Probably
Wonderful should have a field day here. Good kill on the first player. Fame turned the corner. We should say, yesterday against Fnatic, Fame was an absolute monster. What did he end up with? It was something like 26 and 8 within 16 rounds of play. It was mental.
Yeah, Fame was unplayable yesterday, and it's not like he was playing the safest style either, right? He was throwing himself in every fight. He was winning duels he really had no business winning, and that was against Fnatic that they beat 13-3 on this very map of Ancient, and Fame finished 26-6 with a 2.51 rating, Jason.
That's not bad. That's not bad at all. Let's see if he's got a little bit more of it today, this time starting on the T side, the offensive side, and starting out in a 0-2 hole. As Na'Vi come into this clean and handle their business.
Handling their business. Yeah, that's what the top teams are looking to do early on here.
Both these teams kind of in a little bit of image repair after Katowice, right? Both of them with early exits. Na'Vi was starting to convert people that this project had some legs to it, had a future, had a path to it, go out a little bit earlier. VP, a team that was supposed to be contenders, went out a little bit earlier. Now at the RMR, they're trying to show what we wanted to see just last week. Ima's going to get the opening kill, proactive running through a Molotov and around the edge of the smoke, and that helps get control of B lane. But he doesn't want to stick with it, just backs off, and now VP play with a man down.
Alexi B clearing out B lane. Hasn't fully cleared out the cubbies, so has to communicate that to the Na'Vi players that potentially Fame and Flit find themselves in there. And he will be exactly right, but Alexi B, how long is he going to stick around? How long is he willing to fight down B lane? Utility will come in, signaling a lot of pressure now applied to this B bomb site. And Flit is already up, already through into the B site, and smokes follow. So Na'Vi have to concede this and play it retake.
And VP or Na'Vi are fine playing retake because of the man advantage. Oh, JL's got one. Oh, no way he converts that. Even a dink on the other one, and this is perfect.
Yeah, sick work from JL, and obviously the grenade coming in too gets that final kill on Fame. It's all left on James though. Out towards the double doors. If he had a molly, maybe he can get a lit round lineup, but for now it is just a little bit of jam time.
Bro, I can't believe JL just came running out of cave. I was setting up. I was like, they're happy to play this because they have the man advantage. Happy to play retake, 2 players controlling cave for the post plan, not letting VP have access to that.
Yeah.
But the fact that JL gets so aggressive is pretty crazy.
Yeah, J Legend goes a little bit loco.
Yeah, he's loving it.
We're back in the major circuit for the likes of Imma and JL, where they really carved a path for themselves to be considered for a team of Navi's caliber. These are players that are playing in likes of Gamer Legion and Apex, 2 teams that, you know, many people would have just seen as sort of a challenger stage team previously, but they went all the way into the playoffs. Imma had one incredible performance the whole way through and got to the grand final of a major, and that's why they kind of shopped themselves out to a team like Navi.
Yeah, it's a good point when you want to talk about how important and how much pressure is on the players competing in this RMR. The last major of Paris made these guys' career. That's exactly why they're in this roster, all because of their performance at the major. So it can be a life-changing experience for good or for bad. Mir and Jame gonna open things up very, very quickly. Mir through the smoke, Jame with a nice op shot. That's Alexi doing his challenges out of Jaguar, and this time he's punished.
Good start for Virtus.pro in a round finally. Haven't been able to find too many of these advantages to get themselves into a comfortable spot. There's so much time left on the clock. So if you give Jamie a 2-man advantage and over a minute to play with, this is perfect. This is exactly what he wants to do on the side.
Generally speaking, VP doesn't lose these rounds, not like this. And you can see they even have the kind of the traps laid. They're not even going all the way around to the A bomb site, heading towards middle as well, where it's just Imma tucked into the cubby. Flashbangs out, calling for information. But if they don't push towards red room, he doesn't get action.
1-for-1 fight, always going to favor VP in this kind of position. 40 seconds left.
And then they leave the low HP lurker and move around the map again.
So it's a double stack in Jaguars. So the only chance Na'Vi have of winning this round is if VP finish on the B bomb side. And that's exactly where VP are going. And even at that point, they've got to immediately kill Mir. Stop him from seeing that second player. And that's exactly what will happen. JL takes out Mir. Now they have a shot at winning this round. 19 seconds left. Bomb plant coming through. Fame trying to get it through without getting spammed down through the wood. And he's found Sanctuary around the side of the pillar. So bomb is down. VP now have a huge advantage because they know where the last 2 remaining players are.
And it's interesting to see if they're actually going to go for this or if they're going to try and find an escape route. I think they'll just end up smoking off lane and trying to exit through middle. Not wanting to mess with it, wanted to preserve these weapons as well. Timing shots through the smoke, that's JL to fall, but they never saw Wonderful. They never saw the second player.
Oh, and that's going to help out. Wonderful with the kill on Norbert. Upgrades from the FAMAS to the AK-47. It's a nice little steal away. But Virtus.pro will win their first round here on Ancient. They've won a round here without getting too many kills on the board. I mean, we're looking at VP have really struggled to get a foothold in the fragging department. 4 kills across the entire team. And we're heading into round 5.
Yeah, pretty clean start for Na'Vi, all things considered. They're going to take a timeout to talk things over and make sure that kind of round doesn't play out multiple times. Certainly not twice in a row as they buy up. Good cash built up on JL and Bit as well. So Na'Vi's sitting okay with the full investment to decide whatever they want to do. Very B-focused to start for Virtus.pro in these first 4 rounds. Haven't seen any challenges for middle, although to be fair, what we saw yesterday on Ancient against Fnatic was Virtus.pro, as we all know, happy to be patient, happy to wait out utility when it's thrown deep into these choke points. Not really wanting to challenge in the first 20 seconds or so.
And Jame today is looking to make his 7th major appearance. Major champion in Rio, missed out on the last CSGO major in Paris. Grand finalist in Berlin, so Jame has quite the history inside of the major circuit. Would love to bring this squad to the first CS2 major. Mid control established for Imma and Bit. And Imma's going to climb up onto the ledge, so Smoke will protect him for the time being. He's got Bit to focus down on elbow. VP very controlled T side so far.
Countering that deep smoke with a Molotov to slow down the push into that smoke timer. Wonderful with an op angle deep into A main, allows them to keep 4 rifles pretty mobile across the map, and just now Navi's clearing out this B lane, but behind the smoke still lurks 2.
VP are going to be aware of the map control that they've given up by playing this slow start to the default, so they're going to be pretty effective in clearing out close door positions. They have to be aware of that now at 50-second mark. It looks like they're going to start getting itchy feet moving towards Alexibi.
JL still has one more smoke. I imagine when contact happens, he'll possibly help out, but likely saving it for B ramp a little bit later on if Alexi encounters some contact.
So the mid take starting to come in here for Virtus.pro. Alexibi's position now spotted on the slightest jiggle peak on the door. So there's that smoke you're talking about. JL deploys that out towards the double doors. They force Alexibi further back.
That's perfect. This defense is perfect. There's 22 seconds left. I don't even know what VP can do. Na'Vi just stalled them out for the whole round due to the patience. Na'Vi just takes complete advantage of it. I don't even think they have time to get to the bomb site, even if it was clear.
Yeah, so they cut through Red Room. They're desperately trying to get to the site, but the bomb is down in Donut, and that is the round going against Virtus.pro. Na'Vi look completely ready today to face against this slow style of VP.
Yeah.
We've seen the early sign of it in the pistol round, where they didn't get too angst. They didn't push. They didn't give any mistakes on over. This round, they hold the utility. They lock them out of the bomb sites, and it's looking so comfortable for Na'Vi's defense.
I'm honestly so surprised VP even went for that round and didn't just save. I mean, memes aside, like you leave that B double doors with 22 seconds and you got to wrap all the way around to go to the A bomb site where you haven't actually engaged anyone throughout the entire round from Na'Vi. That's a crazy attempt in that round. Well done from Na'Vi. That's super impressive to stall VP out like that. Deep utility again. Let's see if it happens twice. And remember, it touches on how much of a lean towards the B bomb site VP have had today to start this map, and yesterday against Fnatic, they haven't wanted the challenge for middle. This time, Flit's gonna fight.
Yeah, it's better for Flit to actually fight, try and take control of this, but there's another player available, and it's Imma that's come through. Sweeps the legs from underneath Flit. There has to be a reaction now for VP. They can't just sit back. They've got to take some space, but the bomb is all the way back outside elbow towards T-spawn.
Oh, Bit's going to go down.
Oh, but is he going to overextend the shadow? James knows. He knows there's a player inside of the temple, and he's just waiting, allowing his teammates to go in. James has locked away that temple push from Bit. Imma comes through middle, trying to get beyond that Molotov in Donut, and he absolutely will. Only a single kill, though, from Imma. Mir frags out in return. And a 3v3 established with just under a minute left, and James' patience has to come off the angle. Knows that he has to help by tossing utility into the bomb site, but is waiting patiently for Bit.
He's just kept him pinned down this whole time. Oh, and then he misses the chance, misses the opportunity.
And Bit still gets out of Temple. Mir's inside of the donut, and Wonderful does not check it. James, missed shot, pulled away from Temple yet again. And he stood in the same position, but no shots will land. It's only Mir left, a 1v2. And the defuse is not through yet for Na'Vi. No one's even tapped it. They don't have utility to cancel Mir out of this round, so they go to fight him. Mir gets behind cover, and time is now ticking for Na'Vi to get this defuse. And Mir knows he can just toy with his prey. JL gets the kill, and he's going to run back for that defuse. Mir tried to run the clock low, but not low enough. JL still gets it through for Na'Vi.
I don't know why Mir pulled the knife out. I think he thought that bomb timer was way deeper than it actually was, but he still needed to actually fight. You still need to challenge in that position. That ring around the rosy can only last so long. The real issue, I mean, Mir's going to get a little bit of a side glance due to the knife in the clutch, but Jay missing those shots. He held that angle at Temple for like 40 seconds in that round, missed the opportunity when it finally came, and missed 2 more shots after the fact, and that's what ends the round for VP. That's what gives Na'Vi the avenue back into the retake.
And you just thought for how long that James was holding that he was guaranteed at least one. The fact that nothing went his way is surprising.
And James an Opera who's solid in those situations. He's known for hitting just like the easy ones because he's patient and waiting, but here comes the mid-exec.
Pushing out through elbow, some utility up, Bit burning away from the cutout, and he swings into the fight. Norbert brings him down, and what a shot from Fame up towards the ledge. Imma decides that they can't just give up middle too easily, especially after losing players in multiple sides. So Imma pushes back into mid, but JL's cave fight goes the wrong way, and that has created so much space for Flit to just keep pushing into the B bomb site. Unless this fight gets a double, which it won't, Na'Vi are about to lose this round. They know exactly where Wonderful is in middle now, so they'll take that bomb, plant it on the B side, and Wonderful attempts to save.
And as soon as that shot rang out in middle from Wonderful, you could see all those yellow dots starting to converge towards the B bomb or the A bomb site. Nice shot from Wonderful. I think he heard a little bit of a footstep right at the end. He's got a long time still to survive, so going to get aggressive in towards Donut. And VP, how much do they want to hunt down this AWP? They don't have any kind of a great economy to lose too many weapons, but obviously a valuable target on the map still in play.
Oh, shot from Wonderful. Damn, Jame this time punishes him. AWP for up for grabs. Jame will grab that and thank him very much. So VP's early battles in middle allow them to get another round, and it's Flick creating space.
And notice the change of pace. The early start to this was talking about how well Na'Vi was able to stall them out. This was just like, all right, guys, get out middle. Let's neutralize these Molotovs. Let's throw flashes. Let's throw our own Molotovs as well in response. Flush them out of their corners and really challenge for this early, which they never had to do against Fnatic because Fnatic couldn't handle the slow stuff. Now that Na'Vi's handling the slow stuff, VP can switch into that other gear. And that's kind of been the evolution of this team, where they're known as that kind of slow, boring, grinding play style around the map. Well, they've been incorporating over the past year, ever since they won the Rio Major, a little bit more aggression into their gameplay, and we're seeing it here.
Mac 10 for Norbert, rips apart Alexi B. Second shot is easy for Jame. Upon that long peek from JL. We spoke about the heartbreak that VP suffered on the path to Paris last year. Wonderful felt that same sting with the Spirit side of things. Didn't get to go to Paris for that last major. His first major appearance was in Rio, the major that VP picked up. He's looking for his second appearance at a major today. And going 3-0 through the RMR is perfect. We heard about it on the desk. Mania, I think it was Pimp that brought it up. He was saying, you have all that extra time if you go 3-0. You get to go home, you have weeks to prepare for the World Championship. And that could go a long, long way. Don't want to have to go down into the last chance qualifier. Don't want to have to battle your way through multiple best of threes. Today is the best opportunity to get through cleanly.
Good shot from Jame. Yeah, today, I mean, obviously, you want to go through as quick as possible 3-0, no doubt about that. But certainly, looking at all the struggles we've seen in various RMRs over the years, not even want to mess with who's left still. And the FaZe is still out there, one tough loss against them, and all of a sudden, you have a chance. You're playing with the pressure of elimination on your back.
Yeah, you can very quickly go from 2-0 after winning your 2 opening best of ones to having to get into groggy battles against great squads. You don't want to let that happen. You got to withstand. You got to get through the 3-0. Just feel as comfortable as possible. Mid fights. Coming through again. It's actually Mir who wants to challenge to the back of that flyer, and he knows he's got Flick coming up and trying to split middle with him. It's 2 for 2 as a 3v3 established early on thanks to those mid fights. The VP have come out looking a little better because they've got the map control.
They do have the map control. But the bomb is tucked behind the B double doors behind this smoke. Norbert's going to have to pick that one up. And Na'Vi now have complete control of the B lane. So if the goal is to meet up with Norbert and have him come through those double doors as you come up ledge, this could get dicey. Now, Na'Vi's taking a little bit of a risk because Alexi's going to be left on an island. He's pushed up, pushed out of cave, watching those double doors, but he's now no longer got any teammates watching for anyone encroaching upon that position. So it's all him on this side of the map as the other two walk around on an exploration mission. But this is exactly the kind of things that VP likes to punish. If anyone peeks Red Room, Jame is waiting.
Oh, good kill from Fame. Important trade comes through from Wonderful. With 43 seconds left, when is the call to go for Virtus.pro? And they're sending that bomb solo in towards the A bomb site currently. Wonderful is starting to creep back over. If he gets his AWP in position to aim in, this could be devastating, but he misses the shot. Norbert flies through the sky and gets that bomb planted on default. Now Jame posts up for that CT peek, and he might have that opportunity, but such an important flash comes over.
That's from Alexi from middle. Big engagement, he can't handle the fight. Awkward angle for Norbert, awkward peek, and I think now Wonderful, your idea is saving this AWP, saving this weapon, because Na'Vi got no money in the bank. VP have ground them down and will break them yet again.
It's a great adaptation from Virtus.pro. They tried to come in with that classic playstyle you pointed out earlier, Jason. Now they've got a little change in pace. They can control the speed of their round. You can go slow at the start, quick burst through middle.
They've also now introduced the idea that they're willing to play that fast and aggressive, so Na'Vi can't just like start out rounds with the idea of we're playing against something slow. Let's
hold
use
all the utilities.
Yeah, they can't just stack those at the B double doors. Now you're going to have to spend an extra nade, an extra flashbang to make sure that fast strategy isn't going to beat you. So now it comes into a mind game of what kind of style are they going to bring out in this round? Is it going to be fast? Is it going to be slow? And that's something Alexi B is going to have to work through.
Yeah, even trading on these mid-fights isn't going to be good enough for Na'Vi. The T's all the time in the world to work with. Mid control. Despite Wonderful getting some kills in towards the end of the round, it doesn't really have a whole lot of impact, but he does have the AWP saved over, and that could make a difference in a round like this. But the rest of your teammates are on pistols, and you've got the most expensive gun.
He's alone as well. He's got one player with him. A B set piece coming in. Oh, he's gonna burn.
Oh, he's burning, forced into the fight, and Fame eradicates him from the site. Nothing Wonderful could do. With the most important weapon in hand, Alexi tries to be a little crazy inside of the smokes. He went forward to see if he could deny the bomb plant with the dual Berettas, but didn't get that opportunity. And Flick clears out that smoke inside of the site with a grenade, breaks it apart. Doesn't see anybody, and here's the retreat. They know that Alexi B has got the all picked up off the battlefield.
Yeah, but you can't hunt at this point. There's still three pistols on the ground. You can go forward, but that's a huge risk to take, and VP doesn't want to hand over any more weaponry. So content with the fact, that's a really good find from Alexi B to save the AWP. And VP's just going to be happy with the victory, happy to tie things up at 5.
Important grab, important snatch away. And Wonderful will have his primary weapon in hand for the next round. We are all tied up, as you were saying, Jason, and that's kind of crazy to think about, considering the start here from Na'Vi, how in control they looked, how comfortable they looked playing against VP. But the great thing about the Virtus.pro T side is they can adapt. They have multiple different ways they can approach the T side. They're not a one-trick pony. And James has found the answer to get them competitive on this first half of Ancient. And I'm glad we got a best of 3 here today, because obviously we had best of 1s all throughout yesterday. We're into the winner and losers matchups today for progression and elimination. We've seen heartbreak already with NIP going out of the tournament, but this one's a story of celebration. We've got Anubis up next. That's Na'Vi's pick. And this is a quick B play deployed for Virtus.pro, and we're talking about the speed change. Well, here it is on display. Fame with that first headshot. Wonderful having to trade back, and Alexi B swings out of cave, tries to make that MP9 get a kill, and it doesn't work out. The sidearm of Bit keeps these numbers even, and Wonderful stay disciplined behind these smokes, allowing his teammates to make the next move. And the bomb is down, so Na'Vi will have to play retake. They got 2 smokes, in fact 3 smokes, 1 flash, but only 2 players left alive now thanks to that kill from James. So VP are now in the more advantageous situation inside of the site. Bit with an important swing. Just as that smoke plumed, he hits the headshot on James, and both of these remaining Virtus.pro players have taken damage. And now it is only 1 player remaining, and it's Norbert, but the element of surprise is on his side. They don't know where he is. Wonderful now detects it, but Norbert reads the clutch. Perfectly pulls those 2 players in towards him, and Virtus.pro now take a small lead.
Oh man, that is a grindy battle. Alexi B makes a hero play, but 1 extra flashbang catches him just when he's about to have a double kill lined up. That is a very grindy round. But this fast-paced aggression from VP, this style is looking cool. Na'Vi's having a real hard time handling it. This time just 1 kill and you're into the bomb site, and then from there it's Na'Vi scrambling to get a grasp of the round.
There's 5 rounds in a row now for Virtus.pro.
Yeah, they've looked so good ever since they've been able to switch into this faster style, and it's working. It's working so well. Bit with a kill, Ema burns down Norbert.
Important early kills going Na'Vi's way, but fantastic kill to come back from Mio. This keeps the round within touching distance for Virtus.pro. Last round of the first half. Na'Vi trying to tie things up and put an end to this streak that VP have put together. From 5-1 down to 6-5 in the lead. And Mir finds himself inside of the red smoke.
This is interesting. The desk was having a conversation about Mir's place in this team, and it feels like at the moment he's in a very critical role in this round and how it plays out. Cutting off rotations, choosing. He's got plenty of freedom to make an aggressive decision if he wants to, but he has to deliver when you're in this position.
VP were trying to play contact out of Aimee with a bomb, but Imma gets back in time, and perfect utility has kept them behind. So they can't commit to this A plane. In fact, Virtus.pro realized just under a minute left, they have plenty of time to readjust and go for a different plan of attack.
Yeah, but I really do think if they want to win, this round is going to be really hard for them to win if it's just Jame and Fame making the aggressive plays. I almost feel like Mir needs to pounce a little bit at some point, because once again, he's in a good position to stop rotations. Jame plays a very dangerous game there.
But he's actually made it work, so fair play to Jame. He dodges out the shots, he gets the information on the whereabouts of the AWP, and forces Wonderful to burn utility and drop further back.
Yeah, but I don't necessarily like this now, because now the Red Room play is so obvious that they've spotted Jame hopping back and forth. They know mid control is there. Now they know exactly where this is going to come from, and VP doesn't have a whole lot of time to make this work.
But Navi have pushed B. Now they realize they have to go to the B bomb site, so JL's coming back to the cave to try and get there in time. And Fame crosses into the fight. That's the bomb loose. It needs to be picked up. It needs to be planted. And Jame is cutting off those rotations, but do not forget about LXCP, and they didn't pick the bomb up. I thought they absolutely would have got the bomb in time, but the patience a little too much, and it is tied up at the half.
A good half from VP altogether, and showing you two different styles. So if you thought they were going to be slow and boring, this map might have changed your mind, this T side. Very cool from VP, but a couple of rounds that get stalled out due to smart play from Navi. And I think Navi altogether handled it very well in the mid rounds, being patient, always being buddied up as they move around the map to make sure they can trade any lurks.
I am confused about what happened towards the end of that round, because he definitely still had time to get the bomb down. There's 9 seconds, I think, when JL got that kill through Cave and it was traded. So I don't know if there was a molly on the bomb or maybe they were just panicking about Cave, but I'm not a time VP.
I think he might have been trying to consider a safe spot for it. That Molotov they threw in towards Cave kind of spread a little awkwardly for things and did some damage.
Makes sense. Makes more sense. Well, pistol coming right up, and this game, we wanted it to deliver, and it certainly is. Navi versus VP in a qualification best of 3 at the RMRs for the first CS2 Major. You'd be wanting a close game, and that's exactly what we're getting. It was periods of streaks for both teams in the first half. Let's see if it's a little more back and forth in the second. We'll get to see what Alexi B's calls are here.
I mean, looking at the minimap right out of spawn, you'd say Navi has the leg up. It's going to have to be a retake at the A bomb site. The question is, how long do they take to prime this attack and actually hit and move into it? Because for the moment, VP has 4 at the B bomb site. That's going to change as time goes on. Wonderful spots a player in Donut. That's Jame.
Well, James coming back over now to the site instead. He'll play from default. In fact, he realizes they're going to have to play retake. So goes for a fight, doesn't win it, and then drops in behind that CT smoke. So Navi at a minimum have the bomb plan.
Have the bomb plant, and they've got plenty of time to set up however they'd like. Smoke is still up towards CT spawn, so they're going to double up in Donut. One's going to play big box, it looks like, one in A main, and then Alexi B sticking around the bomb at the site.
You've got to say, Navi are completely favored in this post plant, but Virtus.pro have extra seconds to play with thanks to having a kit. They deploy that smoke out, Bit at the big box. No kills yet for Bit, he is taken out. Quick shot from VP, and they're into the site. This retake is on, and that defuse is being stuck. They're not lining it up. VP pull it through, and a fantastic retake. One single player dies in that initial engagement. Couple of exit kills towards the end, but it's VP with the first round of the second half.
Beautiful shooting as they start that retake. That smoke cutting off access from Donut, though, is massive. That's 2 players from Navi neutralized with nothing to do but spam through the smoke and pray. But man, the way they dispatch the rest of those crossfires is absolutely perfect. And that's the set of retake utility for a pistol round that you kids will want to learn at home. You know, if you're ancient players.
Yeah, also learn that aim as well.
Yeah, sure.
Some of those quick headshots.
That would help.
That definitely helps. First timeout for VP used here. Because obviously no Navi got the bomb plant, and that's a big factor when you're on the T side, because you can get a good force buy despite losing the pistol. So VP have to consider that, and they've decided to go with more rifles than SMGs. So you've got 3 rifles in play, or make it 4 actually, if you want to count the FAMAS. 2 M4s, 2 FAMAS, and the classic UMP purchase. Always see one of those in a VP game these days.
Did you ask Jame yesterday?
Didn't see him.
Didn't see him.
Didn't see him. I'm starting to wonder if Jame is just a figment of my imagination.
Just some imaginary figure you see once in a while?
I walk over, I only see 4 players at the VP desk.
He's your conscience.
God, that's
Whenever
scary.
you're going out for an expensive night at the bar.
So, yeah, exactly. It's like, should I spend this money? It's actually a pretty good idea.
Yeah.
Any financial decision you make in your life, what would Jame do? It's a good question to ask. Smoke goes down in towards elbow. Mid-control established nice and early here for VP, and Navi realize they don't have the deep utility belt to go to and compete against what VP likely have, so burn out that early utility from the CTs, and finish the round with your bucket of utility. Just taking their time, Na'Vi. Favorable fight if Norbert tries to duel against Wonderful at this kind of range. JL creeps closer to Flit inside of Jaguar.
It's a very quiet stalemate. I'm just listening to the birds.
Listening to the ambience, the calm before the storm.
Just now making their move. Flit not even going to drop the... No, it does drop it a little bit later. Mir spots 3 now in middle. Well worth the damage taken from the nade, and gonna back away from that engagement. Alexibi brought down very, very low. Flit comes over to join up with Mir.
And he decides to sit back, actually allow them to push a little deeper. If they want to B-split, they've got to come into Jame. They've got to go into Flit. It's only 1 from Jame from the cubby, so Flit is now drawn between 2 positions. He calls his teammates to try and help, but Alexibi nails the headshot. And now it's Flit, again, undetected. Not the cleanest spray. He's overwhelmed by Alexibi on the flank, and it puts it all on Fame. And we know he's so good. We've seen it yesterday, but not this time. Not today. Bet puts him on the ground.
That's a sick round from Na'Vi. They really picked up the pace and made it well known they wanted to attack Red Room and attack middle, and that allowed for the entrance at the B bomb site, the initial pick on towards Norbert. That was huge from Na'Vi, and with very little resources, they get the job done. Good call from Alexi B. He's got Na'Vi in a very strong position. One more win, you break VP, and you start getting closer to a map 1 victory. In fact, VP's not even going to force buy to counter it. They're going to concede this one. A couple P250s picked up on Flit and Jame. Other than that, unarmored USPs. So Na'Vi should have a waltz into an 8th round. This is Virtus.pro's pick as well.
Yeah, it is. Anubis up next, Na'Vi's selection.
And I imagine it would be a talking point for the desk. It was certainly a talking point during the veto. Matthew especially little... talking about how Virtus.pro brings out Ancient out of nowhere. It could come back to haunt them. Very passive. They don't really have a good indication of where the hit's going to come from. It would have to be a miracle regardless, but even more so when they're all backed up. So Na'Vi will take an 8th round as VP just huddling up in towards Red Room, maybe going to try and flank and go for some exit kills, try and get some guns. And what's going to be interesting is Virtus.pro's buy in the next round.
Yeah, then we'll get back into the game.
I don't know. It might be a small buy then too. It's not like they have some kind of massive losing bonus built up. They might be stuck like right around or just under $3,000.
And they're a team that like to be a little conservative, so they'll probably go for a weaker purchase, allowing Na'Vi a few more rounds here to play with. No need to overextend if you're bit. Just chill out inside of the pool. Or give any exit kills on over. Alexi B looking to get through to the Major. His first ever debut at a Major was Katowice 2019 with Ents.
That's the one where Ents really broke into...
Made it to the final.
Yeah, all the way to the final. That was one of the great underdog runs that we've seen at the Majors. And he's kind of been, I think the shame about Alexi V is ever since then, he's just sort of been a journeyman. Like he's on a team for a while and then he's
picking
gone.
Up close to the wardrobe, man. He's got G2 jackets in there.
Yeah, OG, he's got it all. NIP. But I mean, the sad thing about it is he catches a lot of flack, but it's like how many of the Vitality he was in as well? How many of those were like rosters that felt like they were put together and capable of being competitive? Certainly not the OG roster, certainly not the NIP roster. It's really cool seeing him take this Na'Vi team that nobody really knew what to think about after Paris when this got put together, and making it a dangerous squad.
The question was, what would it be like without Simple? How would Na'Vi fare? And it feels like the pressure was almost alleviated to a certain extent.
Important to note, there's 2 rifles on the field to play for VP. Norbert dropped that M4 over to Flit, which can only get 1 kill. Then Norbert picks it back up. And they still have the Galil save from the previous round.
Under 1 minute, Fame is holding utility at Donut. That will now be deployed. Senses it's a good timing to dish out that smoke. Oh, that grenade did not go through the smoke. In fact, it landed on Na'Vi players and did damage to soften them up, and the P250 manages one. There was even a chance there for Fame to get another. And Bit is now coming out of A main with the rest of the Na'Vi pounce as they want to try and get into the site. 30 seconds remaining in this round. Norbert pushes CT, catches a good time in a good position to remove Bit from this fight, and Na'Vi are not getting into the site. Imma's in the clutch. James alone inside of Temple, and Imma certainly has the better weapon here. James is searching for a rifle. He's only got his knife out at the moment. He's going all the way back around towards CT spawn. There might be a better weapon on the ground, but Imma's solely considering the Temple. And Imma swings at the last second to check back towards CT, and it's an important recovery from Imma.
James did everything he could. That smoke is actually really dangerous. That makes Imma consider so many different eventualities. So James throwing a little bit of confusion into the mix and wrapping around, but Imma reads it at the end of the day. Hard-fought battle. We just were singing Alexi B's praises as an in-game leader. Well, he just makes a really good decision. That smoke doesn't get blown open, not broken enough by the grenade, but he knows they just have to get in as quick as possible. So he leads the way through the smoke to his death, allowing for the trade and allowing for the eventual take of that bomb site. And a timeout is called immediately by Na'Vi as they want to talk things over. Now a 2-round lead.
We mentioned it, we were talking a little bit about VP's style changes at times throughout the T side, and I think it's really nice to have that ability because you want to see when you've got the likes of Fame, you've got Mir, and then most importantly Flit currently in CS2, it feels like. When you've got 3 riflers that are that sharp, you want to see the option of seeing them get aggressive. And we know that they can have a big CT performance too, in particular Fame yesterday. The rifles are finally out for Virtus.pro, so let's see if that comes to light.
A recovery in the first half is the only reason VP is still able to even fight for this. Nade blown open, utility out. They want to challenge. They don't want to let Mir sit comfortably on the ledge, and they won't. Imma gonna lead the way, and there's a perfect trade.
Yeah, second kill out for Imma in middle. Overextension from Fane sticks around trying to fight, and Imma gets the swing on time. But now he's damaged up. He's 2 health, Imma. And his teammates are coming over towards this B bomb site. It is going to be an attack of Na'Vi into B. Norbert doesn't have the greatest weapon for the job. He's got the weakest.
And now they know his position.
Gun available on his team, and that grenade lands onto Wonderful. Important that Flit is now detected towards Cave. Na'Vi can be aware of that, and Flit is sprinting back. Important kill going up against Bit. It's James that lands that one on the rotation with the AWP. And the bomb is now on the ground. Na'Vi need to try and recover it to put it down. And those fights are now creating opportunities with the smokes for Norbert to get a kill on that MP9. And JL is thrust into a 1v3, getting spammed down through the smoke. Norbert peppers him up. And Virtus.pro, when they return to the rifles, when they get a full buy on the CT side, they pick up a round again.
Yeah, they certainly do, and that's well-managed utility at B ramp. But Jamin over in the cave, I think Imma might have played a little bit too early with only 2 HP trying to come in towards cave. Needed a little bit more to take James' attention elsewhere. Regardless, a really good take of middle, just couldn't find the success after the fact, and Virtus.pro hustles on the rotation over to this bomb site, and it all gets shut down. Norbert's able to upgrade for free, 8-9, and it's Na'Vi who have money issues now. 1 AK-47 on Imma, and all pistols otherwise. The boost up, however, nets an opening kill. That's Fame to fall over the top of the smoke. Much more subdued today, Fame, than he was yesterday.
Not getting the chance to bring the reckoning, but that's exactly what Mir and Flit have in mid. Destruction of the Na'Vi attack. And Na'Vi now have to go back to the purchase. Still have all the money available yet again.
9-9, all tied up.
Yeah, this game, you never believed for a moment that the second half will fall out of the hands. VP always find a way to stay alive, to come back into things.
They're a very difficult team to put away.
Tenacious on the Virtus.pro side. What if Na'Vi got on the attack? What does Alexi B got for this T side? Not a lot of utility to use up early on if you're Na'Vi.
Throwing that lovely new lurk smoke at the B bomb site as well. As a defender, it creates a lot of space for them to attack into you with safety.
No commitment yet for Na'Vi. They are applying pressure, obviously, with that lurk smoke, but they've got to be worried about losing the mid control because they didn't challenge for it. And Virtus.pro showing a willingness to fight for mid and get players in there. And that's exactly what has happened. Fame has pushed down mid with Mir, who has now climbed up heaven.
It's no more smokes, though, so they got to back away.
Yeah, you can't maintain control here.
And that's why you see Na'Vi being so passive in this B lane. They're just like, okay, let's wait for that mid smoke to fade to where our mid player can actually get involved and help us take control of ledge. So we know there's no bodies there, no danger that anyone's going to peek out at any moment. Ima's just about to turn the corner to do that. And now Na'Vi have control.
Time is starting to run thin at 45 seconds.
I think this is going to fall into a split towards the A bomb site. Smoke towards Red Room. You can smoke CT from outside Donut and split the attack. Flit's feeling that as well. He's already shifted.
Now Flash goes in. That's pressure for Fame. Is he going to be able to handle it? Just one kill on that fight. Imma making sure that it's a quick reply. Flit this time. First rotator. First point of call for Virtus.pro. And Mira still at that big box. It's just bitten JL trying to pull this round back. They've done very well so far. JL burning in the fire. Eventually eradicated. And now it's a 1v1. And Flit knows that Bit's right in front of him. Such limited time. You've got to go for the plants. And now it's running out. He's come off it, he needs the kill, and Flick gets around the corner, and the last second peek to the kill versus Bit. It's chaos, but it's VP up in the lead.
Flit just outplays everyone. He was the first player to arrive at that B bomb site. That's such a sick clutch. He pulls Bit off the plant and just toys with him. A little bit of sound cues to make it sound like he's coming through the smoke, but this is all Flit. He just got here. Double kill in towards Donut, holding down the fort, and then outplays Bit as the last player. Na'Vi, their first gun round was spectacular. Remember, like that really aggressive thrust in towards Red Room, pulled, sucked all the attention in that direction, exploited it by hitting the B bomb site. They haven't really been able to crack and put that much pressure on Virtus.pro's defense again. Virtus.pro's able to move around the map and get a lot of reads and kind of see what's developing before it happens so they can have the defense in the right place. Other than that, it was an eco win for Na'Vi after the first gun round victory.
It's about to be a play into the A site, attempting a bomb plant. It's a deep donut smoke, so it won't cancel out Fame. He can still stand here, he can still fight.
I'll get you an ace.
Shows his might with a 4K and all 5 for Fame. Shuts down the pistols, no mercy, no bomb plant. And 11-9 now the scoreline reads.
Mir took a bullet to the face so that Fame could get all 5.
That's a teammate.
Shout out to your boy.
Player. Yeah, that's Fame getting those numbers up. Trying to get back to over 20 kills. And that certainly allows a quick jump up. Tactical timeout here for Na'Vi. They know this is the last chance to get Ancient. They pick up Ancient. There's a great chance to 2-0 if you're Na'Vi because Nubis is up next. You let this one slip, you've got to battle all the way through 3 maps if you want a chance of qualifying for the major today.
Yeah, and it looks like they might be letting it kind of slip out of their grasp a little bit. It's been a very hard-fought battle, but 4 in a row now for Virtus.pro, and this defense hasn't felt like it's had too many issues in those 4 victories. It's been well handled. So the final timeout from Na'Vi to talk over the game plan of these last few rounds.
Bit just on the Tech 9. I don't know if a weapon's maybe down for him, but if not, it's 4 AKs, 1 Tech 9 to play with, and it will be exactly that. So Na'Vi don't even have full rifles out here. It takes the hit for utility. Plenty of utility being used out for Virtus.pro and Elbow, as you would expect. Looking to stop Na'Vi from getting early footing out mid. Flit held back inside of Cave. Not allowed to push out because of that utility. Oh, grenade blasts open that smoke. It's one from Imma. Trade is instant from Fame again.
That's been huge for Virtus.pro throughout this entire half, as anytime Na'Vi want to get aggressive in middle, it's always a trade. They never actually secure anything. As soon as someone gets a frag from Na'Vi, someone from VP from defense is there to trade it right back. So things stay even in the 4-on-4. Virtus.pro have good control and good read and good information gathered in middle.
Fame is just going to bide his time. He's got good control here. James can jump spot, try and take some of that attention towards Red Room. It is if Na'Vi even go middle at this point.
And now they've adjusted the defense into a much more comfortable situation where Flit rotated around to Donut so he can join up with Fame. He could play passively and watch the A-bomb site. That's going to be an easy frag as Alexi's throwing utility. Didn't expect the mid-round aggression. And Virtus.pro really starting to put this together. JL could be in trouble.
Oh, he's definitely going to be in trouble. Look at Flit. He's pushed into elbow. And JL's making no secret about his run. Gets the gun out. Can't ready himself in time. So it is a 2v4 for Wonderful and Bit. They find themselves in the A-bomb site. Bit pushing deep into Temple could be the play that allows Na'Vi to stay in this one. He's got to try and get a couple of kills to draw these numbers back. James is coming late. Out through CT. Norbert, goes down, but instant trade from James. Now just Wonderful left. A 1v3 for the Wonder Kid. Taps out towards Donut. Jumping into the side is Jane, now spotted at default. Now Wonderful, the pressure's completely on and he cannot handle it. He cracks behind the big box. We talked about this being the last chance for Na'Vi to compete on Ancient. Well, it looks like that has gone out the window. Virtus.pro up to map points.
Yeah, there'll be one more buy. One more buy for Na'Vi on this T side as that bomb plant helps out with the bonus money as well. So they can get AKs and utility again, but it's not looking good. They haven't found a winning recipe. It's now 5 in a row. 5 in a row for VP's defense and Na'Vi unable to crack it whatsoever. All these proactive plays in the mid-round when it goes quiet are coming on the side of VP. Flit's rotation to Donut so that they can push mid and get aggressive. Nets them 2 kills on Alexi B and JL. Completely stifles anything the offense wants to do.
Smoke goes in towards CT spawn to try and signal more pressure there than is really happening. As Na'Vi instead focus on this B-bomb side attack and they run right into Norbert and Flit. And they've hung out the clothesline. They dry out a couple of these Na'Vi players. And this T side completely dries up for Na'Vi. Nothing left on Ancient. VP are about to head to 13 rounds and take the first map of this series. They'll be 1 map away from qualifying themselves for the Copenhagen Major. One shot rings out. It's not the kill that'll bring down Imma, but now they know exactly where he is.
Yeah, impossible situation for Imma. Now blocked off by utility just to make matters worse. Being flanked as well. It's just a matter of time, and you're dead on. And qualification for the Major, Virtus.pro is 1 map closer. They take their own pick of Ancient emphatically. 13-9 behind a strong CT side.
Yeah, Virtus.pro looking fantastic moving forward. Let's see if they can do it in 2. It'll be the first return to the Major since their victory in Rio.
That's absolutely right, Dinko. Virtus.pro indeed looking fantastic, winning their map pick of Ancient 13-9 over Na'Vi. Blair and Maniac, what are your initial thoughts coming out of that first map? It wasn't exactly a Virtus plow of old, you know, the old roster back in the day.
It's over now.
It was a Virtus prod, it was a Virtus poke and push until Na'Vi eventually fell over.
Yeah, it's funny. The city side of Virtus.pro once again is unlike what we usually describe VP with. Like usually we talk about VP being slow, very methodical, they bore you out of the game. That's not how they play Ancient. It's not how they win on the CT side. It was the case against Fnatic, it's the case again here. Whenever they are ready for scrim and skirmishes middle, no problem. Mir, Fame, even Flit coming out of cave sometimes, they destroyed Na'Vi anytime they wanted to fight mid. And then the gambles, the proactivity, mid-round, poking, you say poking pro, that's exactly what they did, figuring out, okay, mid is ours again, let me just go up Evan, see what's happening, let me push into elbow, and then just very clearly having a read on what's happening at the end of the round for Na'Vi. This was in control for VP. Golf clap it is now.
You say CT side. I actually want to touch upon a T side as well, right? You were 5-1 up for Na'Vi. They were looking really good in control. I want to talk about round number 10 and 11. Round number 10 was a round where Na'Vi had saved a couple of guns. The AWP was in the hands of Wonderful, who was playing towards the B bomb side. What does James call? Fast B. Just rushes into B. They take over the bomb side, and then Na'Vi, they have to fall back. They save the pistols. They save the AWP. The next round is a buy round, round number 11. What do VP do? Same call again, running into the B bomb side, as you're seeing right here. Taking over, bring 2 very crucial rounds in a very uncharacteristic fashion from VP, right?
I think you're both raising really good points here, is that VP look even better when they stray a bit away from the more methodical, slower paced gameplay, which is successful.
But if they are being predictable.
Yeah, then adding some more energy to that and being more unpredictable, it works really well, Blair.
Absolutely. They stop being predictable. Now, teams, you just can't be like, all right, we're just going to hold on to a utility early on. We're just going to wait it for late game, late round where we can throw it in and prevent them from executing. And there were a couple of rounds where VP did kind of run out of time, where they had to take middle with 10 seconds remaining. But overall, just the fact that there's so many variations in what we're seeing from this VP, that's a scary prospect for their opposition.
Absolutely. I mean, we never wanted VP to completely change their identity. Nobody ever wanted that. And it is good that whenever they need to be precautious, whenever they need to be very composed in late rounds, they know how to do it. Some of these retakes are very organized, very clean. They're in control of the timings and they use the utility perfectly. That's the VP style. I just love that every now and then there is an easy call that goes out. You don't have to think too much. B contact, B play, extinguish the Molotov, go straight in the faces. It's gonna lighten up the load for everybody, Jame included as an IGL.
Scoreboard up on screen now. Fame with 100 ADR. We love that number, don't we, Blair?
Yeah, Fame is a guy we brought up in the pre-game segment. We're like, this guy has been lights out yesterday. Is this something which is going to be sustainable, so to speak? And it seemingly is so. Flit actually had a slower start to this game, but he kind of woke up later on. But Fame, Mir as well, a guy we pointed out, he was stepping up to the plate.
Yeah, listen, we have, of course, our standout player, Fame, here, and that's very deserved. I just wanted to quickly harp on Jail and LXCB at the bottom of the scoreboard. Outside of just pointing out low numbers, there is also a reality on that B side when CT and the defense for Na'Vi, where they seem a little bit uncomfortable and at times a little bit isolated from one another, and you see JL being in positions where he's in a rock in a hard place, right? There's a Molotov in the entrance of Cave. He cannot play in the middle of the side. He gets flashed in. The pillar is behind him. They don't really help each other out. I would like them to be able, when they're playing passive, to be a bit more together. When they are aggressive, that's all right. We saw it a couple times. But when they are forced to be passive, it falls on it very much individualistic. And I don't think they work that.
And I think a good example to bring up would be the game we just saw earlier on, like FaZe, for example. You look at the way they play the B bombs at Rain, the Caveman. He has ample support from his players, teammates playing towards B, right? They work in synergy together.
They got wrecked that game. So
they got wrecked that game. I know it's a bad reference, but overall in general. But the thing is, for the side of Na'Vi, I agree with you. You lose one player towards Cave for the B bombs, and suddenly the guy, he's battling for survival, not for control of that particular site. And again, we had some great highlight moments coming out, some clutches, some cool stuff from Flit as well. And overall, just a great VP game.
Let's zone in on a specific round. Maniac, I think you wanted to look at round 5.
Yes, that was the beginning of what we don't want to see from VP. And this is where they sort of diverted. You will see the slow play style coming out of VP. Na'Vi with the aggressiveness that I'm talking about. That's Alexi beat on the top down, top left, right corner here. And then the utility is being used at the right time. You see JL is coming in. They're playing together. That's what I like. They're playing together. There is synchrony between the two players, and VP is forced out of this position with 25 seconds left. They're trying to go into middle, and even though they find the kill, you see it's not possible. This was the VP that we criticized. This is the too slow VP, not enough room, not enough time and map control, but they switched it up after that. So I just wanted to give it to them. They burned their fingers a little bit with that play style, but then they switched up.
But they also had a couple, I think, around later on, which was a similar scenario where they had to go for a fast rotation, but this time around, they had a look. They had someone who was getting information, conveying information to his teammates, allowing for this late rotations to happen. So yeah, they messed up in that round, but they were able to, make up for it.
Tap on the wrist, just be careful. Oh, I didn't know you guys were going to do that. What's happening here?
I like that. I like a little rap on my wrist.
That's cool.
Makes that feel good. Tap on the wrist. You're very physical today. Earlier you were dancing.
I see that. I didn't know I had that kind of impact.
He was dancing, slapping people around.
We're truly seeing the transition from Maniac to the Romaniac. I love it. All right, talking about that, why don't we transition our conversation towards Anubis, our second map in this series. It's Na'Vi's pick. Guys, expectations?
Expectations are pretty high for Na'Vi when it comes to this map. Like we were talking about when we were discussing Spirit Lane and Katowice, the one map they lost, the only map they lost in that run was to Na'Vi on Na'Vi's Anubis, if memory serves me right. So it is a map that they're very, very comfortable on. That being said, it's VP. You look at the map pool, it's a map that's not terrible either for them, but it should be starting the way of Alexi B and his boys.
Yeah, I hope so. I truly hope so. I think this year deserves 3 maps.
100%.
It'd be a little bit flat for Na'Vi to fall on Anubis. It's a map where Wonderful, even though it's a name that we haven't mentioned too much, usually has very good performances. Yes. Also on the CT side, which seems to be sort of the equation that teams struggle to solve. So he's going to be a player to keep an eye on. And then also I think Alexi B has pretty good reads. His callings on the T side are very, very pristine as far as I'm concerned. So I assume they're going to start on the CT side unless VP you throw a shenanigan, and you just have to grab, let's say, 4 to 5, and you should have enough room.
And I feel for Wonderful, we did see a few missed shots with the AWP. We saw from James as well, but hopefully after this first map, he's kind of warmed up. Because if he disappears, I think it's going to be very grim for Na'Vi and Anubis.
Blair and Maniac, any closing thoughts? Because we are ready to go to a break.
I mean, I wouldn't want to hold us. I think if we want to go to break,
if I go to break, just go to break.
Me.
All right.
I give you
Guys,
my
blessing. Guys, are we going 1-1 or are we going 2-0?
Nah, we go 1-1. We want all the Counter-Strike.
2-0.
Oh, okay, I love it. My analyst desk is still split, just as they were with their predictions. Everybody at home very shortly will be here with map number 2 between Na'Vi and Virtus.pro.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displate. Swap them whenever you like. Hang your displates in seconds. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at Displate.com.
Players are changing. Countries are changing. The game has changed.
Times it to perfection and simple.
It's Olaf who's on top of the box. He's got 3 and he's looking for a 4. That is incredible.
And Rain, he's snapped away.
The best tournament, the best bookmaker are the same.
Virtus.pro are looking to bounce back across what happened in Katowice to coming into the RMRs. And I got Norbert with me. Norbert, you didn't have a great travel day to start off with, right?
Yeah.
But how are you other than that?
I'm feeling good because it's RMR. It will be nice feeling to start our journey to the major. And we'll see tomorrow what can happen.
And talking about what can happen tomorrow, right? I want to see what happened back at Katowice, because Katowice, you guys look like we're going to see the best VP again. We were very confident in this team and what it could put in performance, but that loss to Cloud9 was confusing for us. What went so wrong?
The first game against Rooster was okay, but the second two, I don't know what happened with us. Like, we didn't play like we play usually, we didn't communicate like we doing usually, so it was like maybe 2 bad days for us, and it happened on important tournament like Katowice. Yeah. But it's fine. I think we fixed the stuff, and I hope to see new Virtus.pro on RMR.
The new and improved Virtus.pro, right? That's what you want to see. But what did that team talk look like? You said you fixed stuff. What did you guys say to each other? Because I'd never seen you lose, especially like in the way you did. Normally it's close, normally you can fight, but there were sometimes you were bowing out.
I can't say that what we are talking about, but I can promise that this won't happen again. Like, we, as you said, we are always fighting for until we lose or until we win, but last time we didn't fight. We just were every time buying, losing our economy and losing our like mentality.
Yep.
And probably this was the reason why we lost like third map against Cloud9.
And that mentality has to be strong, especially in games like this. Now, you're moving into best of ones as well, right? But we know for you guys, this is where you have successes. We always see VP doing well at majors. So are you still confident even in CS2 with less rounds of this working?
Yeah, of course, this MR12 and best of one it will be more random. You don't have to do mistakes because it costs you like 2 or 3 rounds if you lose economy. So I think we're still confident and we don't care about it's best of 1 or best of 3. We just want to go to the major no matter how, like 3-0, 3-1, 3-2, no, it doesn't matter for us.
Opening game is going to be against Saw. This on paper should be quite a comfortable game for you though, but do you think they can be a challenge, they can be a threat?
I mean, every time for Virtus.pro, they're playing against Saw, like it's 3rd time on RMR, and we played against them in closed qualifier. So I think they could prepare much better than they did in closed qualifier, and they could surprise us. Even it's like best of 1. Everything can happen. Like if we lose 2 pistols, it will be like almost 2 rounds. Like it's 4-0 already.
And with how stress, pressure, everything that comes with RMRs going into the majors, you touched on like the mentality of the team. Have you added any more support stuff to help? Because obviously we know you've got Daston, a senior team manager as well, but is there anyone else helping?
I will try to help like in the mentality way. To not lose it like it was against Cloud9. And like we are experienced players. We played a lot of like RMR tournaments, and I think we don't have pressure. It's everything in our hands.
Everything in your hands, so you just need to do what you do best. Yes. Okay, I like it. So confident mentality for it. Let's hope you can get the job done. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the PGL RMR 2024. This is Europe's Group A, and currently VP 1 map away from the Copenhagen Major, Jason.
Hell yeah, they are. 1 map away. It's a nice solid win on Ancient. Now we get to move to Anubis. We get to try another one of the new maps. We'll see what they've got on it. They played that CT side super well, and as you could just hear in the interview, they're kind of in that position mind frame wise where they're just, you know, we've been here before. We know what we're doing. Like Bangs asked him if he's like, do you have any extra help on the side? Like any sports psychologist? And he's like, yeah, me. I'm the guy. I'm helping with the mental. And it's like
Norbert, the sports psychologist, player. Yeah, it's fantastic, I guess. But I think
he's right. They have so much experience. They know what this is going to be like. They know what the emotions are going to be like. They know what the pressure feels like to the point where they're probably numb to it at this point. They've played on big stages. They've won a major in front of a huge crowd.
They've also bombed out of an RMR, so they kind of know like, both sides of it.
They got both ends of the spectrum.
Exactly. So last RMR, obviously, they didn't make it into the major, so they know what it's like to bomb out here, and that's why they're saying in this pre-event interview that was conducted just before their opening game that they don't care how they get through to the major, they just want to get through. But now they've got a chance to go through 3-0 if they can pick up a W here on Anubis. Now, Na'Vi brought a decent fight to Ancient, but this is Na'Vi's map pick. This is a time to pull up those socks and get back into battle once more and try and force this into a 3rd decisive map to try and get their way through 3-0 in the RMRs.
Right, at least force it onto Inferno, which would be cool because we don't really see a whole lot of Inferno. I mean, and having it as a decider map would be a lot of fun between these two teams. Let's see what Na'Vi's got on the map. Obviously, a reason to come here would be them being very comfortable on it. But this map also kind of presents like, I feel like VP on this map, I feel like can be like a really tricky team. It gives a lot of opportunities to leave lurkers in different points that can cut off multiple axis of rotations. Obviously plenty of ways through middle, through canals to kind of maneuver between the bomb sites. I think there's a lot of things about this map that makes me feel like it can be a strong one for VP.
It's the most T-sided map in the pool that we've got, and VP's T-side is very difficult to predict, very difficult to go up against.
That being said, Na'Vi handled it very well at the start of Ancient, right?
Sure.
When VP was playing that slower style, like patiently waiting out utility, Na'Vi was well prepared for that. When VP kicked it up a notch and added a little bit of octane into their play and a little bit of pace and speed, that's when Na'Vi's defense started like really taking a beating and not able to handle it. So interesting to see what kind of tactics they'll be coming out with here on Anubis to try and slow VP down in a way they couldn't on Ancient.
Well, we're going to get to find out early on because it is VP starting on the T side. Na'Vi will be on the defense. 4 players for Na'Vi start on the B bomb site for the pistol round and 1 in middle. So they leave A completely open here. And Imma's going for information early doors. He's checking close left. No one's there. But if he keeps going, he'll detect Norbert and Mir with the bomb. This could be huge for Imma. or it could be a disaster. And, well, it is a disaster. He's down to Norbert early. Na'Vi at least have some information, but they're down a player and must make a rotation of that third player back.
Yeah, they've brought him over. I don't even know if they spotted the bomb. This is the next point of danger for VP's attack. Dooley's inside of Dark. Wonderful's going to go for a peek. Wrong time, but oh, he handles it perfectly. That's disgusting. And he can even build on more.
It's fantastic from Wonderful. Now from pillar to B main. He has his USP primed and ready, and plenty of teammates alongside him, but why not go for all 5 here, Wonderful? Break down this Virtus.pro attack, but Big comes in to steal one away, and Wonderful closes on the first round of play here on Anubis.
Absolutely. That is so gross. What a sequence for him. Even stepping out would have felt like a worse moment to maybe step out of a little bit of cover, step out of safety, but he lines him up and knocks them all down. This is how it started. This is how it finished.
Wonderful.
Bang, bang, bang.
Now, Wonderful has obviously been brought into this team to play instead of Simple. And he's done a pretty good job, man. There's like so much pressure on his shoulders. In the last 3 months, he's had a 1.17 rating. We've seen Na'Vi's ratings kind of balloon upwards since his addition. So it's definitely been getting better. And a great pistol to kick off an important map here.
Yeah, he's been finding his own flair, his own little confidence and his own style within this Na'Vi team, which is nice to see. Because it'd be so easy if you like kind of are in that, if you're in that mindset, like it's us on the outside kind of saying he's been brought in for Simple because obviously he's a young talent, got potential, and Simple leaving the team. And yeah, technically it's put into his spot. But like if you try and be Simple for this team, it's not going to go well. So he's really doing a good job of kind of not putting that sort of pressure on him of being like, I have to replace the best of all time. And finding his own kind of comfort and his own impact within this team.
Well, he did an interview with the Ukrainian organization and said, I'm a new player, so don't compare me to Simple.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's smart. Like, please don't put that pressure on me.
Yeah.
Don't compare me to him. I'll be fine.
He's got the M4A4 out this time. The Poseidon looking to drown a couple players around the corner as Spitz sends himself forward, make that money. Watch it burn. Fame and Mira taken out in mid. So 2 players left, just Glocks, and VP will draw out everything they can, of course, in this kind of round. Because they like what's on Norbert's gun. Dollar bills. It's now on the ground itself. Jam on the other side of the map would love the fact if the bomb was on his back. He might be able to slip away with one of those, but not to be this time.
I was going to say, he's got to go die. Plenty of time to do it, and obviously find some opponents eventually. 2-0 in the favor of Na'Vi after that wonderful pistol round from Wonderful. I actually didn't even mean to do that. I just walked right into it.
Sometimes it just be like that.
Yep, sometimes it is. So VP going to get started in the gun rounds down 0-2 at the moment. And a first glance of what this attacking side is going to look like with AK-47s and utility in hand.
And this is where the going will get a little tougher for Na'Vi. So Jam positions himself with AWP through rugs for a dark peek. Now often you'll see the off peek from stairs, so he goes for a little bit of an off angle, hoping to catch a player unaware. But Na'Vi have decided to smoke off dark because they want to take some control outside B, and it's a good flash. Emma didn't spot Norbert. Norbert's very good at finding the couple of spots you can hide in outside of B. So not detected early on, and now Alexi will just shoulder
towards dark. He's put himself a long way.
Yeah, every second it ticks on allows Flit to get closer and closer to stop this from happening in the retake, but JL's got an important kill, but Flit's made it to the temple, and this could be the execution required for the retake, and it absolutely is. Flit takes out JL, JM finishes off the job.
Good entrance and trading coming in through B main. That's absolutely perfect. You lose the dark player, but you get the opening kill stepping in and able to swing and find that player in dark as well. That kill doesn't go the way, but Norbert and Mir doing good work, combining for both peaks and holding on to the post plant as well. 2-1.
Not a lot of money now because of that round for Na'Vi, so they'll just go with a full USPs, a couple of players upgrading.
Yeah, Bit's pretty busted in terms of his economy, surprisingly, down to 1450.
Yeah, it's not going to be pretty for him even when that buy comes through.
I think this is the right call as well. Don't spend everything at this moment. It's still very early on in the half.
It is very early on in the RMRs, but already we find ourselves in a 2-0 matchup. We'll send a couple of teams to the Major today. We're doing that on both streams. Or both
well,
games.
other stream we're sending someone home.
Sending someone home, but we
Yeah.
had 2 games today on this stream, rather, that we're going to be sending teams to the Major. G2 the first to make it. And on the other stream...
VP's aware of the possible danger. Alexi creeping closer, Bit and Wonderful behind him. JL coming from T-spawn.
Yeah, Fame holding down Mouse 1. It's Flit who actually gets that double. Fame manages the other 2. So Pistols don't do too much on Na'Vi as expected. They'll get back to a bye now. Bit will maybe suffer, but the rest of his teammates won't. Now, Na'Vi played the last game of yesterday in the best of 1 against Enterprise. They had a big tech issue. They went late on into the night. But they got the job done. They handled business. Unfortunately for them, they're the last game of today too, so they have plenty of time to prepare.
Yeah, plenty of time to think about things, research, look at the veto process, grab a couple details they can hang on to across the maps they thought would be played.
Yeah. And we talk about, Norbert being the sports psychologist for VP. Well, Na'Vi have the luxury of a new acquisition of Ursula Klimchak this year, and she's was obviously the sports psychologist over at ENCE for a long period of time. Now has made the move into Na'Vi.
Did good work with them and thought she'd take on a bigger challenge of a newly international roster.
Yeah,
and all the frustrations that come along with that.
Quite a challenge. As Na'Vi, or last year we get the statistics, the most viewed team, so a lot of expectations, a lot of pressure from the fans. And she's just there to help these players deal with that pressure, especially the likes of Imma, JL, Wonderful, coming into this team kind of as their first top-tier organization.
Yeah, she yelled at me yesterday. I said, congratulations to the Na'Vi guys on the way out for a nice victory. And she was like, nope, not yet.
I was like,
don't put that thought in their head.
And that's why, Jason, that you're casting now,
I was just like, it was a good win.
Damn, all right.
Deserve a little bit of credit.
A little bit of an insight into mentality of what's needed to become a championship-winning team. And she's right, the job is not done yet. Many a time we've seen the RMRs, it's been 2-0 into a, nightmare situation. We've seen that from FaZe. Had to go to last chance qualifier, last RMR. The buy is back for Na'Vi, and as predicted, Bit is down to an MP9. And Imma's pushed through B again. He's doing this pretty much every round, and this time he looks like he's going to get a kill from it.
Yeah, he's found a real nice gap here. VP.
Oh, have a little look there. Okay, Mir at the window. Good night, pushed out of it.
And this is why you need a utility dump now at the A bomb site, because they're going to stream in from that flank, and it's perfect.
Yeah, it's great from Bit. MP9 melts players, and they're standing in the fire. It just assists, puts the cherry on top. And this attack for VP has fallen flat. Flit and Jame are now in a 2v5, and Na'Vi won't make the mistakes necessary for VP to get back into this one.
No, this is buckle in, boys. This is going to be about a 40-second save. Flit might accidentally overstep his mark, but Jame is already chilling way back in rugs.
Yeah, Flit's just applying some pressure. Has created a corridor of cover.
I think, again, it's like maybe at the end there, gather some utility close to a dead body, but more than anything, he's hoping to maybe just grab 1 kill. Start a little
another
bit,
smoke.
Get a little bit of damage. I think also keeping that SMG off of an AK-47 is probably a goal as well. And these are those like micro details to the economy that VP really tries to maximize.
And also by doing these smokes, he's actually keeping these players back if they wanted to hunt down Jame, so keeping them away. And that's a pretty good job done by Flit. Looks like he's going to get away to the rugs with no issue. And unfortunately for VP, Na'Vi do grab that AK upgrade right at the end. And it's the player Bit who had the weakest weapon. It's a great multi-kill that kind of ends the round in that spot. So we've got to go into the brain of Jame.
Gets that bonus cash as well. Takes him off the bottom of the barrel.
Yep.
He's living the dream.
And some good investments.
Alexi's being very emphatic here.
Yeah, it's great to hear more of Alexi B's communication and some of the content pieces around Katowice from over the years and hearing his in-game leading style. Very, very vocal.
All right, flash peek coming in. Got to be careful though, Flit.
Oh, blinded.
Spotted, taken down to 33. An extra nade on top. Oh, but the ult missed its chance. That could have been beautiful for Na'Vi. That could have been a 2-0 exchange. Instead, it's 1-for-1.
Great that Bit was able to get one out of that. It could have been nothing for Na'Vi.
And here's the response, right? Here's the rebuttal. Virtus.pro say, okay, you put some resources. You had at least 3 players executing that push out A main, so we're going to take space in middle. You don't have enough bodies to put in middle to stop Mir from gaining this control, although he doesn't want to keep it. Decides to back off. So really not a whole lot actually gained at the end of the day. I thought Mir would be an aggressive lurk. But over towards the B bomb site we go.
Yeah, and this is going to be towards Alexi B.
And that mid pressure from here was just enough. It's keeping 2 players in middle, which leaves Alexi all on his own.
Oh, he's got to call for his teammates to come and help him now because VP are not respecting that smoke that was just deployed towards B main. They force Alexi B behind the cover of the smoke grenades. He'll try and delay, but that bomb plant cannot be stopped. It will come through on
that round to get a defuse and to get the round victory.
Timeout for Virtus.pro. That's a frustrating round to lose. They definitely felt like they had that. It didn't play out like a clean retake either. It was just straight into fight, straight into chaos, and VP unable to handle it.
Alexi on defense had a stockpiled Molotov as well. He threw one towards jail as the smoke execution came in, and then he threw one at the default plant spot as well. So he's got some utility stockpiled. When they leave him, they make sure the anchor has all the resources he needs to get creative during the chaos.
He's not left to his own devices completely. And you can see how quick those rotations in from Na'Vi were. I think James going to be very frustrated that he didn't land that shot on JL, because imagine he does, right? It's a completely different position. Then you have an AWP B main.
Imagine if Wonderful hits that shot to start the round though, right? Like
yeah,
you can go that any way, and that's Counter-Strike.
Nah, he's happy with himself, JL. He knows what he just did, so he'll take that. AK-47 for Flit. Everybody else on pistols. Not where VP want to be, but it's the reality they face.
I can make a lot work with this AK-47. At the moment, it's passive towards Rugs.
Yeah, if you have the AK in one player's hands, you would want it to be in the grasp of Flit. Flash goes down to Dark, blows open. The smoke allows Imma to fight, and I thought Flit dodged that engagement, but he goes back at the last second, and Imma just sees enough.
I think Imma spotted it as he ran into that cubby, but yeah, that was a real panic situation where he didn't expect that smoke to get broken open the way it was. Good find from Imma.
And he's not stopping. He stays committed to this Dark angle. James, blown open yet again. It's the same move, same result. VP lose 2 players in that engagement, and whoever grabs that AK-47 seems to lose their life immediately.
It's the AK-47 you don't want to pick up. Yeah, and there was a lot of, I mean, the game plan, it felt like, was maybe to bait a Tech 9 in towards Dark with that AK-47, help crack open the bomb site. That's obviously been taken away, just ripped out of their hands. So falls into, I don't even know. We can go back and get that AK-47 in Canals. He got 25 seconds with which to do something.
Yeah, not a lot of time at all.
And B main has been cleared. So Na'Vi have a good read that the attack is really going to come from mid or Dark.
And Imma's got such a good position, just hold Dark from. He's even got a support network out towards B main. Wonderful and Alexi B chime in. That's Alexi B's first kill of Anubis. And the AK-47 of Doom is kept in the hands of Mir.
Ooh. Gave away his position, but not a big deal at the end of the round. Nobody's close by. A little bit of spam coming through. Dangerous, but he's going to survive. With the AK-47, he can pick up armor and a little bit of utility as well. He's already got a smoke Molotov in his back pocket, so all good for Mir. Round 8. VP starting to get buried a little bit. This T side has hit a wall.
And this is a very T-side map. The most T-side map we've got in the pool currently. If Na'Vi can continue racking up rounds in the defense, this could be an incredible story for them to force Inferno. Mir's moved through mid with that AK save in the previous round.
And this isn't like fast or aggressive. I mean, it's fast, not like fast pace, but it's a very early time in the round for this to happen. Alexi might get caught off guard. Little bit of a jiggle, didn't see anything. Now should hear the footsteps of Mir.
Yeah, but the problem is the push A main has been spotted out, and they've also spotted the T player up in Rug. So Mir is the player that has to be the playmaker in this round. And Wonderful's about to check him. AWP. Oh, it just doesn't get to the angle in time.
That's crazy. I mean, Alexi knows. Alexi's come all the way back to CT spawn to make sure they can double clear this, and they're hunting him down again. Mir might just dodge the timing, just barely somehow.
Now they don't know where he is. Like, they can clear our camera now and realize he's not in middle, so surely you put the dots together to figure out he's here, but still, Mir gets a kill somehow, and now the distraction is set up for it to come through dark. And I don't know how Virtus.pro found the perfect pathway. All of the timing pays off.
Mir makes a play and a half, and that is just, Na'Vi could never find him. They knew what had happened. They knew somebody slipped the net, but it took so long to find his position, and it's the least expected spot.
Oh, that is Counter-Strike.
At some point, Alexi's probably just like, maybe I'm imagining it.
Yeah, maybe Mir.
Maybe
Did I hear steps?
Maybe he never like pushed Temple. Maybe he fell back.
Yeah, it's like, surely I would have seen him by now.
Oh, that's going to be so heartbreaking when you watch this replay back and see exactly how all the timings of that round worked.
Yeah, definitely. And obviously Na'Vi not able to go for a round like this, being so far removed from it, but they might be able to get some really damaging kills towards the end. JL doesn't look like he's going to descend down the rugs just yet.
No, you have no reason to at this point. So everyone's going to survive with what weapons they have. Virtus.pro get a third on the board. Plenty of money, though, for Na'Vi.
Yes, plenty of money. And that's a round they'll just be frustrated about. It's where timing goes against them. And perhaps they'll have to address middle early on now, realizing that that was a gap that cost them.
Good play from here, though. I mean, that's just information coming from the extremities that there's an A push going on, that there's players being aggressive again. And previously, we saw that same reaction with the A aggression from Na'Vi, was Mir pushing up towards the double doors and getting control. This time, he took it a step further. Actually, he took it like 5 steps further, went all the way to CT spawn.
Yeah, he was sprinting. And goes back again to middle early on. Realizes there's likely an adjustment on the other side of things, so he's not forcing the issue this time. Just hoping for a lucky kill through the smokes. Not this time. Wonderful. Scope up. JL pushing middle. Oh, they've got nades in hand. And JL doesn't take his kill. Instead, caught through the window. Big kill from Flit. Now Wonderful steps up to the mark. James is now on the angle, so Wonderful, if he was to re-peek, it would cost him his life. And we know Wonderful doesn't often make mistakes like that, so he goes back, he becomes passive, and this is a great start to the round for Virtus.pro.
JL's gonna be frustrated. He had to play. He made it work, just missed the opportunity.
And then to get domed from Canal.
And then to get wrecked on the fallback through the window as well.
Oh, it just goes so wrong for him. Good hit here from Bit. Bit's under bit of scrutiny at this point. Doesn't feel comfortable to stay committed towards A main, so drops further back into the bomb site. And this is giving Virtus.pro quite a bit of space, but Bit is going to call this. He hears the steps. He needs some help. Flashes come up. That blinds VP at the doorway, and Bit only gets one. But the rotation is so fast, but it doesn't even matter because Alexi is down without a single kill. So it falls to Wonderful. And there's 25 seconds left. Bomb not planted yet, but utility will allow it to come through. And VP are damaged goods, but it looks like despite the low HP, they've got away with it.
Great supplemental utility. That second salvo of flashbangs from VP after the Molotov are just perfect. They wreck Alexi. He gets the first bullet, a ton of damage, and just can't track due to how blind he is. And they break right into the A bomb site. Nothing subtle about that one. That's just brute force.
I mean, if Alexi doesn't get caught by that flashbang, that round feels like it's going to crumble for VP.
Again, though, Navi's done like a good job of getting, when they have a good timing, a good sense of the timing of when those A hits are coming. They've been able to kind of really put Virtus.pro in tough positions with a Molotov down in that choke point. This time, Bit just couldn't swing wide enough. I don't think he trusted the timing of the flashbang coming in to actually swing on those fights.
It didn't look like the flash was as effective as he would have liked. So
yeah, one player was already past it, I think, is what made him nervous. One player kind of beat the Molotov and hugged that left wall, so I think he was like, if I swing wide, that guy's not going to be blind, he's not going to be burning, he's going to have my number.
Still manages one, just not enough in the end. Fight 4, Na'Vi still have the lead, but that is starting to shrink as VP found some life on this T side, similar to that of Ancient, right, where Na'Vi get a big lead on the CT side and VP have to recover. But it's not enough to just recover and have a close half here. They want to leave this half ahead. Ima, oh, that play has worked out for him so many times, but this time it goes against him. The smoke clears to reveal his spot, and Ima is taken out. Does Flip force the issue? Doesn't look like it, so he'll drop back behind that smoke and wait it out. Wonderful. Oh, because of the angle, missed shot. It's a wild peek that goes against Na'Vi. So a 5v3. Virtus.pro have 2 players, and they've got all the time in the world to play with to position themselves correctly for a split into the B-bomb site.
And everyone's here. This is just going to come after that Molotov fades. They have a minute. They can be patient, as you mentioned, but with everyone here, I think there might just be another round of nades coming in. Unfortunately, I think most of the utility that they have is over in dark, so Norbert's just going to creep in towards Jail.
Yeah, he's going to lock up a kill here, surely. JL's at the back of the platform. Reload comes just as that smoke fades away. So it's all on Alexi, and he doesn't have the weapon for the job. An AWP to look between 2 angles is a death sentence. Alexi is shut out. Bits on the other side of the map, and it is all tied up. 5-5. What a recovery again from Virtus.pro.
That's so much time at that bomb site too. Like JL, like the mistiming of the spam and the reload, but you just never know where Virtus.pro is crept to. Bit's going to try and keep this M4 in his hand. I think he was spotted. He's definitely known now, and Fame shuts it down. Good headshot, and we're all tied up.
Yeah, it's kind of massive, too, because Na'Vi don't have a whole lot of cash to rely upon. We spoke about that throughout this half, that Na'Vi have always had money to go back to a buy. This time, it's not looking so pretty.
And it's like Ancient all over again, right?
Exactly.
Like Na'Vi kept it close, had a battle, was looking good early on in the early stages, and then VP just have so many different options they can switch into, and they're just going to grind you down and find ways to win a cheeky round here there. One of them is going to be a sneaky mirror creeps into CT spawn. The next one is just going to be brute force towards the A bomb site. This time it's a slower paced constriction on the B bomb site. Like they're throwing everything at Na'Vi right now, and this defense can't get settled.
And eventually all those rounds pile up to break the money of Na'Vi. And this is, on paper, the easiest round for Virtus.pro to go up against. Dual Berettas and Deagle, P250s, they come out into play for Na'Vi's defense here.
Yeah,
and JM feels comfortable to go for a peek.
Flit has a Molotov nade combo to break open that smoke and actually took control of Dark. Had a pretty deep angle, but gives it back up after the fact.
Yeah, with JM not getting a kill on the B bomb site, maybe that's the call to just reset for a moment. Burn the utility of Na'Vi. They can't have too much of it. Smoke goes down. Virtus.pro can outlast the utility of Na'Vi. No kills yet. But it's obvious to us looking at the minimap, we're going to see VP try and crunch upon this B bomb site. Mir's now joining the rest of the pack, ready to attack. And for Na'Vi, this really is the best chance to win the round 2 because the majority of their players are on this B bomb site. Alexi fortunately gets out of the fire.
They've used 4 Molotovs on Dark in this round.
Yeah, just burning through them. Flick now goes in. Big shot from Wonderful. Is there anything else here for Na'Vi on the Deagles? They'll put them ahead yet again. JL topples as soon as the pressure is put on. Now Virtus.pro coming out on top of these fights. Wonderful and Imma stuck at the back of the platform behind those smokes. Wonderful goes for a peek. James holds forward. Second shot. Oh my god, Imma double kill, denies the bomb plant. And suddenly it's Bit left in a 1v2. Back of the platform. Dual Berettas running the time down. If he can stay alive and get behind cover, maybe there was a dream. But there was just too much focus on him, and VP stay composed.
And none of those last 2 players were injured at all, so those dualies were always going to have a tough task. 100 HP, but Imma makes it interesting. There's a little bit of panic into the VP ranks. But Virtus.pro still comes out on top. So play continues, and they take a lead in what this is, 3 or 4 rounds in a row now for VP. This offense has hit critical mass. They're just rolling through this map.
And we know that VP are going to be able to adapt throughout the half. Na'Vi just unable to stop it, despite those frustrating rounds. You know, you mentioned the timing on Mir, the play into the A bomb site.
And I think that's the true pain of playing in MR12 is just like you have like one round where Mir slips into CT spawn like unexpectedly and difficult to find, and all of a sudden
makes a big difference to your overall half.
Yeah, the half is really struggling to recover from it. Another missed shot from Wonderful on the cross. He missed that angle twice now in this half.
Yeah, there was a setup there. 2 players once again, and could have been a great opening for Na'Vi, but it goes against them. And Imma, in the early half, in the early going of this game, he was winning these fights in dark, but Flit has destroyed him. And this time forces him back in towards the hieroglyphics, and Flit has dark control.
And look how important it's been to Virtus.pro in these past 2 rounds. 4 Molotovs in this position. Last time, Flit eventually gains it, uses a Molotov to make sure they can't position to push back into him. They really want Na'Vi to feel the pressure from Dark being occupied. And now that they have that, they can challenge towards A main. This one, Wonderful, won't miss.
Important kill to drop back to 4v4. A lot of time still for VP to make a round happen here, and Imma's aggression into Dark is punished by Flit. The patience has paid off, and now they're splitting through B main. Alexi B is stuck behind the pillar, and he will be posted up by Flit. JL at the back of the platform, nothing extra for the Na'Vi defense in the last round of the half, falls on to Wonderful, and he's so far removed from doing anything in this round. He's worried about a mid flank, he's worried about everything at this point. His teammates have not put him in a winnable position, but he must attempt it. We'll see how close he can get.
This round is put together so beautifully by Virtus.pro. Every step of the way, they put Wonderful in an impossible clutch.
Although it has been disappointing for Na'Vi to start so strong and cool off towards the end of the half, it's still a decent CT side. 5-round CT side of Anubis is workable. We know how strong the T side can be, and Virtus.pro will be happy to leave the half ahead. But we've often seen bigger halves on the T side, so Na'Vi can work with this, especially with a pistol win in the second.
Sure, yeah, this is definitely a manageable scoreline. I think one, obviously in MR12, the start to the game, the first 4 rounds is going to dictate a lot. First 3 rounds even is going to dictate a lot of who's going to have that early momentum. But also, as we saw in Ancient, that Virtus.pro defense can get real tough to break, can lock down real easy. So let's see what Na'Vi's got. Let's see what Alexi has in the tank, what kind of game plan he's going to come up with. Blade behind him to support during timeouts. Actually, not behind him, excuse me.
Yeah, well, he is there. We just can't.
He's there. Yeah, maybe I just didn't see him on the camera.
We just can't see him.
Okay.
He's sitting down. He's chilling.
He's hanging out.
The seats blocking him out. Flit's fight in Dark really turned the tides of the half. You know, that's you pointed it out last round, Jason. The Dark play opened up so many options for Virtus.pro.
And I think like what's really cool about Virtus.pro, because like their spacing when they attack bomb sites is so good. Yeah. It's so strong to allow them to trade everything, and just it's like it feels like the spacing is like a little bit further than most teams you see. Because it's like right when you consider a different angle of attack is when they pop out for the trade. It's beautiful.
It absolutely is beautiful. And this round might be the same. Virtus.pro start with 3 players positioned quite aggressively towards A. Mirror's on a push through middle to gather information. And the worrying part for Na'Vi is they've got 3 players poised to go into A main. This could be an absolute massacre. If they round this corner, the USP is ready to strike. The flash was so important, but Fam gets back to it in time for a headshot. Flit is now second in defense, and Mirror's drop back. They apply pressure to Norbert. He'll drop into Temple. Bomb yet to commit forward for Na'Vi.
They can't split the A bomb site with A main control in Virtus.pro's hands, and that's the bomb. So, it's elsewhere that Na'Vi go. They run into Norbert, getting whittled down as they move around the map, and JL's just hustling, looking behind him. So scared of a peek, but they'll find a way into the B bomb site. They'll at least get a plant, but it's a disadvantaged post-plant situation. Virtus.pro on 3, plays against 2 for Na'Vi.
2 through CT, and Flit has now started that flank through the canal. He's worried about a dark peek. He's just waiting until his teammates get closer from CT spawn. Virtus.pro, comfortable running the time down, but they can't let it run too low because of that very fact you mentioned, lack of kit. JL swings, important trade from Alexi B, and now it's all on Flit, who makes no secret about where he's coming from. Up through Dark, applies the pressure by sticking, or rather tapping that defuse, and Flit is not finding Alexi B, who is just running around the obelisk. This pistol goes Na'Vi's way, and Alexi B does it in style.
Yeah, well done for Alexi. Huge, huge clutch in the 1v1. He had time on his side as well. It's essentially a 2v1 when you consider the clock. But well done from Na'Vi, because Plan A got stalled out. Plan A got stopped in so many ways, and they still find the solution.
Yeah, it's great for Na'Vi to be able to stay composed in that situation, because very easy to call something out of spawn and be stuck on that idea. But when the chaos ensues and they see plenty of members, they stay in positions where they can drop out, and that bomb stays composed. This trade's so important from Alexi. He was the MVP of this round. Some sick shots from the in-game leader.
And good to get aggressive as well. Like when that retake is coming in that slow and you know there's multiple different points of attack they can come from. Like if you just sit in your spots and wait, Virtus.pro, that's exactly what they want. They're going to have multiple choke points to challenge you into. So getting aggressive on the pistol, essentially taking a 2v2 before the third player can get involved is absolutely perfect. And now Na'Vi get to sit back and wait.
The pistol round win will allow Na'Vi to tie up the scoreline once again to 7-7. And you mentioned just mere moments ago the fact that in MR12, the start of halves can determine so much. Na'Vi trying to force this onto Inferno, the 3rd map of the series. Ancient went the way of Virtus.pro. And the battle on Anubis is just over halfway done.
It's just really beginning, it feels.
Yeah, it does. Emma. It's going to be an awkward fight. He's taking damage, and he's overrun. He's overwhelmed. Amir now has a better weapon to play with.
Thankfully, there's no defenders at this A bomb site. It's a full execute from Na'Vi. Ooh, Alexi just looks away as well, so he's going to get pushed from behind also. He's tracking Mir, he's tracking the footsteps. Good headshot. One more is going to come, and that's a recovered Galil that dispatches Alexi. I still don't know if it's enough to make this retake doable. But they do have a player on the A main flank as well.
Yeah, they can make it expensive. Especially with that kill from Norbert, who now has a better weapon on the ground. It's a 2v4 suddenly. Wonderful and Bit must pull this off together, and now it's just Bit. Mac 10 at range with the flank from Flit. Disastrous strikes for Na'Vi. It should have been tied up 7-7, but Na'Vi lose against the Pistols.
Just got whittled down. First it was Emo watching the B push, loses that fight. Alexi gets flanked out, picked apart, and Virtus.pro just in sneaky positions. So little investment as well, no armor. Norbert was hiding in the heaven smoke that whole time, biding his time. Flit with a late flank again. Ooh, that is soul crushing.
Those are the rounds that can break you. Those are the rounds that can get VP into the second half right away. And Virtus.pro staring down the barrel of a 2-0 victory and a ticket to the major right away. Na'Vi come back in with a fight though. AK-47 for Imma, Tech-9s and Deagles alongside a Mac 10.
Yeah, they want it back, but they probably don't realize James already got the AWP in the field of play. He's already got the big weapon. They're going for the boost that he's looking for.
Oh, he's got eyes on it. He's waiting for that head to round the corner. Will Imma go? 40 will, and he baits out the shot. Now they know the AWP is there, and Imma's still sticking around. Alexi B runs through the smoke. It's a chaotic opening inside of mid, and James is under pressure now with his AWP. Has to rely on the rifles, needs a shot of his own, and eventually will connect that onto Imma. James withstands the early pressure, but look at this. Through all that early chaos, through all that early mid attention, Bit's got through to the B bomb site, and James is not ready for this. Good night, James. A brilliant shot from Bit, and his teammates can come and help now.
I don't even care about the shot. What a brilliant move from Bit. Well, all that attention is going down in mid, but he's not known for his opping, not known for it. And Flit's found some standing. Wonderful pops up, and Navi's got it right back.
Yeah, we said that was the goal. You know, they let themselves fall in the banana skin. They trip over the peel, and they come right back into it with a purchase of their own. It didn't look pretty, but they find the opening move, and Bit finds the gap.
Yo, that AWP actually feels like it kind of betrays Virtus.pro in this round. Going up against Tech-9s, going up against Mac 10s, weapons that can be highly aggressive and very fast in their fight selection. James just, that was so unwieldy in that engagement. Mira, I think it was Mira in middle, was looking for the boost after James missed his shot, surprised by the Mac 10, and then James like, oh God, he's like 10 steps closer than I ever expected.
Yeah, and he tried to get back into the site.
And it's so much resources from VP to protect middle and to protect that AWP.
Well done from Bit. Sensing the gap, taking a risk, and making it pay off.
Great recovery from Na'Vi.
Can't let it slip now. We'll see what Virtus.pro decide to do. Whether or not they go for the full eco or buy back again themselves. And of course, there's an option to buy the AWP, so we'll do it. I'll get the rifles out around it and a couple of pistols. This fight might not be over just yet. You know, Na'Vi could still lose this follow-up, and then we're into just a battle of bruised buys.
Well, and this is classic VP as well, and this is why all the teams kind of mentioned they're so difficult to play against, is because you never know what they're going to come out with. They're completely comfortable having 4 pistols and Jame on an AWP, and when you think you've actually broken the economy, you all of a sudden have to contend with an AWP that you didn't expect. It's just high stress Counter-Strike at all times when you play against Virtus.pro.
Oh, it could be a rude awakening for JL if he thinks he's going up against a rifle around that corner. Oh, if he walks into Jame, this could be such a brutal opening to suffer. But maybe Wonderful is the player to fight him. And the smoke will come down and buy a few more seconds thanks to Jame. James going to relocate. He's going to rotate all the way back to the A-bomb site instead. Just changing that AWP up early.
Let's see if he utilizes this window of that smoke that was just thrown down at the B-bomb site.
If they go B, I think Virtus.pro just saved now.
Absolutely. But yeah, so Jame ran over to A when that smoke is thrown down. He actually started shifting back, but now he's come back one more time. So they feel like they've got a good read because, again, for everything they've risked in this buy this round, it's all at the A bomb site.
If Mir can almost try and lure them into camera, oh, this could be absolutely devastating. 15 seconds, they have to commit into the A bomb site, and there's 4 Virtus.pro players waiting around the corner. Big comes blistering through, but it's the time. It's the limiting factor. 7 seconds of it, not enough. And JL rounds this corner, and he is now not in a position to win this round. He has to stay alive, and they could kill him after the time. They're coming around the corner, and JL just about dodges death. But at the last second, a merciless kill from Jame. $2,000 in the bank, at least for JL. It's not as devastating as it would have been to the other players, but that is the frustration of playing against Virtus.pro. Just when you think you snatch it back, just when you think you've broken them, they've got the AWP back, they make the right read, and you run into a stack.
I'm trying to imagine what the read was to have 3 players stacked at the A bomb site basically the whole round, and to even bring Jame back to lead.
Maybe it's just a gamble. Maybe it's just a straight up gamble that's paid off.
I'll tell you what though, they did a great job of stalling NIP out. I didn't even realize when they began that execution, there were only like less than 20 seconds left. Like NIP, or Na'Vi, excuse me.
NIP are gone, Jason.
Yes, they are. So I got to get used to that.
They burned in your brain from yesterday.
Na'Vi just like, I feel like they didn't do really, it was almost like they expected to get a free kill here or there. It's like that was the plan, to have someone like push and get aggressive with pistols, or have an easy fight when you turn a corner. And the fact that they just ran into a fully kitted out VP defense was a disaster.
Yeah, it's getting frustrating now for Na'Vi, but for Virtus.pro, they're starting to get to the end of the tunnel. The Major in Copenhagen awaits if they can close out Anubis. Former Major champions in Rio did not even have an opportunity to defend their crown. They went out in the RMRs in Paris, and now they're back for the Copenhagen run in CS2. And it might be a 3-0 victory for them in all of their maps.
Deep angle from Jame. 2 players going to be coming through camera real quick on contact. There's the first, nails it.
Not a problem for Jame. He'll change up his positions towards the bricks. He's going to start stacking these kills up piece by piece. Second attempt does not connect. His teammates have made the rotation over. Na'Vi stay committed to the A-bomb site, trying to use their final pieces of utility to a last-second ditch effort in towards the bomb site, but Mir is lined up too. Wonderful and Bit come back once again, but Jame, in back-to-back rounds, closes with an AWP wall bang.
Again. An AWP wall bang again.
Yep.
Why not? VP looking good. And here's that defense that we saw in Ancient that looks so solid. Na'Vi invested into that round. They forced up a bit, so this one hurts. And without a bomb plan as well, you kind of just have to swallow your pride and sit this one out and save up for the next round.
And then that will be kind of the last attack that they have, the last option to get into this game again. Because if they concede the next buy round, VP will surely be on 12, ready to close. Na'Vi take their time. Try and calm the nerves a little bit at this point. Has probably been rattled all over the place over the last few rounds. It's been chaotic and frustrating. And sometimes these rounds can just be a moment to breathe. Good team effort across the board from Virtus.pro today. There's no one player standing tall above the rest. Bomb plant attempts being set up for Na'Vi. Gonna be the B bomb site they attack. Norbert has utility to make it difficult, and given the setup, you would imagine Flit shuts this down. Distraction pulled away, Flit peeks out from the platform. He's attempted to be overrun here. JL actually does get that kill, but the rotation from Mir is so damn fast, and they clean it up. No bomb plant for Na'Vi. 11 rounds for Virtus.pro. And here's the last-ditch effort, the last stand of Na'Vi in this map.
Yeah, they absolutely have to have this round. They need to win it. They've been shut out for quite some time. That's a lot of notes, and it looks like tiny font.
Yeah, it's like, okay,
God bless.
It's going to give you a headache reading that.
Yeah, poor Bit.
He's like underlining the key pieces of information. It's going to be in English, too, so it's going to take even longer for him. It's like, God damn it.
Here we go, round 19. AK-47's out for Na'Vi. Plenty of nades and utility. Only JL really hurting in that department. Fast dark smoke. Molotov to hold it off gets extinguished.
Oh, JL, does he keep going? Does he take a risk here? Oh, he does. He gets into dark, Flit is dropped back, he'll toss utility in. Probably heard those tippy-tappy steps of JL pushing forward. It's all about the timing here for Na'Vi, whether or not they're able to crunch on this site and that grenade. It is brutal, but Flit has fallen, and the rotation from Virtus.pro, it's starting to come through, but it's a passive setup designed to retake rather than fight to stop the initial plant.
Flashbang over as well. Looks like they might want to peek and fight. They have smokes to drop so they can cross over. They toss the bomb. Re-smoke towards Temple, and the retake's coming in quick.
Mir goes for a pre-fire. No player in that position, but he spotted JL get behind the pillar. He's just hoping that JL overextends. He goes for a fight. He's given him a couple of chances here, but now JL crosses and changes position. I think Virtus.pro haven't got those kills, and now with that kill from Imma, that should absolutely call the save.
I think the save came out even earlier when Mir was just kind of bouncing around that pillar trying to find JL, but it never came to fruition and he hustled off. Just one kill at the end on a Jane, but the op is recovered. So Na'Vi, they win a extremely necessary round and they keep up the fight. They're going to be on 8, 3 rounds back now. And Virtus.pro still stuck on 2 rounds away from the Copenhagen Major. This time, good pressure from Dark, from JL, forcing Flit back, and he's dumping utility to try and slow down the attack he feels is coming, and just can't hold him at bay long enough.
And you know you can't just sit behind that smoke, especially if you're trying to split it with your teammates through B main, so there's a risk needed, and JL takes it at the right time. Na'Vi, we said, needed to win that last round. They've now done that. So a timeout taken to address some of the issues that might crop up here because they know that VP have saved 3 players. They know they're going up against a goodbye. So it doesn't get any easier for Alexi B and the boys in Na'Vi. Deep in thought.
Deep in stress. He's probably trying to read that fine print.
He's like, God, my headache. Who knew playing video games, a career playing your favorite video game would lead to reading more?
That's a good thing.
Yeah. What's the last book you read, Jason?
The last book I read. Don't worry about it, Dinko. I'll tell you another time.
Not suitable for the broadcast, perhaps.
Well, it's one of those things you just don't want to get into.
Yeah, fair enough.
It was a nice book on history and politics.
Yeah.
But we don't need to go down that road.
Yeah, we'll stop that. 11-8 now. Na'Vi immediately smoked dark. Flit will look to try and address that with a smoke of his own. Eventually. And there we go. Deeper this time. That's going to hold JL back. He knows he's going up against Flit on the other side of things.
This time it's denied access, though. They're like, you're not challenging this early again. We're going to make sure there's so much utility that you get a little bit nervous to come through.
Not if you haven't detected where that AWP will be of Jame.
You ever notice how games, like, everyone gets a little jumpier with utility at, like, late on in important games, or, like, we don't want to win or lose this game on, like, this 1v1 fight at this part of the map. We want to lose it on, like, the 5v5 execute with 30 seconds left.
Draw it right down to the final seconds. It looked like Jame was about to have a duel against Alexi B in mid, but utility, as you were pointing out, has changed the face of that fight. Damn, it is really only utility, but eventually that will drain completely. And we're now at the 35-second mark as Na'Vi getting players for the A split.
Look what they have left, though. Oh, nice shot from Jame. Clips him through the wall, but there's 2 flashes and a Molotov. Alexi had an HE. No smoke for Na'Vi. They've got to find some way to crack in. There's 2 defenders on an island at A.
Next contact cannot be wonderful. It has to be the players coming through A main at this point. And Jame is ready to drop that bomb. He's got such a good position to try and stop this from happening, and they run through main. 10 seconds left. Fame's still at the back of the cage. They have to get rid of him, and they have to start planting the bomb right now. Wonderful has just made it in time, and the bomb will be planted, but no winning this clutch. No way. It is Virtus.pro up to 12 rounds, and they're now on series point, a round that will bring them to the major in Copenhagen.
And that's a disgusting defense. That's so well done. Again, it's just so passive. Na'Vi can't find anything. as they're encroaching to a point where they can pull the trigger on an execute. James just gets one kill, plays it safe, draws down more time. Fame doesn't peek from the bomb site whatsoever. One kill as they're streaming in and just hides and delays for time even more. And Na'Vi just have no answers now. Good shot from James, good kill. Bits clearing every other angle, and Na'Vi can't find any of the critical kills to put this round into any point of success.
And that's thanks to Fame not overextending, not giving those A-main players even a chance to take him out, because if they do, they can get that plant down earlier, they can focus completely on James and crunch him in a sort of sandwich, and that isn't allowed to happen. But VP call a timeout. They want to win this series now. They want to go 3-0 in the RMRs and get straight through to the Major without dropping a map.
4 rounds in a row Na'Vi needs to force overtime. Inferno, the deciding map, might not get any love. It's round 21. Op still in the hands of James. No AWP for Wonderful on the Na'Vi side of things. They've stuck with just rifles. Plenty of nades.
At least Na'Vi have the weapons to go to battle. Bit searches for the opening outside A. And they'll default across the map here, Na'Vi. Settle into round 21. Attempted boost for Imma. Does not find any success. They've used this move in mid quite a few times. So Imma clears out, Alexibi moves through the mid smoke.
Yeah, but they've been shut down a couple of times when they've tried to use it to go to the A bomb site.
Amir could do that again. Plays on the other side of double doors. In cover currently. Spots Wonderful and sees a glimpse before Let fills his mouth. Camera smoked off. The A bomb site has been a problem, so why not try and split B instead? Norbert gets taken out by Alexibi. Punches for Na'Vi, knocking out multiple players from Virtus.pro, and Foot is overrun. They've got the B bomb site. They avoid A, and they avoid defeat for at least another round.
Yeah, good luck, Flit. he heard one coming Temple, one coming from CT, and obviously B main was under a lot of pressure too. He was never going to be able to save that round for his team. Good split this time from Na'Vi. Again, that mid presence, clean kill on Mir. Timing not with him as he bobs his head up and down, and then it's all over. So 12-9, Na'Vi still in this fight. And the hard part is, I guarantee you they want to hunt down these weapons. I guarantee they would love to take this AWP out of James' hands.
And they're going to send one player over there. Bit's currently at A main.
So you're not going to get it with just one guy. And I don't even think Bit's going to turn the corner.
No, you're sitting in that position waiting in case James rounds the corner, walks into you, but you won't force the issue alone. And it's got to be frustrating for Na'Vi knowing that you've still got to go up against a lot of money.
Yeah.
And the AWP is still in the hands of James.
They have to expect that every single round down the stretch, even if they win them all, they're all going to be buy rounds. There's enough money for Na'Vi for VP to sustain all the way to the end. And if it gets to 12-11 point, they're going to be force buying regardless. So you're doing this the hard way if you're Na'Vi.
Problem is, James has kind of become predictable about his positioning with the AWP, right? We've only really seen it in the early portions, in middle, and then mostly towards A.
Yeah, we haven't seen him being too mobile. But I mean, I think a lot of it is there's just not a whole lot of fights for him to find at that B bomb site if he was to park himself there, unless he wanted to get aggressive, right? I think the only difference maybe would be to peek dark, but that's getting fast smoked each and every round. He's getting that information from his teammate. No one's peeking B main when he's been at that bomb site. So really, I think he probably feels like he doesn't have a whole lot of options of where to find success, and he wants that AWP to be in a position of impact.
Yeah, and the way that they've been taking middle on Na'Vi's side, right, is like drawing attention to the boost, Alexibi coming through the smoke. It's tough to go there with an AWP, as James found out earlier on. So chances still for Virtus.pro to close, but Na'Vi bringing the fight to the bitter end.
Yeah, they've actually had to dig and scrape into the economy quite a bit. James on $50, Norbert on $0. So this would be interesting. If Na'Vi win this round, their next round, Virtus.pro, despite what I said earlier, they might be forced to make an economic decision and just save up for the last so they can have a good buy. Oh, good double nade.
Oh my
Great
God.
Double nade takes Imma out of the fight, and he hasn't even seen anybody.
Yeah, 11 health for Imma just like that. That's frustrating. That's very frustrating. And now he's hoping that this molly doesn't spread, uses the smoke early, because it would have been instant death if not. JL's been good when he applies pressure through dark. He's doing that once more. And Alexi B, the sole player for Na'Vi, applying pressure in middle, trying to force these Virtus.pro players back. But the rotation of 3 players towards B is at the ready here for Virtus.pro.
James here with his ult. Senses the execute coming in, wants to be in position. Oh, and look at VP, this is great. Oh no, not so much. Norbert gets caught out by JL. He's been a beast in dark when he's got this position. And now, look at the nades for VP.
Now look at the A bomb site defense, there's no one there.
Oh, they got nothing.
If Na'Vi go towards the A site, they have an open bomb site, but if they go back into the B site, they're going to have to deal with the rest of Virtus.pro. There's still a chance to close this one with James shot through Dark. Flit lines up 2 in Dark, and the bomb is down. And just like that, from hero to zero, Na'Vi fall down to just 2 players. And VP have the advantage to close on this one, to go to the Major. And for Jane, it'll be his 7th time heading to the Major with Virtus.pro on his back. The former Major champions will return for the first time since their victory in Rio. They fell on the path to Paris, but they charge into Copenhagen 3-0 out of the RMR.
And this is a good-looking VP team. This is fantastic. Good CT side, strong T side adaptations, and we got the Des to break it all down. What's up, Paula?
Thank you so much, Jason. I completely agree. Virtus.pro looking very good. That last round was pure chaos. In fact, I say that entire second half was chaos, but it's Virtus.pro that managed to control it better, and they come out on top of Na'Vi, and Virtus.pro will be our 2nd team going to the PGL CS2 Copenhagen Major, the first Counter-Strike 2 Major.
Yeah, the demons of Paris have been kind of exercised, I feel like, for VP, right?
Oh, right, because
yeah,
that didn't go too well.
It's been a while ago, but they managed to pull it off. That was great from VP, man. That CD side.
I thought that round was done at the end. I thought Na'Vi, they're in it, they've clawed their way back. But then that choke point, Jame making plays, and then, of course, one of the other players tucked in with the M4, cleaning up 2 players.
It's lovely you bring that up, because I think this last round is the trailer of all that happened in the second half. It has all the elements here, which is Na'Vi running down the clock too much, and the great reads coming out of VP as well.
Those reads.
Completely abandoning the A bomb side. Stack 4 CTs, 1 middle, 3 towards B. But whenever Jame has this moment, you can feel he just connects into the matrix of the game, and all of these stacks were always well read. How many shots did we get of Alexi B? Literally just double face palming through the game, trying to figure out a solution. And I really think that in the chess game here, Jame completely outbid him.
I think we need to do a little justice to like what we witnessed, because the first half feels like forever ago. But I want to talk about how they were like this boa constrictor. I was saying it in the green room as well. It feels like a python wrapping around you, this VPT side, especially in the B bomb side. You could see how uncomfortable Na'Vi felt on that B side, and that's because they really weren't allowed to get any map control whatsoever. VP were just waiting outside, just waiting out for the utility to run a drive for Na'Vi, and when the execute came in, the synergy, the timing, the spacing, it was virtually flawless. They weren't even able to trade from the Na'Vi side in the final few rounds, and I feel like that set up VP for the second half.
No, I agree with you. I just think there's such a strong contrast when you look at the Na'Vi defense and then the VP defense, and how uncomfortable Na'Vi was late round.
Yes.
Like, you could always see CTs being very angsty, trying to peek, feeling not really in their shoes, forcing duels when you have VP players being very patient, just holding strong off angles, and on the other flip side is just VP just chilling. Like, they know the good positions, they know the strong angles. It feels like this last step for Na'Vi's defense is missing. Like, okay guys, 30 seconds left, we're out of util. What are our strong positions? What are the crossfires we want to run? Is there any bait and switch we want to put together? This never really came through. It was always about, well, listen guys, I'm about to swing, so wish me luck, handshake, handshake, here I go. And VP were just waiting for it, ready to punish.
And I completely agree with you. I think hit the nail on the head, because I was watching Ima, who has been a standout player for them yesterday, even early in the map earlier today. You look at JL, for example, and we've seen his players playing for quite a while right now. They're not necessarily, green behind the ears. And you could see moments where it's like a 3v3 or 4v4 scenarios like this, where they just go for these hero plays. You don't do that against VP. You don't do it against someone like James. But if you look on the flip side for someone like VP, the plays are always in tandem. It's always together. They're like, all right, we're giving up A main. We're just going to go for a play towards mid, James, and it's going to be probably Fame or Norbert. They work together. So at least it's a trade taking place. Comes down to a 3v3. And these are fundamentals. But sometimes in the heat of the moment, the fundamentals can go out the window. For VP, it never does.
Talking about fundamentals, we talk about Anubis being a map where the CTs have limited options, but I think we saw VP there taking charge and really trying to make their CT side work. I think you mentioned that, and I think it should be definitely highlighted. Maniac.
Well, that's the VP signature as well, right? It's the acceptance that, hey guys, we're not going to win every scenario in this late round. So you know what? F this. Like, if they go A, that's it. Good for them. We're going to save our weapons. How many times do we meme about Jame keep getting on? But that's the essence of what they do. They just accept the fact that we're going to edge our bets towards this bomb side. If you guys come here, just like the last round we witnessed, be ready to lose the 3v5. It's happening. And this is what they do. And I think they're probably one of the teams that does it the best in the business currently. It's just to make sure that we don't try it in 50-50. That doesn't fly for them.
Do we have tape on that? Can we roll the tape on that
on the last round?
Yeah, no, one of the rounds where it was the stack. We had a stack on the A bomb side. I think it was round number 15 or 14.
That could be 15. That could be the force buy loss, or 14. Which one of these? You called for it.
I think it was around. I think it was round number 15. Just roll the table, just play it out.
So you wanted round 15.
I feel like
you wanted 12 and 14.
Right now. We
roll the dice.
Do it.
And ask production, and we'll see if we can get round 15 up first.
Because I remember Jason just going like. I think this could be the round, right?
That's 14.
This is 14.
That's 14. All right. This is the force buy win, which Navi pulls off, and not mistaken.
That's Navi losing it.
This is the one.
That's Navi losing it.
This is Navi completely losing track of angles, of smokes, of corners, and where the VP players were hiding. And here's the thing: VP didn't do anything too crazy here.
No, I know. And the problem about this round, in isolation, of course, it looks a little foolish because you have Navi, which is against the force buy in a power play situation with bomb planted. But what we don't see, the context of it, 2 or 3 rounds prior in a row are misplayed situations from Navi.
Yes.
And you can definitely see that they're a little bit uncomfortable. They're forcing plays. They don't exactly know what angle am I supposed to hold. Am I supposed to be passive or not? This was very problematic. It was frustrating to watch Navi having these moments, and I think it carried away. This was an example right there where Navi is in a power play on the CT side, but there's just one by one by one by one. I'm not making this up. I didn't create this clip. This is just the observer grabbing 1v1s, v1s, v1s, inner power play from Navi.
Yep.
VP very good at punishing
and that is not something you expect to see from a team like Navi, in all honesty. And that one round where even Moses mentioned in the cast as well, is like, why are they just stacked A? Why are there 4 plays from VP at A coming in? I went back to the VOD, and we went to the YouTube stream, just drew it back, and I'm like, I can't see any cues. Jame is just, like you said, plugged into the matrix.
In the dark, like, when you are in the dark, just make a decision. Like, why would you just keep up with the two setups? Either you go for an info play and then you act on it, or you feel uncomfortable, you feel like you cannot be aggressive, so you gamble stack defensively.
But what I really like from
before we break this down more, because we do have
You're
time,
the boss.
why don't we head on over to James Banks, who's down on the floor with Jame of VP.
I wish it was Jame, but instead I've got Fame, and he is always smiling and always so happy, and rightly so. We went from not making it to the major when it comes to Paris. This Cato, just gone, didn't look like the VP we know and love, but then you 3-0 here. So what changed in such a short amount of time?
I don't know, we just had some rest after we lost in Katowice. We get back at home and we managed to have some days off, as I said in some interview before. We managed to get a good rest and good training before this event. And I think it helped us a lot at the RMR, and I hope we can do the same before the major. So, yeah.
Was there a tough conversation in the team going from Cato to here to making sure you could perform, saying like what needs to improve?
Yeah, you know, I can't say what's exactly, but you know, it's in every team. Sometimes when you lose, it's sometimes feeling tough, sometimes tough conversations, but it's normal. We're all people. I think in every team, it's normal. If you don't have these tough conversations, I think you're gonna just be the bad team, and you need to do it sometimes.
Definitely. Tough conversations that needed to be had sometimes. I want to have a conversation, though, around your overpass, because we saw you guys play Navi in the RMR calls. Overpass is always the map we expect VP to pick, but this time, just so far, you played him 2 best of 1s, Ancient, then you played Ancient here against Navi as well. Have you got more confidence in Ancient than your overpass now?
You know, it's a very tough question, because it's secret information. Maybe we're just saving it before the major, as we did in Rio, as you said.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, because on that RMR we didn't play overpass as much as today, but yeah, we're just gonna save our secret strats and we're gonna show them on the major.
And how was this game for you against Navi, though? Because you said to me off camera, you were saying it was very stressful, but it looked like going into the second half of both maps, you guys were in pretty good control.
I don't know, for me it was kind of stressful, because these guys are not an easy opponent, and it's always tough matches against the top teams in the world. So, I'm just happy that we won, and that's it.
And here at the Major, right, we play in a different way. We get no break during the games, right? So when it's a halftime break, you don't have to wait and sit for long. Do you like that for VP side?
Actually, I don't know if I like it or not. It's kind of strange for me right now. I need to play more games because before you can just have little conversation about your game plan on the second side, but now you have to prepare everything before the match or on the first, before the first half. Yeah. So maybe it's harder for teams to get more control in the second half.
So you have to instantly go into it, right? So sometimes it might not work, depending on momentum and things like that. I want to talk about what you're going to do after this, though, because really it's all focused on the Major. But will you have any other events to do, or how's it looking for VP? Going to plan a boot camp? How do we see VP back at their best and maybe win another Major?
Yeah, I hope so. But actually, if you want to talk about our plans, I don't know if we have any tournaments before the Major. I honestly don't know, but I think we're going to have some little rest, and I think we're gonna train as hard as we can to prepare. So we hope to win this Major. That's it.
That's what it's all about, trying to win the Major. Well, FAME have done it with VP 3-0. Let's see how they do in Copenhagen. Back to you, Paula.
Thank you, James, and great to hear from FAME. I want to bounce off one of the things he mentioned there, which I think sounds great for this team. So if we consider that VP have had, this structure, very identifiable structure for a long time, slower plays, right? And it works well, but it seems that they improve, they raise their ceiling when they start acting a bit outside of that. If on top of that, he's saying during this match they were stressed and they were playing a bit out of their comfort zone and they're succeeding, those two things together on paper, it's looking good for VP going into Copenhagen.
Yeah, I mean, FAME, you have to realize, hasn't been playing with Jame for years and years and years. And I think this playstyle and the emphasis that is put on the last few seconds of a round, you need everybody to be relaxed and know what the hell they're doing. And I appreciate that he's being candid and genuine about it. Like, hey, there are moments I'm hella stressed, but I think that's how it works out. I wanted to quickly bounce back as well, the question from James about, the halftime and the break or lack thereof. It is pretty unique in Counter-Strike as well. And I think it's part of the reason why we see sometimes momentum carried over from first half to the second, because usually in most competitions you have 3 minutes, you get to take a deep breath, you get to relax a little bit. Sure, maybe you fumbled a few rounds before, but it's going to be all right. You talk a little bit, then you fist bump to the left, fist bump to the right, everybody let's go. That's not how it works here. It's almost straight into it, and I think teams, the quicker they adapt to it, the better it's going to be. Also, shout out to Faye. Not a lot of people told her the James Banks out there.
That's pretty damn tall. But one more point which Banks pointed out as well, which I liked, was a map thing with overpass and whatnot.
I was about to say, you're a map guy.
And he's like, we're saving strats. I'm like, if you're going 3-0 while we're saving strats, that's great. That's good for you.
That's a secret.
That's a secret.
You can never know.
I like secrets. You like secrets, Paolo?
The good kind. All right, any closing thoughts on our final best of 3 of the day on this mainstream?
Oh, no, I think it was just overall just a great showing from VP. I really like the variety we saw, right? It was a mixture. Yesterday was pure aggression. This is a perfect mixture of everything, like the utility economy, just the way they were having reads. And again, just to finish out the final point we were making before the interview, where we said, he went for that stack. We're like, all right, guys, we're just going to go for this gamble stack towards A. But there was still a method behind that. It wasn't like we're just going to be holding angles. You're like, all right, you have one smoke, hold a smoke for cons. We're just going to take the fight here, not allowing them to go for the split. There was still a method behind some of the more scrappy buys and whatnot. So every round seems so well thought out, and this is the VP I want to see. This is a VP that's exciting.
That's straight A's for VP in this RMR 3-0. That's
straight A's from Professor Maniac.
I will give Romania. A couple A's out there from the Romaniac. Navi, on the other hand, a little worrisome. A little worrisome. It's not about losing to VP. That I can condemn in the fashion, but I get a little worried about these late round situations and the frustration visible on the XCB's face. You feel like they're a bit helpless on how to figure out this conundrum at the end. So we'll have to see. Good for them they don't play again today. It's over. They get to sleep on it, recharge a little bit.
2 chances, 2 shots, 2 opportunities.
2 chances. Navi now 2-1 in our Swiss format. With that being said, everybody, why don't we take a look at what's occurred over the course of today and remind you all of our results. We start off with Eternal Fire, 1-0 over Falcons. That was a good one, guys.
It was a really good game. I got very surprised by how easily EF dispatched of the Falcons. I was expecting a much more competitive game. We saw Fnatic take the best out of AMKAL. It was a very back and forth game as well, the usual. Then we had G2 overpowering FaZe. That wasn't too bad either. I mean, that was you guys. I was in my hotel room.
That was the game of the day for me, personally.
Is that because I wasn't here?
Exactly. I love you, Matt. You know that. But you know what I loved more? I loved G2 today. That was so good.
Yes.
Monesi, finally, you know, he's 17 years old. His back problems can finally be a bit alleviated because Nico's woken up. He's looking like a beast. Hunter's looking good. And as a team, as a unit, it feels like they finally clicked, as Nico said in the interview. For FaZe, though, still 2 more opportunities. And at the end, VP, Na'Vi, VP looking clean.
Ooh. Absolutely. Moving on, let's take a look at what has transpired on our secondary stream.
Dun, 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 dun. There you have it.
So 9 pandas actually fell to Movistar Koi, which means they are now 1-2 Movistar Riders. I always
I know it's on your tongue. It's on your tongue. It will happen a couple times.
Movistar Koi would now be 2-1, correct?
Yeah, we have BB as well making it. They survived the test against Enterprise. We saw the absolute catastrophe of NIP. It is how it is. Making it, or rather not making it through. No maps won. A pure meltdown, breakdown. Give me a thesaurus. I need more words to talk about that. It is rough to see. At some point, it is time to just, you know, you had a project and then you just crumple up your paper and you just throw it in the bin and you restart. You rebuild something.
You know when you see a lineup die, it's kind of sad, but that was one of the most ignominious, I believe that's the right word, end to a lineup I've ever seen. That's not going to play again. It's going to be huge changes coming in from NIP. It's just tragic because that is such a storied org, such a storied organization. We've housed some of the biggest legends in the game across multiple titles of Counter-Strike, mind you. To end like this is unforgivable.
Right, and we saw the tweet from Config out there, and I think we can relay the message as well. We do understand you guys get frustrated about players not delivering, but there is not an excuse to insult them. So behave like human beings. Thank you very much.
Don't be assholes, guys.
Completely agree. And if you didn't catch the very bottom of that graphic, Into the Breach and 3D Max are still going on. They're currently 1-1, going into the 3rd map, Anubis. So go and check that out. And that'll be it from us today here on the main stream. We have our 2 first teams guaranteed to be in Copenhagen, G2 and VP. Awesome stuff. And we'll see you back here tomorrow at the same time around 12:30 EET. It's been my pleasure. My name's Parla, Blair, and Maniac. We'll catch you all tomorrow. Peace.
It has revived. It flourishes